ascending to claim their place amongst the elite. The journey to VCT EMEA has begun.
Fourth day of VCT Ascension EMEA is on the way, with more teams facing eliminations and reaching the end of their run for VCT. I'm Ginny, your host for today, joined by Nero. Welcome. And we even pulled Mitch all the way from the caster desk because we were tired of Zesh and his very biased analysis towards CGN.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And look, there's a real possibility CGN could be getting some wins on the board. You don't want him anywhere near this building when that happens, that's for sure.
Especially when we get to the chances that they still stand. It's not over yet. Zesh would be over the rainbow.
Yeah, he would probably be like absolutely full on Kopi, and we'd get another bet going, which would be pretty cool, but that's not the case. Instead, we're gonna be heading into something a little bit more fun to get the analytical juices flowing, you know? You see if you guys have a good memory, and we're gonna start off by spotting the difference. As I said, they actually haven't seen this yet, and we stole Mitch from the caster desk, so we're gonna see if he's able to spot the difference between Tim and Tom.
This could be tough.
Okay, first you need to spot the 4 differences, and then you need to tell us which one of these 2 is Tim and which one of these 2 is Tom. I know it's a little difficult out there, chat.
The 4 differences. So are these differences as in between the 2 people, or the edits that have been made to the photo?
No, between the 2 people. There have been no edits. This is their real picture.
So the first one, I think, is if we, I don't know how close we can get on this one. Like I need an enhance, but there's a little bit of hair, I think, showing through on the top, and this is freshly shaven, right?
Yeah.
Like there's some texture to the man on the right. I'm not sure if it's Tom or Tim, but the right-hand side has a bit of texture and the left doesn't. That's where I'd go.
Okay, so based off of the educational analysis, do you think you can spot who's Tim and who's Tom? Can you give it a...
I feel like I see another difference here.
Dice?
Like
Alright.
the shape on the left side here is a little bit rounder.
It is. It's not as pointed. Yes, there definitely seems to be more. I think the aerodynamics, we could say, really perfected on this left side. And Tom is a pretty smooth operator, so that could be him on the left, but I'm not sure.
I would agree with that. I would go.
I think you're wrong. I think it's a guy on the right, but I guess we're never going to actually find out, because instead, we're going to go into a little bit of a recap of what we've seen yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I hope you guys are excited. Well, here on the A stream specifically, we started off yesterday with, I would say, some pretty good bangers. We had Ascend up first, and I mean, that was all the way down the wire.
Out towards
Ascend, definitely. But talking about mates versus focus, Gentlemates, my opinion about them is a little bit disjointed, because before the tournament started, I expected greatness from these players. But then I looked at their domestic finals. Then I looked at mandatory and the play-ins. I was not as convinced. And if Gentlemates are supposed to be close to them in strength, I didn't expect them to do so well right here, but it's working out perfectly.
Obviously, shout out to my boy Cadaver on mandatory. Wish we had you here, bro. But yeah, look, the French scene sent a serious representative here in the form of Gentlemates. And I mean, we kicked it off with a lot of power coming out of the side of Logan and Takas, a duo that have been within our scene at the forefront of the EMEA minds for a long time. Or rather, they were a long time ago, and now they've sort of been relegated to that tier 2 level. I mean, there was even a chance we could have seen Takas already in the VCT. Remember, KC got rid of him, and now he's making a case for himself, especially in this series.
The one guy who did the best for me was Logan, especially. And if I think back like 2 years ago to EMEA, we were the best in the Sentinel department. We were looking at Fora, we were looking at Logan right there, especially Safe, now one of the greatest duelists. He was also one of the greatest Sentinels, and Logan was part of that gang. And this time around, he's bringing the heat for sure.
Yeah, this was Focus's last chance to really try and stay consistent in that Group B. But unfortunately for them, Gentlemates taking that win does make it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, you look, we had a one-sided second map. That's why the highlight package was so short. But when we went all the way to the third map, it was actually traded out 2 rounds, back and forth like a game of ping pong. It was so close it had to go to OT. And even with the only non-1v1 clutch being your boy Lewis's 1v3, they still were not able to take it across the line. It's a shame for that side, but at the end of the day, Gentlemates looked like a whole different beast.
The second game was Falcons, and they get their first win on the board in Group B against Kase, who's looking super, super shaky.
I'm really happy for Falcons. I was wondering, they had some wacky ideas really in their own region. I was wondering how it's going to translate into the international kind of competition. And they finally get a win. That's great. But on the other hand, they beat Kase. Kase goes 0-3. You would expect a lot more from the Spanish representative from Piles, an ex-world champion that seems to be doing really hot in his region. Where did that go?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You know, Kase came in here and they were a team that I almost expected to hit that playoff run, or at least to compete for it, but they don't win a single map. Every game being 2-0s that they face off against. And look, they didn't go down without a fight, especially when it came down to the final map here, going the distance again into deep into the series. But the reality is, I don't think they had the right pieces to the puzzle. We saw that every team was able to exploit the weaknesses there, and it's a shame to see the Spanish league, a league that once was it was Spain, Italy, Portugal. They were shared, but there were barely any Portuguese and Italian players. In fact, I think there were more German players in that old original Spanish league than there were of the other countries they were meant to represent put together. And now Spain is out, and Portugal and Italy are still competing for a spot in playoffs. Speaks volumes about the scene.
It absolutely does. And the B stream yesterday, however, they covered Group A. So let's bring in our casters, Munchables and Lyric, to give us a little bit of a rundown.
Thanks very much, Ginny. Yeah, Munch here alongside Lyric. Look at the miracle of technology. You're in Berlin. I'm in Nottingham. He's in America. Like, it's truly magical. But we're here for some recaps, Lyric. And man, we had some good series yesterday. Saw versus CGN, absolute banger between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, going the distance, right? All three maps coming through. And I feel like one thing that defines both series, but even this one, right, is I feel like the underdog team coming out on top saw, coming out from Portugal, such a small region, their first time being standalone, and really delivering. Davey being someone who was incredibly impressive to me, going on multiple different agents, multiple different roles across the series. And then, you know, much star duelist, Tamazi stepping up.
Yeah, I feel like Tamazi was just consistently absolutely on it. So good at finding those first kills. 15-7 in first kills versus first deaths over the series. But like I say, Davi, I think, really stepping up. Not the player that many people were looking at as the star for this team, but I think stepped up in that regard. Almost a 1.5 rating by the end of the series. And crucially, like, these were the underdogs. This Portuguese team was seen as an underdog coming into the series and really giving CGN a run for their money. But then we went into Ascend versus Desire as well. And again, another underdog story coming in. Desire, over from Italy, taking Ascend the whole distance.
Exactly, and you know, this was one that no one expected. Everyone thought Ascend was just going to run through this group, but it really felt like Desire did such a great job of setting up Wacky, taking aggressive angles, and overall, Desire's a team being very dynamic. I loved how we would see them explore maps like Haven, create a lot of pressure in mid, and despite the fact that for Ascend, Alive really did come online and made it hard for Desire, even taking their map pick. It was moments like this, exploring mid, creating question marks that really allowed Desire to push it over the line.
I feel like for a lot of the series, it was very much down to the two Jets, right? Alive versus Wacky in a lot of those moments. But when it came to Ascend specifically, Tag stepped up as well. Tag, I don't know what possessed him during that last one, but really leveling up on the Killjoy and making things happen. And Desire, against all odds, taking the upset. And it means we had essentially back-to-back upsets coming through yesterday from two teams that a lot of people had counted out. Portugal and Italy, both putting themselves on the map. But yeah, that was the B stream yesterday. If you missed it, the VODs are up there. You should go watch some of those games because they were absolute choice. But that's it from us. We'll kick it back over to the studio. Cheers, Ginny.
Thank you, Munchables and Lyrics, for the recap. We might not have a chance to see it, but I hope you guys go check those out, as he mentioned. But with that, the upset impacts the standings as well. And as you already mentioned, Mitch, Desire, as well as Saw, two of the teams that not a lot of people were, you know, putting on their radar. But with the current position and the fact that CGN lost 2 games as well, the next upcoming game is going to determine potentially who can get the second spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Saw and Desire are now in a position. Saw could really hamper Desire's chances of making it through. But if Desire win the game, there is a seriously, I would say probable chance that both teams make it through. And the reality is, maybe right now we're not going to see that, but this game will tell us all we need to know.
That's absolutely the point that I wanted to touch on too, because Saw is playing against Ascend too. Saw can also win against Ascend. That would make both of these teams go through, but I don't believe that's going to happen. As an East representative, I gotta have step in and defend Ascend right here. They had a set of the problems at the start.
Yeah.
They kind of sorted these problems out a little bit. They were checking their corners a little bit better yesterday. They were working together a little bit better yesterday. Individually, it's looking a little bit better yesterday. But then Desire came in with another set of problems for us, and they were too quick to allow us into adapt.
Group B, however, when we're looking at the standings, this is literally up for the taking. We have Gentlemates Apex coming up later today on the B stream, so please do check that one out, because that is going to be absolutely huge. The B stream, however, is going to be starting off with Falcons up against Focus, and it remains the question if Falcons can put a second win on the board. Us here on the A stream, we're going to be starting off with Desire against Saw. That is the matchup that we're looking forward to as well the most here on the A stream, simply because of how that is going to affect the standings in Group A. And we're going to be closing it out with CGN Esports up against Digital Athletics, because maybe, CGN, if they win this, potentially they're still in the run for it.
Yeah, and I think if Digital Athletics win, it's essentially the end of both of their tournament lives. Like, DA are already in a position where I don't see them coming back in. They haven't played good enough Valorant, simply put, and they don't have enough time to turn it around. Maybe they make a miracle run, who knows? But right now, it's not looking too likely. I think on the other side, the fact that you have Team Falcons kicking off the game, and they, as we have saw, potentially qualifying, if Falcons lose, their chances plummet.
Yeah, well, Focus as well in it to win it, but we're going to be seeing that onto the B stream. So if you're watching us and tuning in from the B stream, stick around for Falcons up against Focus. If you're really looking to see who might be topping Group A, Desire up against Saw, two dark horses coming into this competition, join us on the A stream, or if you're already watching us from here, stick around, because we're going to be back very shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Ascension EMEA. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined by the lyricist himself, Lyric, which is ironic because that's like the one bit of music that you don't do. I don't know how you ended up with the name Lyric.
I know. Even, even all my friends kind of meme me that I ended up picking that one. And there you were, right before we came on broadcast, making sounds. And you know what? They were great sounds. But here we are, B-Stream once again, the stream you want to be on. We got to take a look at some rosters. And we're going to start off with Falcons, because Falcons coming in, I think we're one of these interesting question marks, right? Kind of being one of the hyped up teams from MENA to come in. And one of the things I really enjoyed about Falcons is they really have a roster where we've seen throughout Ascension so far that anyone could step up, right? Mo's been a big talking point, but Alvar, of course, on that duelist. Even people like Khalid Spy really have been having some like big multi-kill rounds in the game so far.
There's been some real pop-offs from individuals on Falcons, and I think impressing a lot of people yesterday, getting themselves that win on the board. Now 1-1 in the standings, they are going to be fighting for playoffs. Looking on the other side, Focus, a team that I think a lot of people expected to be fighting for playoffs, now fighting for their lives in the tournament at 0-2.
Exactly, right? They're technically not out yet. There's still a scenario like a three-way tie that they can get into, but it's looking dire. Both their losses being up against the undefeated team so far. And they're another team that I feel like just very well-rounded, very cohesive. We've had the clutches from your boy Lewis, kind of thinking back to the Polaris Split 2 finals. Yugi, of course, being one of these hyped-up prospects. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see how this one goes when I feel like both teams are very cohesive, and there isn't just necessarily like one big name that I want to take a look at on either side. Like really, it feels like any of the 5 players on either side really can just take over a round.
And when it comes to this kind of a matchup, you know it's going to be an exciting one. But these are players that have played in promotion tournaments before, back in Split 1 a year ago, or over a year ago at this point. Focus actually took out Falcons 2-0. So this is going to be a little bit of potential revenge for Falcons if they can keep up the form that we saw from them yesterday. But our bands coming through, Ascent and Bind taken off the board to start off with.
Yeah, so now we're going to see where Focus want to go, and they want to go to Fracture, which I think is a good call from them. I mean, being 4-1 in Split 2 in their domestic region. Hell, even playing the game so far, because, right, Focus had to go through play-ins. They played the map against S2G in that finals to be able to make it here to the main event. But we're going to have Falcons answering back with Pearl.
So, I mean, this will be the first game of Pearl I get to cast at this event, honestly. As they said, during day one, this is the new version of Pearl, so you do have the box behind screens and all of that good stuff. So, we'll be curious to see how that's going to come into play. Falcons happy to bring Focus to that map, and then Lotus as well to finish us off, which we've seen a fair bit of Lotus over the tournament. Very exciting map, very aggressive map.
Yeah, and I mean, even getting to see these teams and how they do on Lotus so far. Falcons, of course, playing the map up against Kase. We had Focus going up against Gentlemates on it. And, I mean, Falcons did win the map. Focus, it was an overtime loss, 14-12. It was incredibly close. So I'm definitely excited to see the maps that we have here today, because I feel like so far we've had a lot of maybe like one team is very experienced on this map, but we haven't had the other. This one, both teams have played quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. We've had a bit of experience from our two teams. I think that's the nice thing about, we're on day 4 of the tournament. We have seen these teams play now. We've got like recent footage of the squads. Mo versus Lime, though, going to be our featured matchup coming into this one. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, both Killjoy aficionados.
Yeah, and I feel like Mo really has been the player on Falcons to step up. Coming in, Alvar and Mo were the two names that we were focusing on. Alvar's been a little bit hit or miss, but Mo really has delivered. And I just love watching Lime, man. I love, your kind of main Sentinel player, your Killjoy player, also being the one who defaults onto like the Yorus, the Razes, the secondary duelist role on maps that do run double duelist. So I think this one will be very crucial to see who's able to take over and really win out through a lot of those clutches.
We'll see if they can pop off. I feel like Lime has had some insane moments over the tournament. Certainly excited to see him on our screens as we head into Agent Selected Fracture to start us off. And Lyric, we've got the Yoru coming on through from Lime.
Exactly, right? Both of these teams running very weird compositions on Fracture, but going back to compositions we've seen them both on before, right? Double Duelist coming out from Focus, but Yoru plus Neon. you know, again, just incredibly strange. They are going to go with the Viper Omen, which, you know, obviously not as common as the Brim, but kind of being that secondary. I think Falcons is also very unique, right? Having the Astra coming on through. Honestly, just so many concusses on the side of Falcons, right? You have the relay bolt coming out from Alvar, the star from Mo is able to get that done, the fault line from Khalid. So I think we have some really interesting like util dump scenarios coming out from Team Falcons, but we can see here, right? Focus, I think definitely being the more tenured team when it comes to Fracture overall.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see 11 rounds played on attack for Team Falcons. Fantastic win rate. They obviously did well in that one game, but it's a one-game sample size, so you do have to take that with a pinch of salt. We'll see what Focus can bring out.
They have played it 3 times over the past 3 months. They only played it once in the actual like MENA like tournament to qualify here, but we also did see them play it in like a Saudi Online tournament that they've been playing. So they're 3-0 on the map over the past 3 months. So hopefully that gives them a little bit more confidence coming through. And we said it, right? This matchup, incredibly important. Falcons wanting to make it to 2-1, you know, still in a decent shot to try and get in that playoff picture. And for Focus, it already looks dicey. They already need other results to go certain ways, but you definitely need a convincing win here to even have any hope.
Absolutely do. Focus, if they lose this series, they are out of the challenge. They are out of potentially making it into the top 2, but Falcons, that dream very much alive for them. Focus, it could be if they can show up today. As straight off the bat, Falcons sneaking onto this B side, but it's going to be full retake on the side of Focus pretty much. As you can see, Waddle just dipping off to CT. Look at this triple flank towards B main. They've just pushed in through CT.
Yeah, I feel like that shot from Lewis was going to be so critical, right? Not expecting him to be there. He, of course, did make his way back around. Yugi going to find one for Focus as well, and now left in a 3v4. We're going to see if Falcons can play out this post plant well.
Slides in, but instantly shut down as Spy's having a game and a half so far. That's going to be a 4K to start it off. I mean, that's not a bad way to enter the server, is it?
No, and that's what we were saying, right? Pretty much anyone on the side of Falcons, I feel like you can have these pop-off moments from. I even love how Mo went for like the deep wraparound. Didn't even have time to get the flank done, but we're gonna try and have their bases covered regardless. But in that pistol, like I said, I feel like had Lewis been able to at least find one when he went for that peek, could have made it a little bit closer. Didn't manage to do so, and now Falcons gonna be off to a great start. But again, I really feel like we've been seeing these sheriffs do so much damage here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the Sheriff in the hands of your boy Lewis. We've seen in their finals in Polaris, like, absolutely massive play out when he gets the Sheriff in his hand. That 5K clip on Fracture, round 9, if you want to go see it. Chiron has a cast in that absolutely monumental call. Really good stuff to hear.
He even had another one, I believe it was on Lotus in their final, where he also gets an ace. I don't remember if that one was with the Sheriff. It might have been with the Ghost, but point is, this man with a pistol is absolutely deadly. And you can see now, Focus hoping that the hit was going to come onto A. It isn't going to be onto B for now for Focus.
And just on the point of your boy Lewis as well, it's insane to see him in such good form when the guy roll swapped away from Duelist to make room for Yugi on this team. And then he also became the IGL for the team. And somehow he's playing a ton of different agents. He's IGLing, he's fragging, and the team has managed to make it in through planes. Like, it has been a monumental year for him. Now he needs to lead the charge on a retake without much weaponry. It's going to be a tough one.
Spy pop flashing for himself, swings out, gets one, and pretty hard setup for them to have to go through. They find the first, but gonna have to get through a Viper's wall. Waddle, though, gets 2.
It's not a bad little start. They're pretty much out of time. It's Lime gets 1, and they won't be able to get the defuse, I don't think. It will be protected here. There's the Aftershock actually finishing the kill, but hey, look at this. The damage that they've done is kind of insane.
No, exactly. They're gonna take that every day of the week, right? All guns removed from the side of Falcons, so they might get up to a nice 2-0 start, but they're definitely going to feel the pain from this round. Now, you would expect Focus to be able to, pick up their first round of the map, now getting some guns under their belt. I want to see how much utility we're going to be able to see come out for the side of Falcons, because it is just going to be Sheriffs across the board. And yeah, not even able to get a lot of util online. Do see the nade being picked up for Spy now, which will at least be a little bit nice, especially because, like we said, I feel like for Falcons, a lot of what their composition could do is just like the heavy util dumps, the relay bolt coming out from Alvar, nade thrown out by Spy, like fault line from Khalid, and really just choking out these small choke points that Fracture does have.
Alvar starting it off nicely with the Sheriff as he charges on in, and the game crash going to come through from line to retreat, get stunned up, and that should be the spike going down. So Falcons, despite the minor weaponry, still get that entry. Oh, they've snuck a rifle away as well.
Yeah, we're going to see it's all going to be on Alvar playing from arcade with what he can do. Khalid even having that ready, throws out the ult. But they're playing so passive, Munch.
Trying to play for time as much as they can. Alvar being pushed on, but not revealing himself for the time being. They've given up the site and they're playing for that host plan. Alvar's got to be careful because they're going to flank him in tower here. KP up there as well. Your boy Lewis with one. It's now a 1v1 on down in main, but Spy wins it with a ghost. What are these rounds so far, Lewis? What? Does Falcon get back on with just the pistols?
Somehow making it work from being able to pick up that first rifle. And then we see Focus trying to funnel in the side, but the post plant from Falcons. You know, very nice. We see things like the gravity well coming out with the aftershock, making it so hard for Focus to try and find their way back onto site, and then just losing out on some crucial duels that they can't lose, like right there. And it's weird that now here we are going into round 4, still not having like rifles versus rifles, just swapping back and forth. Who is on an eco? Who has sheriffs? And should that give us confidence?
It's literally just Sheriff rounds being the story of this so far. We saw Focus managing to almost win that second round, but couldn't quite get the defuse as well. At least denied guns, but now Falcons up against those Sheriffs once again. I'm starting to favor the Sheriffs, honestly, with the way this one's been going. Boy Lewis stunned up on the site here. Should have to retreat. This is going to be a tough one to defend, and yeah, playing for retake.
And even still having that null command there for Spy if they wanted to use it.
There it is.
And he's going to opt into using it. So even with the heavy advantage in weaponry, wanting to just guarantee that this round comes through. I feel like a pivotal thing is going to be us keeping our eyes on Outlaw, because look where he is right now. He can actually end up pinching these players, and they're just mowing them down.
The Sheriffs can be good, but not at close range like that when you're all peeking around the corner together.
Cutting through.
And Lime, he'll be alone. It's a valiant effort, but it was never going to lead to much. And for the first time, we see the Sheriffs taken down without a single gun lost. That's Falcons now in a phenomenal position in this game. Their economy is stacked.
Yeah, and hell, even just like shield buys having to come in. They only got 2 shields down, so really not having to dedicate all that much economy at all coming into this. Because even if you can't get some guns, at least if you can, you know, maybe get more chip damage, you get more people that have to rebuy shields, that can be something. But look at Focus with the amount of deaths that have been going over, at least very close to a lot of key ultimates. We even see Yugi having his online now.
The operator as well for Yugi. Big investment from the side of Focus.
Our first gun round.
I was going to say,
our first gun round.
I don't believe my eyes. 10 guns? 10 whole guns in the server? That's crazy. We'll see if Focus can... I mean, honestly, this is usually your second gun round for round 5. Heavy presence towards B. And once again, Focus very keen on this full retake style.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it hasn't worked out for them, and I feel like that's one of the things that Falcons compositions do well, is if they can get on site, then back off, find those nice positions, again, like Gravity Well, Aftershock, so many things that they can just layer on top of the spike. We'll see if they'll expect 2 members being towards Arcade, but that shot from Alvar, insane!
He must have broken his wrist with that flick. My goodness, that was something else. 1 for 1, though. At least he's traded. I love that he goes for another one there. He gets that first flick, and he just goes in again. As Lime sprinting around, he's going to be spotting a few players. And we'll just jump straight out back onto the side. 4v4 now as the retake has to come on through. Falcons are all over it, trying to defend it as the spray can come on through as well. They're sticking the defuse. No. Cut down, shut down. And that's the operator gone as well.
Yeah, insane. I mean, Falcons making this look easy. And let's remember, this is Focus's map pick. This is Focus's map pick coming in on Fracture. But Falcons, I mean, we clearly have to see a changeup of you know, the heavy elects of playing towards retakes, right? Because Focus have pretty much been doing that consistently, not feeling comfortable playing on site. I've even been expecting maybe some like more offensive pushes coming through. When you have a Neon, you have a Yoru, right? Wanting to try and take some of those aggressive duels early on at the start of a round, but we haven't seen that whatsoever.
And our Focus, I mean, rightly so, going for a timeout here. This has been a brutal start from Falcons. I'm not sure the Focus were ready for this level of presence out from Falcons. Like, phenomenal rounds, both when they're ahead economically and when they're behind. And I mean, just look at the money. Look at the money for Falcons, man. You got one bit. Like, Outlaw basically can't get himself off of 9K. How nuts is that?
Yeah, it really is insane. And it goes to question, like, how much having to play through that plains and having to play so many games so far at this event has maybe either worn them down or just made them easy to anti-strat to come up with these plans that some of the desk was hitting on heavily in day one, just leading into the event for Focus. And honestly, it's kind of seeming like it was true, like having to go through that, having to show so much, not really having a time to adapt or probably prepare as much as you'd like, is giving other teams the edge.
So far, Falcons have certainly had the edge. A much slower play, though, from Falcons. This time, not as much presence towards B. They could be going into the stack. That said, with the rifles, you should still favor them if these two stacks do meet. It's a lot more bullets on the side of Falcons. There we go. They make them look like pigeons, eating them out of the air. The Falcons hunt again.
Not even needing any utility to go with that, right? Just expecting the swing to come through. Waddle will at least find one, but I mean, the economy is so good for the side of Falcons. That isn't even going to make
Waddle
it 10.
appropriately named here because Falcons do eat ducks, and he got absolutely devoured just there to finish the round.
Wait, I don't know if Falcons eat duck. That doesn't,
Falcons
wait, do they really?
Birds, yeah, that's their whole thing. They like hunt other birds out of the air. It's metal.
It's messed up.
Falcons are cool.
Yeah,
Falcons are a really cool bird.
That is actually pretty metal. My God, but we got to start to see Focus being a little bit metal, going into the mosh pit, because look at the amount of ults they have now. They should be able to make a play. We actually do see Yugi forward a little bit more aggressively this time around towards B main with this op. Isn't going to find anything because Falcons, once again, keeping that slower pace that they had in the last round, not giving any information to work with. But that does allow Focus to at least get some deep pushes, we can see, especially past drop, and it is going to give them some information to play with.
See what they can do. Lime pushing up to try and spot any players over on the opposite side of the map, but everyone's stacked up on B main right now. Slow and steady wins the race for Falcons so far. But again, still not really committing even to B main, as they've got two players still hovering towards A, looking for someone trying to flank. But Focus, very slow, very disciplined round from them. And Yugi with the operator is good for it. Finally starting the round in a big old way. That's two already.
Yeah, huge kills coming out from him. And that was just with the patience. I feel like a lot was done by Lime as well to get information towards the north side of the map as Waddle now going to find another. So Focus finally positioned to get one on the board. Still, Falcons are going to be able to get the spike down. They have Cosmic Divide. Khalid still having a ton of util to work with, but I would assume, Esmo, you don't really want to commit that ult unless you get one or two picks.
Yuki. Man, we have had some insane flicks already today. Alvar having one earlier on in this game. Oh, Yugi with a good little swing on over. Realistically, this should be a defuse. Oh, the smoke dissipates. Terrible timing for Khalid. He'll go down. And Focus, finally, getting themselves on the board. And not only that, in a very clean way. Look at that. Barely even losing armor. It's only Waddle that lost any armor in this one.
And even only having to commit one ult, right? Your boy Lewis throwing out the Nightfall early on towards A main to see if they're there. But not only Yugi having a great performance, which he did popping off with the stop, but look at the minimap. Look at how much space Lime is clearing towards that north side to give Yugi the confidence to keep holding those angles. But Yugi really showing that he delivers when he has this op. Now still having 3 ults online, like we just said. Pretty close to Outlaw getting that Viper's Pit, only needing an orb a kill, or, if they did decide to give him the spike. So we'll see what they can do.
Yeah. I think we get to see kind of the biggest difference between the comps here in that both smokers have their ults online, but Those ults are not created equal. Astra's ult versus Omen's ult. I think we all know which one we'd be taking into a game if we could just pick ults alone. Viper's Pit going to be used, though, in A main to try and funnel Falcons over towards this B side as Lime hunting towards Sewer. And he might just...
Ooh, and they're going to walk right into him.
He's like a mouse trap or a bird trap. Is there... Can you set a Falcon trap? I don't know. He's trying to. He's not going to do it. Alvar breaks the trap in two, takes the cheese and sneaks away. Yugi, though, still has that operator, and he's still good for it.
Spike down B.
Yeah, I mean, just ready and waiting after that first pick comes out. We're going to see if Falcons' readjustment towards the A site can pay off. I'm looking at Mo, who's still posted outside of A main, to see... You know, I assume you're probably going to wait for members to show on site, get some presence, potentially pull Waddle out of that Viper's Pit before you want to commit.
You are divided.
Here we go. Cosmic Divide going to be used as your boy Lewis pretty much alone here because Waddle doesn't want to leave his pit for the time being. Now Operator moving in as well from Rope, but again, difficult against the Cosmic Divide. Always going to spot Alvar? No, Alvar going up top.
Look at this. Look at the A main presence, right? We still have Waddle in that ult, but at least having two members ready for Falcons if anyone comes through.
Big round for Focus. Overdrive going to be used as he gets straight onto the site, but flashed up. Oh, it's Messi! And he somehow wins it out. Focus. A much-needed play there as Mo does manage to get one. Answered by your boy Lewis, but a second one in. Suddenly 2v1. They're defusing. And Mo, no utility to work with. Yugi holds the angle. And Focus, they manage to loop two together in such a crucial moment.
And see, we've seen the adaptation come through where Focus are showing more presence. Like, you know, this round it was Arcade, it was A main with that Viper's Pit. It isn't all about just trying to play for retakes like we saw in those first few rounds, and it's paying off for them. Yugi hitting these crucial shots that you need him to hit. And you know what? I thought it was a pretty good idea coming out from Falcons when they had to readjust. Sadly, the flash comes out, but still not able to get the gun out and find the kill in time. But yeah, the readjustment, it's been there from Focus, and it's exactly what they've needed.
So you can see Rifles on the board once again. They're still fine of Falcons in terms of money. They'll be able to buy again, even if they lose this round. It's kind of insane, and well, I don't think they're thinking about losing this round right now as Alvar just flies in and finds his opening duel. And with Yugi down, this becomes difficult for the side of Focus. And again, the site completely open here. This should just be a plant and a retake once again.
And now Viper's Pit gonna come out for Outlaw. So gonna make it even harder for members of Falcons to come in. Might even have to try and work their way through Sands and, you know, get into A main, try and clear out these two players. But two different areas to have to worry about. We'll see if they can isolate a duel, because right now, Waddle's making his way in and finds the first.
Oh, Mo!
Mo answers!
Jumps in, and Audi as well. Getting that. I mean, Falcons, they make short work of him. Focus just eradicated, and Mo has been popping off today, actually. His control of A main in these post plans has been beautiful.
Yeah, and just Mo. I mean, so far, at Ascension, I really feel like has just looked great. Great timings coming through. This time, the opening pick allowing them to get on site, and then the Viper's Pit just making it so awkward. Like, they pretty much have to try and get control of A main to even make that work. But like you said, the patience from Mo allowing things to work out. So now 7-2 on the board for Falcons. You already hit on that their money was great. Luckily, Focus with getting those 2 rounds in a row, still having some economy to work with coming into this one.
Yeah, just the Guardian in the hands of Waddle, but good enough as Alvar just chasing him down. I feel like Alvar is hunting Yugi in this game, but your boy Lewis has a moment. He has the drop, but he can't spot the players out. And suddenly he doesn't have the element of surprise. He's the one surprised instead. Khaled, it's like a surprise birthday party, and he's the one with the balloons. Takes the kill down. 2 remaining on Focus, and I mean, do you go for this? Do you hold on to the rifles? It's only a Guardian for Waddle. I'm not sure if it's that valuable.
Still having both blind sides to play with for Lime. Might not even need them if they just keep spamming through this box.
Well, there they go. Trying to hold on, but just taken out, like you say, those Guardian shots like a millimeter away from hitting Elvar in the dome, but it doesn't hit. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. 8-2 now for the Falcons. What a showing. What a way to enter the server today.
seriously, I mean, just exploding into this matchup, knowing, again, being 1-1, like, their odds still fairly decent to be able to make it to that playoff stage. Now moving in, we're finally back to the Sheriff's bunch, which is good. It feels, I feel like the Sheriffs are pretty comforting after what we've seen over the past few days.
We do have the dimensional drift for Lime as well. If he wants to go for anything funky. Falcons. I mean, that was just Alvar hunting for Yugi again. He's like, is he going to play Dish? Am I going to get a free kill again? Trying to find that duel. I love the confidence on this Neon. He's having a great game. Like, Mo is actually the one top of the scoreboard, though, as Lewis does get one. Traded out by Khaled, and Yugi takes out Mo. It's a good start for Focus. And like you said, the Sheriffs might be the recipe for success.
Yeah, I want to turn our attention to the south side of the map, though. 2 members of Focus trying to work their way around it. It looks like Falcons are going to try and commit to the site. Lime sends out the clone. Luckily, doesn't end up getting blinded. Oh. And Falcons find the first. This one's key, because now we can see them actually commit to the site for the plant. But are they going to be ready for this? It looks like they are, because Rolling Thunder...
Feels like they're ready, but Yugi gets his moment just as Spy has a flash in hand, but Khaled trades it back out. And now the duel down through main. It's 2v2. The Spike's not actually down just yet. They've got 30 seconds to work with. They should be able to get that plant now. His line denied. A great snake bite.
But now, 2 rifles there, and KPZ, he's good for it. Picks up the first 2v1. Manages to connect with the second. And yeah, being able to get those 2 guns, so crucial. It's so weird because Falcons looked like they were ready for the flank coming through a main, right? A kill had been picked up there earlier, so they know a member should be there. They thought about using that Rolling Thunder at first, decided against it, but with Yugi finding that kill, it really opened up access for Falcons to take this round.
So, KPZ with the 2 at the end there. Bit of redemption for him. He's had quite a quiet game so far. Managing to get himself on the board, and crucially gets that ultimate on the board as well, so big information gatherer. Often the way you see it used in professional play. As Focus, if they do have one of these slower, because they've had a lot of really fast rounds, sorry, Falcons, they've had a lot of fast rounds, they've also had some pretty slow defaults.
I don't know what it is about the double F that, you know, keeps making the misspeak come through, but we're going to see Dimensional Drift come out to get some information, but Mo with the op, he's good for it, finds the first.
It's a big one. It's a big one, but taken out by Lime in the end. That's Operator available to be picked up if they want it. Final round and a half, though. It would have to be something they want to use right now as they move across the north side, headed towards the B site. You can see Focus currently split.
Yeah, Falcons still have 3 ults to play with as well. And I mean, with this being that final round, right, you would expect Rolling Thunder to come through, Null Command to follow up, send in the overdrive, and really just go with a lot of killer instinct. And they're going fast.
Just press.
Audi finding the first.
Good dodge on the Operator shot, but Lime does manage to find that extra one. Knocked up, stunned up. As the plan comes on through, but oh, the timing is there for Lewis, but doesn't quite find his shot. And now he's given away his position. The flash comes out, but Waddle comes in, and Lewis trades out the kill. Suddenly, 1v1. Spike trying to buy as much time as he possibly can. Lewis needs a bit of redemption here. He's had a quiet old day so far. Now has his moment to try and get the headshot, and he does. Puts it up to 4 here. It's not a perfect half for the side of Focus, but at least they get a couple towards the end.
They brought it close enough to where now it is doable, right? Especially seeing how that pistol is going to go in the next round, but leaving it in the 1v1, the C's getting the decay, pulling him through, and you could see just not really having any information there from Spy on where your boy Lewis is going to be posted up on. So great play coming from Focus. I also feel like Lime getting a lot done, you know, wins out against Mo in that opening duel and then finding the second with the op. But now we're going to get to see what they can do, right? The Neon and the Yoru should be able to get a lot done on this attack side. But we've already highlighted, we got to see in that first half how much the utility from the Falcons composition could do.
Yeah, we certainly did. And the question will be, how well did they do on the defensive side? You'd feel like with a Viper and an Astra, this should look pretty good defensively from Falcons. And I feel like Yugi been doing well on the scoreboard so far, but those opening duels against Alvar, when it is duelist versus duelist, I feel like Alvar has been winning a few of them so far. Let's see, though. Gate crash in. Lime, the one to make his way onto the site first. And Outlaw just kind of waiting in Canteen, waiting for the rest of the team to move over. Very fast plan.
Yeah, they get it, but I actually think Falcons compositionally are set up better for post plants. Again, just with the amount of like concusses, throw out fragments, and these snake bites as well. But 2v2 gonna come through. Gonna be denied for now. Is Waddle Snakebite gonna buy a bit of time? We'll see if they swing off this Prowler.
Oh.
Concussed, 1 for 1.
The shock does a lot, but Khaled, nice one with the stun, just comes in for the second. It's only 2v4. This becomes very difficult for Yugi and KPZ. Although a lot of time has already passed, this has to happen fast from the Falcons, and the health bars are kind of low. KP with 2, Spy answers it, and there's Outlaw to finish the job. Do they have time? I think they do. Yeah, they do. It's going to be the defuse, and it's going to be Falcons with 2 out of 2 pistols.
Yep, luckily Falcons making their way up to 9, denying any forward momentum of Focus being able to make their way back onto this map. And just going to remind again that this was Focus's map pick coming in on Fracture. So would have loved to see them pick it up. Still not down and out just yet. We'll see if Falcons can turn this into 10. And to kind of go back to a point I was previously making, right? It's like if you're Focus and you get the plant and you funnel onto like, let's say, B site, and then Gravity Well, Nova Pulse comes out. That sets up for the Aftershock, Fragment on top, Snakebite being thrown at you. For Focus, even if they get the plant down, we're going to have to see them quickly be able to reposition. So a lot of that util can't be chained together.
I feel like this is, we've been talking about Sheriffs all game long. This is the one where it really has to happen. But Outlaw's having none of it. Oh, and he gets a second through the smoke as well. That was clean. And Outlaw, I mean, he's basically got him 10 rounds, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just being insane. And now we're going to see if Lime going to be able to find anything. Again, if you can remove 1, 2 guns, would be nice to see. Is Outlaw ready for this? It's actually going to end up backing out off-site. Not going to peek just yet. Wait for reinforcements to come through.
So plan down. Let's see what they can do as they are against a whole lot of firepower here. The Bulldogs. And Outlaw walks in for his third. This could be a big moment for Outlaw. Oh my days! It could be disaster as well. Outlaw with 4 now, but all of the teammates just going down. KPZ, is he going to step out of the smoke? He does. And Outlaw with an ace on the server. He wants those double digits and he'll get them.
Focus might have made it dicey by removing 3 guns, but Outlaw able to come in so clutch to make sure that a disaster is averted. Opening up with the first 2, the second one just spamming out through the smoke. And then here it got a little bit dicey. The amount of smokes coming out on kind of creates a bit of chaos. Focus using that to their advantage. Now they will be able to come in. 5 Vandals, some pistols going to be on the side of Focus. So now should be able to move us up to 5.
Well,
they're pretty close.
that's what we said in the first half.
It feels weird to say that at this point.
That's what we said in the first half, and it didn't stop Falcons last time. I will say, there's something beautiful, isn't there, about Outlaw being the one to take down the Sheriffs. Like, that's poetic in that previous round.
Yeah, it really is. And now, only 1 away from the Viper's pit. Is he going to try and play for Nord for himself? Is trying to go really aggressively on this eco.
The Gravity Well really messed that one up. 3v4 now. And like you say, this is an eco for Falcons, so as Focus, you're really happy with how that one's gone. Alvar maybe biting off a little more than he could chew. I like the idea.
I haven't liked it.
You know?
Yeah. I haven't liked it that for Focus they even commit to just pushing through A main, not allowing any guns to be picked up. We'll see if Mo can find one as he comes through on the flank. But even if he does, it might not matter if these 2 kills are going to be able to pick up quickly from Focus. I haven't liked doing their due diligence, clearing out these angles with the Prowler and playing, splitting from Sands.
Oh, steps in alongside the eye. He wasn't ready for it. Finally getting 1. Oh, the flash is good, but runs out of ammo. That's an absolute heartbreaking play. Like you say, though, Mo managed to find a rifle. He snuck through main. 1 big headshot could certainly set up a play here. Mo, the one who has been so big for the team all round. Sheriff comes out, trying to pre-fire, and he will now find a Vandal.
Feels like he needed to find that first, right? Had he gotten that, then you're in the 1v1. You can still pick up that same Vandal. Try and bring it through, but now, high-low setup. I don't know how he does it much.
This is perfect from Focus. Just play together. Play high-low. He can't take the singular duel. And there we go. KP, the one to grab the kill, but really nicely played from Focus to hold on to that one, because, you know, when you came in with all of the rifles against the pistols, you really have to convert that.
And we've seen it. Hell, something we were talking about even before coming live today was it's been nice to see how close a lot of these maps are here at Ascension. You know, a lot of question marks like how good are regions stacking up against each other, especially with a lot of changes to regions. You know, like Portugal, Italy, a lot of these ones that before weren't standalone now are. Now coming in, Focus, of course, making it through play-ins, being the second best team to come out from Polaris, being thwarted by Apex both times.
Oh.
It's been weird seeing them be pushed so much by Falcons, but able to find one back. But like I said, now we have that Viper's Pit for Outlaw. Doesn't matter just yet, as that shot was beautiful from Mo.
Mo's just been on it, hasn't he? And you mentioned, like, previous results, Falcons, they upset Rad in their finals. Rad actually beat Focus during play-ins. Focus managed to win out the tournament overall. Rad in their series did well, and not as well as Mo is doing right now. 3 on the board. And I mean, I feel like so many of these rounds for Falcons are over before they even begin.
Yeah, they look like it. Focus not able to find anything, losing a lot of these opening duels. Now KPZ left in a 1v5. We're assuming good for KPZ is. You know what? You know what? There shouldn't have even been an expectation there. So Falcons able to bring it up to 11.
What a way to start your day, hey? I'm rhyming, apparently. Didn't mean to, but I am. Look at that. That first shot is gorgeous, but then this one where there's 2 of them peeking him. Just complete control of the situation.
Yeah, no util there to try to clear that first close angle, having to just, you know, swing off of it, hope that even if he gets brought down a trade, he'd come through. But Mo, not going to let that happen. And now, at least having a Viper's Pit of their own for Waddle, we'll see if they can find an opening pick that might lead them to actually wanting to use this one, because now we see them trying to go for a bit of a split towards B. Right now, though, Falcons doubled up towards B main.
Mo has been so good for it. If they do push on through, and Mo says no. 2 rounds in a row. He just pops the hell off. The TP into the site. It's a little whiffy from Outlaw, but he does finish the player off. And once again, KPZ against the world. Alvar there to get the headshot. And Falcons put themselves to gain point here. And wow, what, I mean, Mo is just having the game of his career right now. This is an insane performance. So many incredible rounds.
Yeah, him and Outlaw. I mean, this round it was Mo finding the collat and then also able to be good for the third. I like the idea from Focus, though. Right, splitting towards B, only having the pistols to work with. It almost looked like they found a timing because Mo and Outlaw had only just turned around and looked towards Arcade. Maybe they could have gotten it, but now coming in, we're going to see Dimensional Drift, what Lime can find, what information he can get for the side of Focus to get a 6th on the board.
This is where that Yoru needs to find value. You're bringing in a weird composition. Can you make it work? It's a good start for Yugi. Getting that opener. Down, and now they can push onto the site here. And it does look like Falcons are just giving up for now. Looking to play for that retake. Spamming through the smoke a little bit, which, you know, is a little more dangerous now. Less ammunition to play with as Lime's gone down and Falcons make it even.
Now, for Falcons, I feel like if they can control of Sand, sadly, Outlaw goes down, but Alvar and Mo, they find their own picks. Now 3v2, but sadly, your Viper went down because you could have opened up your own pit and actually tried to win this one out. We'll see if they're able to find Waddle in here.
Oh God, I feel like we're witnessing a disaster. Waddle has to go huge here, steps out of his own pit, but he jumps back in. And it's 2 for Focus. Mo alone. He's been so huge in the last few rounds. Oh, he gets the 1. I don't think he can get the defuse. I don't think he has the time here. Taps it. 1 in CT. The bomb is ticking away and Waddle is playing it perfectly. Doesn't need to peek until the last second. And Waddle will save the day.
That Viper's Pit, I really feel like was the game changer. And for the side of Falcons, losing Outlaw. Had Outlaw not been the one to go down there, I mean, you now have control of Sands, you were pushing through main, you could throw your own pit to counter theirs. And then it really becomes a 50-50. We see here, Alvar finding a good timing, but especially Waddle dodging out once the flash comes out from the KO, then re-enters. and able to find a crucial kill for himself. So good by Focus. Keeping it, it's still rough, right? They still got to get 6 on the board to even get in overtime, but
it's still...
they're making me believe much, and that's what I
The
want.
one thing I am a little worried about is, like you say, they need to string 6 together here for overtime. This is their map pick. This is the one that they wanted to play on. Next up, we got Pearl. Falcons losing a player to start it off, and Outlaw has been such a big player for them as they explode onto the side here. Yugi the one to lead the charge. Mo just spraying through the smoke. Spy will even things up, and Khaled just finding a wall bang as well. These are the kind of random kills that are really going to hurt the rounds for Focus.
And now look, I was going to say we still have Aftershock able to come through the fragments there. You have Overdrive for Alvar. Doesn't need to rely on that op, but might find the first with it. Oh, but the timing. Yugi able to connect the shot.
Really nice from Yugi.
Is low.
And that's the thing, like 23 HP. Khaled walks in, gets a headshot, started off, and Spy's there to cover him. Mo finishes the third, and like clockwork, it's Falcons grabbing another round, and it's Falcons grabbing the first game in this series with confidence. This is a team that is fighting for top 2, and they are looking like a top 2 with games like this.
And the double controller, right? And a bit of a weird one because you see double controller on this map, just like how Focus do. Usually, if you don't go Brim, it is the Viper plus Yeoman with Viper Astra. And both Mo and Outlaw were really the big players for Falcons, right? They were the ones finding a lot of those opening picks. They were the ones multi-fragging consistently. A lot of the time, it was on that B site that Focus just couldn't figure out on attack or defense. You know, struggled trying to hit the site themselves. We saw the adaptation came through for them, but starting off just trying to play out with so many retakes and it never able to work out for them. I really like this comp coming out from Falcons. Like, it was really cool to, again, just see those Util see the amount of, like, concusses into nades, into like, the snake bites, which are then going to get people low. It was just brilliant. Brilliant play overall from Falcons.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from Falcons. And I mean, you can see Mo, top of the scoreboard, absolutely insane game. Like 308 ACS as well. That's a hell of a game from your controller. Alvar having a few really good rounds, Outlaw as well. Fantastic stuff from Falcons and Focus. I think leaving a lot to be desired here. And I think in a way where a lot of those rounds, it felt like maybe the initial picks were going to Falcons a lot of the time, but sometimes Focus kind of going in a little bit one by one. A couple of random kills happening mid-round that it didn't feel like they were setting themselves up for success there. A couple of them were really nice, though, like the high-low defense on the spike when Mo was trying to retake. Like, these rounds, you can see some good stuff coming through. Hopefully, they can wake up a bit more for game 2.
Yeah, especially your boy Lewis, right? Because me and you were both like we actually watched quite a bit of Polaris this year, and like the clutches that he was able to find were just insane. And sadly, this map sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. So he's someone I'm going to look forward to in Pearl and see if he can step up.
Speaking of Pearl, that will be up next. We're going to head to game number 2 right after this. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Ascension B stream here. I'm joined by Lyric as we head to more Valorant. That's right, not Valor Beetle, not Valor Fly, Valor Ant. We're headed towards game number 2 here, and Falcons, they don't eat ants, they eat birds. And Focus looking like a bird today, looking like a pigeon. They're getting devoured in game number 1.
Yeah, and again, it's sad, right? Their like tournament life was already looking incredibly dire, considering they've lost to the 2 teams that are still undefeated in the group. They would need some kind of wacky 3-way tie scenario, Apex losing out in some of their future games. But now, being even a map down, losing their map pick, heading into Pearl, I think is a rough one to be in. But great to see from Falcons, who, after the first day, I think we were like very hesitant on, like, okay, how well are they gonna do? How good is this team actually gonna be? But after seeing that map on Fracture, actually, I have a lot of faith in Falcons, looking incredibly good. Seeing people like Mo, like the tournament Mo is having, is just absolutely insane.
And I think the thing is, like, we're going towards Pearl now, and Mo on Astra looks incredible. Guess which agent is, like, almost always super, super valuable on Pearl? It's Astra. He's playing absolutely insane. Outlaw on the Viper too. Like, I could imagine seeing a somewhat similar composition as we head towards Pearl from the team. And I mean, right now they're firing on all cylinders. The coordination feels fantastic. The utility usage feels fantastic. At this point, Focus need to upset and prove everyone wrong to have a chance in this series. They need to change that perception. You know, Focus in Polaris, having some pretty rough series. When it came to play-ins, they leveled up. They really became a new team. We need to see that play-ins Focus once again.
Yeah, and for Focus, they're actually the ones who run a bit of like a weirder composition on Pearl from what we've seen. They played it 4 times in Split 2, went 1 and 3. The 3 losses, though, were all to Apex, so it is kind of understandable. Played it a few times in Plains 12 1 out, and they're the ones who, like, typically bring out the Sova, which I'm sure you're familiar with, going all the way back to G-Loot when, like, Na'Vi brought that out on Pearl. Running the KO, they run the Astra, to where Falcons actually keep it a lot more like meta. We're gonna have the Harbor Viper coming out from them. Mo's actually gonna move back to his patented Killjoy, unless a curveball comes through, which we have had curveballs thrown quite a bit.
Literally
but we've
by
actually seen
Phoenix
Falcons
as well.
play. Yeah, no, you need to stop. You need to stop with these bad jokes
I'm
today.
on a pun hype trade here.
But Falcons have played this map quite a bit in Split 2 of their own region. So 7 times, they went 4-3 on it. We'll see how they do here. And right, Pearl's been changed. A lot of those changes to make it so B site isn't so attack favored. You know, we have like the cubby added to the back of hall behind screens. Now those boxes that you can hide behind and not just get spammed out. Even on the retakes, they've added on B ramp. Right now, there's only that one place you can jump up on instead of like having multiple angles you can guess from back when it was like a curved setup. So I'm very excited to see Pearl coming out today. You know, like you said, it's mine and your first time getting to cast it at this event. We have had it played a few times. We've already seen it was Focus playing it against Apex in the group stage. And now we're going to see if Focus get to bounce back with a win here against Falcons.
That'd be the question. And I mean, the map pick for Falcons, can Focus find the upset? They lost their own map pick. Can they come back on Fracture on Pearl? I certainly hope so. I really hope we can see a little bit more. Like you say, a few of the players on Focus kind of, it didn't feel like we're quite there today yet. But there's still time. There is still time with Falcons. I mean, I feel like we've been witnessing like just an absolute masterclass on Fracture from them today. And now as we go towards Pearl, I'm looking towards like, what does the strategy look like? Because we saw a lot of very fast hits from Falcons across the course of Fracture. Do we see a similar style on Pearl? I feel like Pearl typically, on average, I'd say is a slower map, but there are some teams that just run it down B every single round and just hit fast. No worry, don't need to default because you're just going to hit B anyway. So I'm curious which version of Pearl we get today.
Yeah, and I think a lot's going to come down to what kind of stopping power that Focus can bring, right? Like, especially if they do just, once again, opt in towards things like the KO, the Sova, how they're going to be able to play that one out. Especially being able to deny a lot of this Killjoy utility, right? That's one of the nice things about a Sova with those shock darts. And we've seen some crazy lineups from Sovas on this map, being able to deny a lot of those usual Killjoy setups that you have in mid. So Focus, we're going to be starting on the attack, might be able to create a lot of question marks in the middle area of the map, go poking and prodding to their start, finding some nice picks for themselves, and make Falcons' life incredibly hard.
See that Viper Harbor coming out like you said it would from Falcons, and they've played this 100% of those games that they've played on Pearl. Exciting to see. KPZ this time bringing out the Astra. And we'll see how this one's going to go. I'm looking at Alvar versus Yugi as well. I mean, the Jet duel is always exciting to watch, but I feel like Alvar having the upper hand in that 1v1 across the course of Fracture. Certainly from the 1v1s we saw on stream, Alvar was more than willing to just charge in and take that duel. See what Yugi can bring and what the whole of Focus can bring.
Yeah, and like I said, I agree that the Jet battle is going to be important, especially because of all like the updraft knives angles that you have on this map. But your boy Lewis, a bit quiet on map 1. I want to see what he's able to do here on the KO. An agent you don't really see as much of on Pearl anymore. A lot of like interesting angles you can play out and, you know, get that pop flash thrown, you know, whether dugout or like behind the pillar on B, and see if you can try and find some cheeky kills. We can see now Focus heavily leaning towards that B side to start off with, and that is going to be the weaker side of Falcons to start us off.
So let's see if it's going to work out.
Right here.
Focus on the attack. Let's see what they're bringing on the pistol. Just heavy hit towards B right now. Only a single defender here. It's going to be Outlaw, who immediately you expect to fully back away here and play for the retake.
Yeah, they're going to move. You can see for Falcons, 3 members running through A main, going to try and make their way down here. So that's going to be if Focus can find any opening picks. Outlaw playing pretty far back, so not even going to give the opportunity. Even you look at the minimap, Mo playing very far back. So going to wait for those reinforcements to show up, and then we're going to see, I feel like we're going to see a big duel up towards B ramp.
Yep, everybody heading up. I mean, it's our first round casting the new version of Pearl. And we get to see whether or not the nerf to the top of this position has done enough. Line with 1. That's going to be Waddle as well. Traded back and forth here, but Waddle with 2 and Yugi in a 1 on the site as well. Outlaw with it all to do. Step it back onto the site. So far, so good for Focus. We asked for more from the team, making it in through play-ins. Outlaw's not done just yet. He's run out of toxins, though. Will go down to Lime, and it's a great little start for Focus.
Even seeing the value of some things like the Sova in that one. Recon Bolt able to spot out Outlaw at the end there to make sure, guarantee that you get the kill to come through. And yeah, for Focus, I mean, they were given the site for free. 4 members stacked up here, so that this what started off as a 2-man flank turning into a 3, not able to be converted. And I love that they kept Yugi over towards Halls, because it really means that, you know, the players trying to come through, whether Defender Spawn or B-Link, are going to end up getting punished in the end. So now we can see already buying up with the Vandals. A lot of long range, a lot of like far angles to play with on Pearl that they should be able to win out on.
You would certainly hope so. The rifle advantage very much in favor. And this kind of setup that's pretty much become standard now with the 3 rifles and 2 pistols. And then you can kind of pass those hero rifles round if somebody does end up going down. But heavy stack towards B. They've had so much time to rotate on over. You can see the spike not actually with the Focus players. As 2 move forward. KPZ here alongside Lime, trying to take a look towards A. Set up for a potential rotation. But there is still a player here, Khaled, on the scene, and he might just be able to get crucial information. But Lime has got him behind Mo here and sets up the round.
Ooh. Khaled finding one, does get traded by Lime, and Lime is good for it. Outlaw picks up another one.
This is closer. I feel like it should be right now. Focus still with the 2 rifles, but one of them has gone missing for the time being. Dark comes on in. Boy Lewis trying to hold these angles as the spike will finally go down. And it's a good shot by Waddle to punish that peak, but Lewis going down. These classics are getting insane value. It's not even like sheriff kills. These are classic kills.
Still, Falcons won't have an opportunity, shouldn't have an opportunity to pick up any guns. So we'll see if these classics are good for anymore. Having someone playing from main and also having one on site, I feel like is a pretty good way for Focus to do this. But Waddle, he needs to connect those shots. He does do it in the end. And Yugi picking up the last one. So it got close, it got dicey. I guess one Vandal taken off the board. Still a lot closer than it feels like it should have been.
Yeah, that last duel on stairs had me sweating bullets there. The sidestep on the initial spray, I was like, oh no. But it works out in the end. Waddle good for it. This is what I'm on about, where, you know, that first burst goes wide and you're like, oh god, Alvar, we've seen him hit some headshots today. But Focus, they do convert. Now onto their bonus. Rifles in the pockets of the Falcons. On this defensive side, you can see 2 now set up towards B. Maybe even early flash, and yeah, there you go, trying to get info.
Ooh, I love that they keep the star recall over towards B, because it means Falcons have to keep guessing whether anyone's crossed or not. And with the fact that the Skybird did get some info and they now see the recon dart on B, they're committing those 3 members there. So this might actually be perfect for Focus to commit to the A site.
Flash on in, they're going to commit, like you say. Outlaw at the back of the site here has to be that initial defender. Does have the rifle to work with as Yuki jumps in. Might be able to go for a wallbang here. Outlaw not quite in the right spot for it for the time being. Khaled with the first onto Lewis. It's looking solid on the defense. Honestly, they've kind of surrounded them for the time being as they move in, but Khaled again finding one. Outlaw slightly wide on his shots though. As the Cove buying a bit of space for Khaled, who's really been the MVP of this defense. Missing on the shots is KPZ, but Lime at least will find one. 2 attackers remain for Focus, but Khaled with the 3K. And suddenly, Falcons get themselves onto the board.
Falcons, you know, great job being able to take this round. You'd expect them to, having the guns to deliver. Also some just weird things kind of happening in this round. Yugi swinging out. He should have known that there was someone dug out, right? Because I do believe that we had spam coming out through there. Still decides to swing, and then Khalid being on the other side, making it so he had to worry about 2 angles, ends up getting dropped down, and then we do see them able to take it. So now we have Reckoning coming out for Khalid. Might be nice, especially as we can see them playing a bit heavier towards B with Focus going towards that A site. But you do have Hunter's Fury, and you're also only 1 away from the lockdown. So Focus position well to potentially have a pretty good post plant if Waddle can deliver.
Right here. Standing ahead.
We'll see. how this Sova is going to interact on Pearl. Focus bringing kind of an interesting composition here. Reckoning, though, instantly blasted out on this defensive side to try and deny the A hit. And all 5 players are here. That information will be given over to Falcons. Hunter's Fury through the wall. Can he finish off the tags, though? He's missed. He's gone wide onto Khaled there. That's a bit of a call out. I didn't mean to call him out quite that hard, as Khaled is 1 HP behind the box, and he still finds the kill. Lewis at least answers it, but Outlaw's there too. Lime with Spy and Alvar chiming in. And Outlaw gets the wall bang. These defenses are beautiful from Falcons.
And we've seen 2 rounds in a row, Outlaw playing from that dugout position, really being a hindrance to them, consistently able to find these trades. Now topping the scoreboard for the side of Falcons. And again, a game where both their controllers doing so incredibly well. Reckoning going to buy a lot of time for them. Khalid was good for the first. And then Outlaw with the trades, consistently playing here. This is something that Focus are going to be more conscious of going into the next rounds. Maybe even like spamming some utility, right? Throwing some shock darts, or even the fragment from your boy Lewis, to try to just weed Outlaw out.
I just want to publicly apologize to Waddle. That wasn't meant to be like a call-out. It just kind of came out wrong. Everybody's here in mid, though. And the Sheriffs, I was going to say, are looking good. They got 2. But Alvar, he got 2 as well. Suddenly, KPZ, he's got a bit of work to do, because the spike is down in mid as well.
You know what, Munch? Alvar only has 82 HP. You know what? KPZ might only have 77 now in a 1v3 and is backed against a corner. I believe he can still get it done.
Literally painted into a corner by Viper. The paint splat on the floor,
walk him down.
And then a wall of paint. And look at this. He's going to go around the corner and potentially meet his demise. The highlight. Ooh, it's a tasty little headshot onto Outlaw, but unfortunately for KP, was in that 1v3. The Sheriff even going to be taken. Insult to injury there from the Falcons.
I gotta say, though, at least this map, you know, being closer in these early stages, right? Because in map 1, if you missed it, Fracture, Falcons stringing so many rounds together before Focus were able to get on the board. With Focus picking up those first 2, at least now, only 3-2. Lime will have the lockdown ready, even having the Cosmic Divide for KPZ. So they could definitely get onto site, right? And should even make it a bit annoying for Falcons to try to push through. But Falcons having some nice ults of their own to deal with. They'll Focus of the read. Only 1 member of Falcons on this A site.
Heavy focus towards the A side from Focus. No pun intended there. Across the course of this one. I wonder if that is due to the changes. Cosmic Divide, though. Line will be able to go for, sorry, Lewis will be able to go for the plant as the lockdown went down as well. It's a nice little start here for Focus. They get onto the site, they set it all up. Can they play the post plant is the question.
Yeah, they have some pretty deep positions, as we can see them towards Secret. And even the Flash ready to try to set up for a swing. High tide, though, but KPZ finds the first. Outlaw to trade. Yuki picks one up, but Outlaw, he is good for 3, and he's having such a great map on Pearl.
Lime.
Now here we are, left in a 2v1.
Outlaw has to go even bigger than this if he wants to win the round. Lime and Waddle on either sides of him as well. This is so tough. They don't ever have to peek him. It's 4, and he's just sticking it. He's just sticking it, the wall's up, and the peek in. Lime is there, steps forward, saves the day for Focus. Actually ends up going down because he had to put his life on the line. But crucially, another round bought, and it's as tight as it could be. 3-3 now.
And I feel like Focus can't afford a lot of rounds like this. Just, you know, not being in the best economic situation. Still great that they're able to pull it out. Outlaw making it dicey, and he really is just showing that Pearl is his playground. 10-4-1. We haven't even seen him. Has had that Viper Spit now, you know, for 1 or 2 rounds. Hasn't needed to commit it just yet. And we will see. I like it. Just going to commit to only the knives for Yugi to look to play with.
Outlaw spotted that. And now, like you say, headed towards the B side again, which typically is the stronger one, although into a Viper's Pit. I don't know if that's necessarily a particularly favorable push. Trying to search over, see if Outlaw hit back down off the pit, but now you can hide behind that box. I feel like the pit's even stronger than it was.
But I feel like we've got to pay attention to the amount of space the Falcons are clearing. Spy's good for the first one, gets 2.
Well, it's beautiful, isn't it? And it's not really a full buy from either team in this one.
Oh, they don't know much. They don't know.
They like critical information. It's Alva, the Spectre. It's not the perfect weapon, but when you're in range like that, it's spot on for the situation. He picks up a Vandal now. And there we go, Falcons. Fantastic. The Viper's bit preemptively. And like you say, just taking control of the rest of the map.
Exactly. I love the extremity control that Falcons are willing to explore once they have the info that Focus are leaning so heavily towards one side, and then Mo, good for that. And not expecting Alvar to be here means that they pick up even more, and now bringing it back, you know, denying the momentum from the side of Focus. And we said Focus, right? Their economy hasn't really been in the best place. Rounds really have been going back and forth. Will have the null command to work with, and we're finally going to start seeing them, you know, give presence towards B-Link. They haven't really explored this part of the map all that much.
I like the use of the walls here by Falcons to get the ult orb for Khalid, but Mo, meantime, taking the duels. That Sheriff, honestly, I feel like Sheriff has been a more effective weapon across the course of this tournament than the Vandal has. At this point, these Sheriffs are getting so much value pretty consistently.
Yeah. Now, also, for Falcons, having to reallocate Outlaw over towards the B site, because before, Mo was the only one actually playing on this side of the map. Falcons had a 4-stack over towards A, so this might actually lean into Focus, being able to get a plant down, but no. They're just trying to keep it slow, create question marks on the map, pull Falcons over, and now they are split.
I like this, though. When you're in the middle of a round and you're not sure where to go, Link is always a great place to control, and it looks like they're poking towards the A side of the map. Alvar
30 seconds
could
left.
be the hero here. Rifle in hand, as he's going to be pushed by Waddle. The rest of the team moving into the site at the same time. Alvar versus the world. And 1v4 dashes, but he's going to walk straight into the rest of the team. And Lime finds one to the head. Fantastic little bit of mid-rounding from Focus. Spike is down.
And now 2 rifles in hand. I mean, they can go for this, right? We see on the side of Falcons having to come back in and try to go for the retake. They have Cascades. I mean, hell, full Harbor utility. And one guy Outlaw.
Okay, so only one, but his teammate comes in as well.
Last player
Answers
standing.
it. 1v1. The Reckoning comes out. It's going to spot the player. Stun onto him and has to peek on out. The Cove going to be used, but it's bait! Oh, but he misses the shot! Oh, Khalid, it was beautiful in terms of the cranial aspect of the play.
The game plan.
Oh,
The game plan was there. I mean, Reckoning, find out exactly where he is. Cove down. Of course, he's going to think you're committing to that defuse, at least maybe looking for a half or trying to pull you in, but isn't able to connect the shot. That shot built the line was beautiful. And honestly, that's probably the most pivotal shot in the round. Like, sure, it was great that he finds the opening one in B-Link, but that one just means they have full control of the site. They don't have to worry about any flanks coming from behind, and that they're just really able to win out. So now, gonna go on forward, still having that null command there, and the Hunter's Fury back up for Waddle. I hope you don't roast him again.
This time I'll be nice, I promise. Star at the top of B. But it looks like, again, focus on mid-control here. I keep on using the word focus in my sentences. I didn't realize how much I use that word until I'm casting the team called Focus.
Yeah. And, you know, one thing we haven't seen that much of is actually we see a Shock Dart coming out. I was going to say that exact Shock Dart. We've seen that a ton. Clear out that Killjoy utility that's usually there. And now Null Command going to be popped. Going to go for this split over towards A. And we need to keep our eyes on Outlaw because he's playing in that dugout position once again.
Khalid, too, who has been instrumental in so many of these A defenses. Hunter's Fury across the side as well. And Khalid does find the one, but both defenders taken down. Yugi steps up. He's protecting here. Does not want to give any amount of space to the Falcons. Spy just waiting patiently in case Yugi peeks for more. Oh, I think he spotted the foot there. He knows the player's coming. The free spray, but it goes wide.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, now Waddle finding one of his own. We're going to see Spy probably not even going to end up going for this. Definitely not going to have the time. But I love that we saw Focus kind of learn from earlier rounds, right? Harping on about the dugout, and that's where Outlaw's been playing. They throw the Hunter's Fury there. He has nowhere to go. Even the updraft in A Link, giving them full vision towards that back half of the site, is really what allowed Focus to have such a good hit on this A site this time around. Something that was really just being a thorn in their sides earlier in this half.
And I'm so glad that Focus are putting up a much better performance than what we saw in the first map. This is more like it. These A executes looking really clean, taking complete control. Despite a good little duel there, but ultimately Focus, the ones to look at. And Cosmic Divide available as well. Focus could string a couple more rounds together here. They'll be looking fantastic moving into half-time. A nice even one as we push forwards in the series. Falcons, what have you got in the tank here on the defensive side? Not much in the way of a buy.
No, 2 sheriffs that they're working with. we keep harping on about it, but that really hasn't impeded any team that we've seen so far. But this time, a heavy lean towards A, and with the lockdown, we're gonna see if they actually want to full-on commit, or if they're gonna still take this one slow. We do see the high tide there trying to buy time, but with stars coming out from KPZ, you're gonna imagine the burst on the side's gonna come through.
Oh.
1 for 1.
It's a little closer than they would have liked as Khaled is taken down as well. The lockdown gets them onto the site. And now
Falcons have a lockdown of their own, Munch.
they certainly do.
And now having 2 rifles to play with.
This maybe could be doable. It's 3v4. And like you say, 2 rifles, not quite as much as what Focus have got. But like you say, that lockdown is there.
Maybe gonna look for another one before they want to commit it. Not able to find the opening duel, and it's actually Mo taken down. Outlaw able to trade one. Waddle with 1 back. All left down to Alvar, and sadly he doesn't have one of those rifles.
He's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Sneaking up, trying to find one of the rifles himself. But Lime's good for it. And I feel like we consistently say that the players are good for it. We need to remove that phrase from our collective vocab. I feel like I've said that about 20 times over the course of the last couple of days. Fantastic little round, though.
You know what? You know what? Focus was able to hit the shot. There we go.
And you know what? Lime was good for it. I don't take it back. He was good for it.
You're giving yourself criticism and advice, and then you're immediately like, screw that criticism and advice. Who's ever giving that is a moron. We don't listen to that guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with that.
I can agree with the sentiment. Yeah, I can. As sort of works with you quite a bit, I can agree with that. Is we are going to see Falcons go for the timeout after. Right, despite the fact that rounds were going back and forth early on, it definitely felt like Falcons were the team with a bit more control. But now Focus have figured it out. Again, I feel like they've started to read some of those positions around backside, towards dugout. They've been able to get control, push a bit deeper towards Secret. And Team Falcons haven't really had the answers. And even Focus, I think, have done like a good job of not committing with too many ults. So they've had, you know, quite a few rounds in a row where they've had ults to play with to guarantee themselves getting on sites. This time around, though, Falcons will have guns, and they still have things like those Killjoy lockdowns. So we do see Falcons playing heavier towards A, but this has been the conditioning out from Focus, because the last few rounds, it has been all about those A executes. This time we can see the majority of Focus' squad leaning over towards B.
3 rounds in a row for Focus. 2 rounds left in the half as well. And look at this, very slow default. And I think rightly so, trying to feel it out after the timeout. Operator for Alvar, I feel like that's got to be huge. We've had very few actual 5v5 gun rounds in this game, but we do get one this time. Focus straight off the bat here, dropping down the Cosmic Divide, but they're running to the other side of the map. It's only Yugi trying to sell this fake, as they've managed to get a lockdown out of it.
Yeah, they've gotten so much, pulling 4 members of Falcons over towards that site. We do still have Alvar on A. He has the op right now. Is he going to actually push out through the smoke? Does have the dash ready and waiting, but with so many members of Focus on site, I don't know what he gets done.
It's a pixel away! Oh, it's heartbreak for Alvar. That should have been the shot, but... Oh, a cruel twist of fate as he doesn't quite connect it. Oh, your boy Lewis holding that angle. Spy almost peeks him, but not going to quite find it. Now has to be the one step on forward, but KP, good for 1, gets flashed out, and Spy steps out onto the side. Now the retake can really begin, but KP finds a second of the round, and the rest of the team jumping on board. Focus, a phenomenal round from them.
I love the game plan, right? Because the past few rounds, they've really been conditioning Falcons towards A, thinking, hey, we're going to go for these fast A hits. What are you going to do about it? Start off slow. Go for a fake over towards B. And as Falcons are really like, hey, they actually have been going for A quite a bit. commit to the fake, go back over to A. Yeah, it is a little bit sad that he wasn't able to find the shot when it was so close, but even if he find that, at that point, Focus had taken such deep positions towards sight. I still think it would have been such a hard retake for Falcons to find.
Probably. However, I'm just glad for Alvar that he can't see outlines and that he can't see that replay, because I'd tilt off of the face of the earth if that was me and the shot missed by a single pixel. Focus towards the B site this time. Falcons, heavy stack on A. They've been conditioned, because I feel like every single round Focus has been going to that A site. And now it ends up being Outlaw pretty much alone here. The stars come down. You can see the rotation starting to come through for Falcons. But this should be a spike down, although Outlaw might have something to say about it.
Yeah, much slower rotation this time around, too, because of the fake that happened last time. Mo with the judge. Are they just going to run into it? Finds one, gets two. Even gets to pick up the Vandal.
It's been so huge.
Numbers
all
advantage.
day. KP up against it, but Mo takes a third as well. And now Falcons. And this was without the weapon advantage, but Lewis with a headshot. Vandal in hand. It's planted for long. And sure, the map was nerfed a bit. The molly will come out. Cove onto the site, though. And they're just going to be able to defuse this, I think. He's not spammed the Cove anywhere near enough just yet. And there we go. Just pressured down 1v4. That will be the end of the half, but at least Falcons kind of redeeming their half at the end there.
Yeah, you know, Falcons able to find one back and at least bring themselves up to 5. Mo with this judge going huge. But kind of looking holistically, again, great job by Focus after such a dire map 1, coming back on Falcons map pick and at least having a solid attack side to start things off. Now the defense really going to get to see what they're able to do, again, with the Astra coming on out, with the Sova, and how much information Waddle's going to be able to find between the Recon Bolt, the Owl drone that's going to come on.
So, here we go. Falcons on the attack now. And a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I feel like you can kind of feel the pressure off this game. Remember, for Falcons, they can still make top 2. I mean, Focus can too, but they're kind of relying on a 3-way tie at this point. For Focus, they need to win the rest of their games, but then they also need other things to happen in the tournament. Whereas for Falcons, if they can win 2 more, I mean, obviously you do still need other things to happen, but Falcons, their destiny is very much in their hands. They could still go 3-1 in this tournament, and I mean, you're pretty much guaranteed to make it through at that kind of scoreline.
Right, Falcons still play Apex. They play Apex tomorrow. If they win that, if they win this year, they're looking pretty solid. To where for Focus, you need to not only win this, you need Gentlemates to beat Apex later on. You need Falcons to then beat Apex tomorrow. So you need Apex to lose both their series in a row, and then you need to be able to beat Kase, which, you know, from how Kase looked as well, that one sounds like it definitely could be doable. So not impossible, but definitely not likely. Having to rely on Apex to not drop only 1 but 2 series.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Apex look pretty tough to deal with right now. They are in form, but still very possible. The Falcons, they'd be loving to see themselves up towards the top of that scoreboard to try and challenge Apex. And especially, like, if you can challenge Apex, a team that I think a lot of people are coming in touting as a tournament favorite, you can try and challenge their spot for top 2. You're looking like a team that could maybe win the whole thing, right? If you're knocking out a favorite in your way to making it to playoffs, anything's possible at that point.
I don't know. I feel like if you knock out the favorite, I feel like there's some kind of like voodoo curse on you, and then you are destined to be knocked out by someone who's even more of an underdog than you. But we see Focus running with fast pressure towards B. Aren't committing to anything, but are at least making Focus think. And now they're going to really start ramping it up. But you have 3 members here for the side of Focus.
2-man split down through mid here. KPZ might spot them though. There we go. Good little headshot, but Alvar, great positioning from him to move to the side and find a bonus kill. And now Alvar has to do a lot to buy space for his team, because Focus is sneaking on up. They're hunting him right now. They've gained so much control of the map, and they will take him out. And they know that this rotation isn't happening either, because look where Lime is.
Yeah, now, I mean, Falcons, they know. They just need to commit. It was already awkward with losing both of your smokes going down. Not going to be able to utilize those at all. And now, having 1 flash to work with, but 3 members over towards
Not ready.
B link.
Scanning ahead.
Might take a bit of a miracle. Now with this, they know they're here.
Shots out. Let's see who wins out the pistol brawl. It's, of course, Focus, man advantage. And they'll be able to set themselves up. That's huge for Focus. That is absolute. I can't really state how big that pistol is for Focus now. Getting themselves potentially 2 rounds on the board off the back of it. And this like little play from KPZ, catching out the people that were sort of lurking through mid. Really nicely done.
The 3 members, I mean, stacked together. What could you do in that situation as Falcons? Would have been incredibly hard. Maybe had they found like the opening shots coming out, they could have gotten something done. But when 3 members are just running at you, great like coordination from the side of Focus as well. It made it so hard. And look at the aggression coming out from Focus in the second round, wanting to hunt, getting an orb for Waddle, trying to get that Hunter's Fury online as soon as possible.
Lewis tagged up there. Sheriffs, they do well through those little wooden boxes, that's for sure. Trying to dissuade the aggression, at least for the time being. Obviously, massive weapon advantage for Focus. And, you know, this little probe in towards Art, I think Falcons deciding there was too much return fire there. We're going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, and just kind of look at the minimap for now, like where the Viper wall is and how we just saw the one used by Khalid there. I like that Focus readjusted, just keeping control over the extremities. We can still see Yugi and Waddle posted up there, but even on B, kind of KP, Zet, and Lime giving a little bit more space to work with.
This could be the way to get the spike down, though. Only 2 players. One of them is looking at long right now, but KPZ spots the players, and it means Lime can spin around to get some shots out here. KPZ just guns them down, and here's Lime for the final one. But it's actually Mo to get that first headshot, looking for a second as well. Close to getting it, 4 bullets remain as Lime looks to peek out once again. Yugi round the corner, and we'll finish the job. A valiant effort there from Mo at the end of it, but ultimately Focus with the gun advantage. They do everything they need to shut it down.
And now we're going to see where Falcons like to lean and like to start making their plays, right? Because we saw Focus on the attack side. It was all about those executes onto A, taking deep site control, you know, like pushing people out from secret, from dugout. You'd expect, with the fact that they're in a gun round, they would want to start over towards B again, have that longer angle to play with when you know you aren't up against any like Vandals on the opposite side. Only 1 Bulldog going to be there for Waddle.
Using the Viper smoke to cross across the top mid, then the Cascades to advance, scale up. But for now, Focus don't believe it just yet. Sending a couple of players in that direction, but not committing to defending the site until they've got a little bit more information.
And Falcons are just taking this one so slow. The jump beat coming out for Lime to know that people are still here, but we can see Falcons starting to explore towards mid as well. Killjoy setup is there, and even having your boy Lewis ready means that it can be a little bit rough, but it looks like Falcons maybe going to start to find some presence over towards A. We actually saw Focus go for this exact play earlier on. I wonder how late it'll be before the main forces of the Falcons start retreating and making their way over, or if it's going to be just a deep flank coming out from Falcons.
Yeah, I don't know. We could have a bit of a meeting of the minds in the middle of the map here. Or of M's.
They're using a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to commit. At this point, they're going B. Whether they like it or not, they're going to B. But this nice little rotation through mid. They found your boy Lewis. Should be able to get the spike down now as they push everybody away. But Yugi, he's caught with the pants down. And it's a huge little turnaround. Suddenly, it's Focus maybe with the advantage. Khaled, though, does find Lime. Now the retake, 3v3.
See what they have. I mean, Shock Dart's there, waiting for the recon bolt to come from Waddle. Try and get some information on where these positions are. No guiding light up to spy. It's not going to have that flash to play with. Waddle's good for the first. Yugi, 3 picked up. And Focus, they managed to actually win out on this round. Honestly, I want to highlight KPZ, because even though Yugi was one who picked up those kills in B-Link, it was KPZ poking his head out, which drew the attention of the Falcons players his way, and then allowed for the Jet to find those kills.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Like you say, they're both looking towards KP. They're playing bait, just trying to look juicy. Oh, and they love a peach, the Falcons. Or actually, trying to look like a pigeon, maybe? I don't know. Trying to look like a duck, doing his best waddle impression. The Falcons went for it anyway. And it does mean Focus now on double digits. 3 rounds away from pushing us to a 3rd map and keeping their tournament hopes alive. Falcons, they go for a timeout. And we'll see what they can come up with as they come into another pistol.
Yeah, and a bit surprising, right? Because now it's only been 3 rounds into this half, and they're already making their way into a timeout. I'm a bit surprised in that last round that they didn't explore more heavily towards A, and they were just so slow, using so much time, really playing that clock down to the end. And I like that Focus kind of grouping up around mid, having multiple members ready to answer there really was the call. Falcons going to need to see them pick up the pace when we come out from this timeout.
Let's see what they can do then. And actually some rifles are going to be purchased up. Actually, it's a much stronger buy than I was giving it credit for. They've got...
They're actually just committing to a buy, right? Not going to have full utility to work with, but still, saying it's do or die, right? They're saying they need to win this round and get back in, because if they gave an 11th on an eco, they just wouldn't feel confident that they can get it done. But look, Yugi already walking forward with the op. Oh, I don't know if they'll expect him to be this far forward. Doesn't connect with the shot. And Alvar getting the
He
first.
just takes his head clean off, doesn't he? That's the operator down on the floor as well here. That could be picked up for the side of Falcons. It's a good start to the attack, but they're nervous to push through the smoke. Spy the one to do it, and he does it well as well. Waddle now, holding the angle. Steps out, does find his moment. The cove will be cleared. Just trying to pepper away at Falcons as they play for long. They play to try and deny the defuse here, but there is a little patch where you can hide on this one. 2 players remain. KPZ and Lime stepping forwards, but it's Spy again to shut this down. KPZ versus the world. And he takes just one. Mo with the operator to get another. And the Falcons keep it competitive.
And for Falcons, we were saying, like, we want to see them pick up the pace and really all-inning on that round, right? Not even having full utility, just buying as many guns as they can. Here's where I thought it would get a little bit dicey, just playing in that little, like, pocket out from the wall, not expecting to be there. But luckily, after getting the opening pick, denying the op, Falcons really able to bring it back. So now we're going to see them go in, still not able to string up the best buy possible, as we do see a Bulldog there. They even thought about getting a Spectre, but we'll have 2 Bulldogs on top of the 3 Vandals, and it looks like they're happy to try and keep up the pace, but with that 0 point coming out, it's going to slow them down.
Certainly will. They kind of stall out. Look at the heavy presence in mid from Focus here. Trying to control as much of the map as they possibly can, but again, just straight down towards B. This is kind of the standard, isn't it, on the map? This is what we were talking about in the first half. Just run it down B, fast as you can. Try and take control of this side. Everybody charging in from both sides here. Spike will go down in the cove. There's a couple of trades back and forth. KPZ with the hero rifle and starts it off right.
Yeah, now here we are. 4v4 coming through. I guess 4v3 now. Waddle to get his hands on a rifle for himself too. But the positioning, so aggressive. Falcons right on the opposite side of the wall. The wall might be enough for them to find it as they're just spamming through.
I don't like this.
What's going on?
Absolute carnage. But Waddle's on top of all of it. Oh, he didn't spot the gun barrel, and he's taken down by Outlaw. Falcons, I don't know how. I don't know what just happened, but they get another round.
Much I don't even know how we ended up in that position. It was pure chaos at the end of that round. The cosmic divide being out, people being up, people being down, left to right, they're everywhere. But Falcons, a critical win, one they needed. Again, if they can take this a 2-0, push themselves up to 2-1, try and be positioned in a good place for their matchup against Apex tomorrow, that would be huge. And speaking of huge, I mean Mo. With the lockdown online, the Seekers for Spy, a lot of tools to not only find where the members of Focus are positioned, but to guarantee a sight hit.
KPZ there, his ultimate. That was a cosmic divide between, like, Valorant and complete insanity. That was the divide that came on through. And again, Falcons, they're like, look, we're going to hit B until it doesn't work. And it's been working so far. They charge in once again. Dive deep from Alvar as he looks to get as much space for his team as possible. The line trying to sneak forwards here, and Alvar does get the one. Spy, good for it as well. And the rifles are just being taken out of the picture. Hunter's Fury won't find much as Alvar, he's behind Yugi,
enemy
and he's been
remaining.
gifted an operator if he wants it. Whether or not they want it on the attack side is a different question, but either way, a fantastic round from Falcons again. They just hit B until it doesn't work.
Ivan loved the util usage in that round. Outlaw finding numerous assists from those snake bites that he threw at the start of the round, right? We saw the lineups coming through. One of them went to the back right side of Halls. I believe one was positioned more towards B-Link as well. And that's why we can see, right, picking up those assists. And then just the fast hit going through. You hit the nail on the head, right? Falcons have realized, hey, just going B works out. We have all these walls, all these smokes. It's so hard to deal with. And the members of Focus, we haven't really seen any coordinated retakes coming out from them, right? Like not flooding out a lot of times, trying to just hope that the members who are stationed on that site can find some opening picks, maybe at least, go 1-for-1 and then leave the rest of the team in a good position, but that's not how it's gone so far. So now going forward, the questions that have come out, if we're going to start seeing Falcons change it up, if this is going to condition Focus to lean heavier over towards that B site and give Falcons more options to work with, right? Like how deep can the Falcons playbook go now that all these B hits have worked?
And it's also a question of does the Falcons playbook need to go deeper? Or can they just keep on trying to hit this B site? Because so far so good. And we saw the map changes coming on in to try and dissuade this plant B spam down long strategy. It feels like it's kind of working still for Falcons over these last few rounds.
Try not to get shot, okay?
Yeah, and like you said, I guess they're just going to keep committing to it. I was wondering if we'd start to see someone else lean elsewhere. We are going to see Outlaw start to make his way over to the opposite side to at least cover any flanks that are coming through. But Focus, they finally adapted. Multiple members committed over to the side, all with the Sheriffs. And Munch, it's going to be a bit of a duel coming out right now. Clip good for the first, but Focus answer back. And it is a knife bite coming through. 3v2 now in favor of
I felt like I
Falcons.
was in the Wild West for a second there. They jump out with their magnums, just like, pow, pow, pow. And it is Falcons that win out that one, because unlike in the Wild West, they brought assault rifles, which doesn't exactly make for a fair fight. And they can just run over towards the A site now. Everybody fast rotated over from Focus. And I think at this point, the odds are we're going to 9 for 10. And then we'll head into another gun round.
Ooh. But this means now you have openings coming out for Focus to get some rifles, right? The fact that they've moved over to the A site. So not impossible for your boy Lewis and Waddle. You even still have a flash for your boy Lewis. The fragment's still there. You have a good amount of utility from Waddle with the double shock darts. Recon Bolt has come back up now. And with a heavy stack over towards A main, we'll see if he's going to be able to get any chip damage or information with these shock darts. I'm just committing them to the site.
Just going to try and clear every single corner that they can. All three are playing in main, though. We obviously know that. These players don't.
Yeah.
He's just going to go for it. Just commits to the tap at very least. And your boy Lewis gets 2. Oh, but Spy shuts it down. I could see the magic happening for a second there. But Initiator versus Initiator. Spy has been absolutely on it with the duels.
Yeah, able to connect in the end, but you're right, Waddle there, having to use all of his utility to clear out all the angles, but I like that they saved the flash from your boy Lewis to peek out here in main. Almost good for it, but like you said, Spy able to find it, and Spy now topping the scoreboard. Goes back to a point we made earlier in the day, right, that it feels like for Falcons, very similarly true for Focus, so that like any of the players kind of step up and be that top bragger. Hell, for Focus, usually you're looking at Yugi, your boy Lewis, now Lime, Waddle, being the ones to be big performers on their side. We'll have guns to work with now, and the Killjoy lockdown is here if they want to go for a retake, which they might need if Falcons lean towards this A site, but Aldrone going to give some information over.
Reckoning coming out onto that B site, trying to sell the fake here. But honestly, Focus aren't buying it.
Didn't sell anything. Yeah, I was going to say, didn't not the best of salesmen, is something I guess we need to say about Falcons. And a lot of presence in mid right now. I guess Focus realizing that Falcons can still just, lean over, commit to any site that they want, are going to want to keep this one slow and dynamic. Waddle being down, though, means you don't have that recon bolt coming back up to rely on to try to find a bit of information, but still having a lot of your boy Lewis's, if they do get in a position where they need to try to flood back in for a retake.
that ult from your boy Lewis could be massive. They try and make the play happen. Viper's Pit online for Outlaw. If they do get onto this site, the retake feels very, very difficult for the side of Focus.
30 seconds left.
And here we go, poking their heads in. 30 seconds, they've got to commit at this point as Alvar just jumps through the smoke. But Yugi finds the first headshot, and it's just a shooting range. There's everybody chiming in from Focus, just gunning him down. It's like, you know, he's got the double barrel on the go.
10 seconds left.
I don't think he'll find much more on this one. And it looks like he's actually just going to hold on to his rifle. Bold to hold the angle with only
definitely.
2 bullets.
Gonna back off, not commit to anything. You know, and when you look at the finances on the side of Falcons, should probably be able to buy it next round. Mo not having any money, but Spy having enough to reinvest for a gun for his teammate. And we see here, I mean, trying to sell the fake, but Focus clearly don't buy it. And then just all rushing into sight, finding these picks. And this was the coordinated flood that we were talking about that we wanted to see come out from Focus.
I feel like Focus kind of, they didn't just not buy the fake though. They used that lockdown, right? And we're like, look, you can try and really hit if you want, but we're not committing anyone else until we see that, until we see it with our own eyes. This lockdown is enough to answer the reckoning. You're absolutely right. Oh, nice little jump from Yugi. It's a great little start because now Focus with the entry looking towards match point here, or looking towards game point, sorry.
Keep going forward. Mo finds one on Lime. Knives still out for Yugi, but they're going to back off. And you could see what Falcons want to do, right? After losing last round, they're like, hey, let's go back to what's comfortable. What's comfortable, just going towards B side. The read was there from Focus. Now left in a 4v4. Good thing that we still have Call It Up, and, you know, we'll have those spokes available
hearing this.
to at least try and get on site.
APZ stood in art right now. Everybody just, it's like a herd of horses. Herd of horses? What do you call a group of horses? It's like a bunch of horses anyway, galloping along by. APZ is going to get some shots in. The Cove comes down. He can't quite. Oh, he can! The headshot finds the way through. KPZ might just save this round right now. As Waddle just going to blast on in as well. Mo alone, flanked, and Focus find map point here, 12-9. And the Falcons might just be pushed to 3.
Yeah, looks like we're probably going to end up going to Lotus. You said it, KPZ there, finding the most crucial kill to deny and buy time for the spike to go down. And that buys enough time for the other members of Focus to get there. And it seems like Focus were able to make it over to the A site a lot faster than Falcons were expecting, because they were still just kind of grouped up right in the middle of site, and honestly just getting shot at from behind, right? Like no one looking out towards backside. And they ended up getting punished for it. So now we're going to see Focus want to go forward fast and challenge.
Nice.
Yugi finds the first.
That's how in. But Waddle's there, Yugi as well. And Focus, it started rough. They lose the first map, and they were struggling a bit here on Pearl. But my God, have they woken up. Focus with a dominant end to Pearl and headed towards Lotus to finish out this series.
Great to see, right? Those early rounds when they were on the attack side, you could see them getting a little bit flustered, especially when they were working A. They figured out how to do it. Again, they started to use the utility to really flush out backside, dugout over towards Flowers, and then swapping over to the defensive side. Their reads on Focus were so good, and I guess they're like reads of the reads that Falcon would read were insane.
So much fun watching some of these mid-rounds. Mo had some crazy moments across the course of the map, but it felt like towards the end of the map, Mo was a little quieter, and maybe he was the player that needed to be, loud throughout the whole thing. He certainly was leading the charge for a lot of the early game at very least. Focus, these last few rounds were so convincing, like phenomenal stuff from the whole team, and Waddle stepping up towards the end there, 20-13.
But even just look at the team effort as a whole, right? Like 20, 17, 18, 16, like very close in that kill department. Even Lewis, I think, stepping up with some impact frags toward the end there. And it was great to see, right? Great to see them go back to this composition that they like to bring out on Pearl. We got to see some of the Silva lineups to be able to take away that killjoy utility on the attack side. Got to see some great stuff when they were on the defensive half too. And I'm just excited. I'm excited to see what these teams have in store for us on Lotus. again, it's a little bit do or die for both. I mean, for Focus, it really is do or die, but even for Falcons, right? You don't want to drop down and be in a similar position where, like, you're relying on, like, weird results to have to come through.
Winning this series, whoever loses this one, they're out of the running for playoffs, pretty much. It's not quite true for Falcons, but it's not far off true. It means that their fate is in Apex hands at that point. We're going to find out how this one ends. It's a doozy. So much of Group B is relying on this. You don't want to go anywhere. Welcome back, you lovely lot. We're still here with VCT EMEA Ascension, and we're ready to jump into game number 3 between Focus and Falcons, which has turned into a little bit of a banger, hasn't it, Lyric?
Yeah, both teams picking up wins on the other team's map pick. I feel like we've seen like great things from both sides. On the last map on Pearl, we saw Focus and especially what they were able to do. I feel like with a lot of their reads, like knowing how Falcons wanted to play out on that attack side and allowed them to clinch the map 13-9.
So now we go to Lotus and see which team can dig deeper here. I feel like, you know, Falcons had a bit of a stronger map win on Fracture, but Focus, especially at the end of the map, like really coming together. It felt much more coordinated on the second half and feeling like they could hold on a little bit better, manage to take us to game number 3. So now we go to Lotus. And you know, a lot of that second map, I feel like, was down to the IGLs, down to the mid-rounding, which, I mean, Lotus is the perfect match to watch perfect map to watch a bit more of that.
And, you know, the thing I'm concerned about is like the different results we've seen. I will say, right, like Focus obviously having a theoretically higher level of competition that they've played through, because when you look at what Falcons have been able to do, 5 wins, 1 loss. You know, during their domestic split coming to, they were able to win out against Kase on this map the other day as well, even if that did end up going to overtime, to where we haven't really seen Focus have the best time on this map recently, but that has been here at Ascension, losing to Apex, losing to Gentlemates, like a lot of strong competition. Yeah. So I don't know if that necessarily gives us the best read of who should be favored, but you should at least expect Falcons to be feeling confident coming in on the Lotus.
You certainly should. And the thing for Focus is, like you say, when they've lost a couple of times recently on this map, you can learn a lot from those losses. However, it's games every single day. So how much time they've had, you know, to figure things out off of those losses is a different question. We'll see how they look coming in today, as our composition's locked in, and it is going to be that swamp comp coming out from Team Falcons.
Yeah, both teams, once again, like, they aren't throwing any curveballs. We are seeing exactly what they've shown on, you know, the maps prior. Are going to have the Harbor Viper coming out for Team Falcons, so that can open up, I think, especially a lot of control over towards A, like pushing over towards Rubble to get that with things like the Cascade. But I'm interested to see Focus, Lewis coming out with the KO again. And Lewis was the one who top fragged in their last game on this map, their loss against Gentlemates, which that did go to overtime. It was a 12-14 loss. It was incredibly close. So definitely no, they should be able to get something online here. And hell, even things like the null command, right? Being able to play out against a Killjoy. So I definitely think the KO going to be able to find some value. And with Focus starting on the attack half, this is really where you want to start to make your presence known.
So map 3, here we go. Focus and Falcons, both of them need this series win for a significant chance of playoffs. Still technically possible for Falcons. Focus would be completely out of the running if they lose this one here. So it all comes down to this. And a scrap for Mound looks like to start this one off. Is there heavy stack from Falcons? 3 players over on that side of the map. It's only Lime to answer.
You know, Munch, I did the F thing again. As tricodes, not the best thing. I love to see the fast 0 point, though. Like, look at how much control they have right now. And we can even see on the mini-map Lime poking out over towards C. So has some information that they aren't showing with the junk peaks constantly coming through. See if he ends up spotting them out, because you would expect Focus to want to start reallocating, and they are. So they expected the rotation to come through, but Falcons actually baited out.
They're kind of just chilling. They've been for some time now. Yugi will get himself an ult orb, and you can expect these players are about to explode out. I think Yugi just saw some heads, though, and look at that on the minimap. They are sprinting over towards this A site. Focus, they know what's up. But that wall is kind of holding them back for the time being.
Yeah, gonna use that Cascade and now try to get some presence in towards Tree. We'll see if Yugi gets flushed out as he's concussed for now, but Lewis opens up, finds the first, gets 3, ends up going down to Audi.
2v2 now. Waddle stepping through. As Audi will find, oh, will he? No, he won't. Lime will find him. That delicious citrus coming out strong. It's a strong old flavor, and it's a strong old player. Alvar, 10 seconds. Taps the spike. Nobody's going to check him yet. Now he has to go for it. They know that he has to. They can swing on out, and it should be given. That's it. Waddle takes it. Oh, what a pistol coming out, though. I mean, collectively, 64 HP remaining on the whole map.
I thought Falcons had it with how slowly they played out at the start of that round. Like, they actually did bait a lot of the rotations over towards B, like closer to C from Focus, but Focus able to get back on site. And it was really Lewis. 3 kills picked up in the round. I pointed out that he was the top fragger on this map against Gentlemates and already off to a really strong start.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Focus, like you say, off to a strong start. Weapons in hand now. And I think quite important there that they get themselves off to a good start in this one. It does feel like they've been a little slower to get the ball rolling than Falcons have been. However, it does also feel like they've been getting better and better as the series has gone on. Perhaps this third map.
Oh. Yugi gonna just find that first pick. I guess, you know, they are the ones with weapons. You'd expect it to be able to come through, but always nice now. Only 4 members for the attacking side. And the spike's still so far from C, so they're actually not committing spy anywhere. But 3 members of Falcons right outside of where Lion is posted up.
Got the weapon advantage. The turret will do a bit of damage as well, which when you're on pistols without armor, the turret can be a formidable opponent. So they'll sneak in Alvar onto that site, but the rest of the team not willing to commit just yet. Alvar trying to figure out where the opponents are. They'll just about deal with the turret. The Marshall shot actually missed there. But here we go. They will be able to get the spike down, you'd think.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they should be able to, still taking the rounds really slow before full-on committing to anything. The utility going to come out. Still not going to plant yet, and looks like it might not come through with KPZ finding 2.
1 enemy remaining.
Did he not know he had the spike? I don't know. He just kind of stepped out. He could have planted in that corner. But Falcons take it down either way.
I guess maybe just expecting like the fast flood to come out from Focus and deny the plant, but they didn't. They gave a lot of space, gave a lot of time over to Falcons. We're trying to play it as a coordinated group before committing to any fights, and that made it so the spike not able to go down, not even able to be picked up once the fragment is thrown down on top of it, and then left in an impossible position to play from.
All right, so Focus, they get 2. And it was at this point last game where Falcons really start to come alive. They got 3 rounds off the trot. On the trot. Starting from round number 3. And this time, fast play from Falcons right towards that B site, but stopped for the time being by a nano swap.
Even if they end up not committing to B, I think it's so good that they were able to at least take down the turret. Looks like they are going to end up committing in the end.
Alvar happy to jump forwards, and he's not been spotted yet. He's in the perfect place. And the rest of the team getting some shots in. Yugi hasn't been spotted just yet. Might be able to just get an orb or 2 for himself. I don't know if a retake's happening on this one. Just a Spectre.
And now Falcons, I mean, changing up the pace, right? The first 2 rounds playing incredibly slow. This time having the guns, wanted to go for a faster hit. Even deciding to commit to the B site. You know, Focus had information that they were there because they broke the turret. A lot of that utility came out early on. But not being dissuaded, knowing that they have the advantage to be able to commit to. And like you pointed out, Alvar's positioning being one of the key things to be able to guarantee and convert that round into a win.
Yeah, Alvar managed to get very deep onto the site very early on, and Mo just hitting those shots as Outlaw. Catching Yugi out of position there, or at least catching Yugi when he's not expecting to be in a duel. And now rifles across the board. I'm looking at Yugi as well on this Neon. I feel like Yugi, when he's on that jet, absolutely phenomenal player. The Neon across the air has left a little to be desired, but this could be the map where he really takes over. Him and Alvar, we saw him kind of dueling on the Neons back on Fracture. Feels like years ago at this point.
We've seen the same setup to control Rubble from side of Focus every time. They're going to be starting to get pinched out, though. Alvar wins the first duel. A lot's going to be up to you, boy. Lewis is going to end up backing out in the end.
I feel like Alvar is consistently so aggressively positioned, and Focus, they don't seem ready for it. Like, so often, it's Alvar charging further forwards than they're ready for, and he finds that kind of surprise pick to start the play off. Now currently watching V-Link, trying to make sure that he doesn't get caught from the side. Orb comes up, they can move in. That's a nice shot from Waddle, though.
Yeah, exactly what they need now. Going to try and pivot over towards B, but this is where all of focus is.
Looking right into the meat grinder. 2 for 2 here. The Guardian comes in for Lime as well on a 1v1 on the site. And Lime, who needs an automatic weapon? He makes it work anyway. 3-1 now for Focus.
Great play coming out from Lime. I'm a bit surprised Spy wasn't a bit faster and like trying to push forward for that trade. He did start to plant the spike, right? And actually gave time over for Lime to win out in that 1v1. That shot from Waddle is just absolutely disgusting. But yeah, really awkward situation here. Yeah, put away his gun, was running forward with the knife, and I guess just not expecting Lime to be there as well. Really good 3-stack over towards B coming out from Focus. And once again, going to go for the same rinse and repeat control for Rubble as Yugi. This time around matches the aggression that you were pointing out that Albar has been dishing out the previous
That's what we
rounds.
wanted to see, right? We get Yugi jumping forwards, getting a headshot in. That's what we want. Nice stuff from Yugi there to start the round. And so far, it does feel like Focus kind of having the reads in this one. With how these early rounds have gone, Falcons playing it pretty slow and kind of faking these rotates. But Focus do seem to be doing a good job of keeping on top of where the players are. This time scaling up towards A. Got pretty deep without being spotted, but there we go, Yugi with a jump peek. They know what the game is now.
Seekers gonna come out, even the high tide. Gonna try and cut these members off from sight. I love Alvar getting a deep position. The question is if they'll read it. Pretty common position to take, so I feel like they should expect it. But Focus are all grouped up, and that null command's coming out.
So suppression across the team, and here he goes. Yugi just flies into the site and takes them all apart. Your boy Lewis knocked down, but not finished off. And wow, what a retake. What a retake.
The fast flood coming through, making sure they get on site together. Not even able to take down Yugi. Just blitzes past Alvar way too fast for him to be able to answer. And I feel like looking at these first 5 rounds holistically, I feel like we need to see Falcons explore the map a little bit more, because this same setup to deny like quick entry over towards A really has been the bane of their existence. Sure, they end up getting on site, but being at the man disadvantage right away makes it so hard to play from. We don't really see them like prodding over towards B, maybe breaking some Killjoy util, forcing Lime back because he's really been that consistent anchor over towards the C site. They need to start creating more question marks on a map as big as Lotus, because it feels like Focus are just given so much free information and control early on of both C and A, right? The extremities are both given over towards Focus.
I mean, that's Team Falcons on your screen right there. With whoever gets dinked by Alvar. Oh, sorry, not Team Focus. That's Team Falcons. It's just, like, honestly, the fact that they both start with an F is ruining my life.
You know what I've realized is also the worst part is like both F, like similar tri-codes, and then Focus with their red logo being on the defense, which is, you know, the tealish green, and then Falcons with the green logo. Yeah. So yeah, just a lot of things coming all at once. But going into this next round, we do have some ults available to Falcons. I wonder if they'll want to commit something like an overdrive to be a little bit more aggressive. But that same overdrive being there for Yugi, only 1 away from the lockdown, which would be able to deter any site hits that Falcons wanted to go towards.
Just trying to play a little defensively towards Rubble here. Outlaw should be able to step up, but not the aggressive trading that we saw on Rubble for the first couple of rounds. Just scaling up quietly, the Cascade to buy them time and space, and no contestation for Focus on the Rubble area whatsoever.
Funnily enough, even holding on to some util that they were using before, right? Like the 0 point, not thrown. We are going to see the overdrive come out for Alvar, playing in the same position he did last time. Your boy Lewis goes down. Yugi finds 2.
We asked for more from Yugi, and more he will deliver. The Reckoning comes through as he looks for a 3rd. Khaled will trade it, but the damage is already done. Or is it? There's Khaled!
Oh,
there's a new
it?
sheriff in town. Taking heads and taking names, Lime alone.
Spike planted.
Viper's Pit coming out. Outlaw has the Vandal to work with. I mean, this now is solidly in favor of Falcons. What can Lime get done? Both playing grouped together right in the center of the map.
This is so tough.
One enemy remaining.
First one. It's nicely done. Enemies should know where he is, and the red outline comes out. Trumps, Outlaw grabs it, and Falcons, it's not a clean round, but it is a second round. Keeping themselves in touching distance on this one, and most importantly, shutting down that win streak.
They needed that. They needed Khalid to step up. And he's been at the bottom of the board the whole time for Falcons in this game. But he was the one who topped fragged in their win against Kase the other day. So you know he's someone who can deliver. And now getting quite close to another reckoning online. This time, Mo will have the lockdown for a bit of, you know, maybe try and guarantee yourself a site, especially if they work their way over towards C. Aren't going to do that just yet. And it's actually Focus making a bit of an aggressive push this time, but getting punished by Khalid.
Yeah, just blasted through the smoke. Lotus goes down. That is really not ideal for Focus. And Lotus is such a wide map to try and defend when you're down numbers as well. I guess they're not down numbers.
And now
he just fights one easily.
Still, lockdown online. Khaled's only one away from the reckoning again. So they have some nice tools to go for a side exec. I guess the thing you have to worry about is you do have that like counter lockdown from Lime, which would pretty much end up canceling them out. Lime actually has the op this round. See if he's ready for them to rush over towards him. We can already see him getting off site for now, but Turret gonna spot them out. They're gonna have this information.
Lockdown immediately placed here. Gonna try and force them away. The stun actually does come on through, but the Nano Swarm should be able to keep him safe for now. To peek out with the operator. And like you say, it's gonna do so much work for him. But the other lockdown is going to come on through. We've got 3 players detained on the map right now, and Alvar's found the only 2 that aren't. Spraying away, but splashed. And KP comes in with one of his own. 2v3 now. The retake continues, but Khaled gets another. Waddle sneaking around, but Spy has been found. Khaled has to go huge. He did in the last round, but this time it's Waddle on top of the scene.
And that one got so dicey. Honestly, props to Yugi for being able to equalize the numbers to make it so when the retake comes through that it is close. Having the lockdown there. I can't believe so many people got detained. In the end, Lime finds the first one, tries to get away. And then sadly, Alvar, finds some of the players who aren't detained. Does get the opening pick, but then turns around and gets taken down himself.
That was a strange all round where so many players just committed to being in the Killjoy ults. I kind of wish we got to see some of the detained players like try to like knuckle each other. As they're all just sort of wandering around. Lime is having a fantastic game so far, by the way. 7-3 on this Killjoy. The lockdown fantastic. Holding down that site for as long as possible by himself.
Ooh. Adding a new layer to the offense here for Focus. You know, we've seen them take this Rebel control before, but this time committing 2 players. Sitting your boy Lewis up there with Yugi, who does have the judge. Fun, but KPZ, he has the op this time around, finds the first. Lime connects with the second, and you expected them to be able to deliver with the gun advantage, but luckily Alvar able to pick up the hero rifle.
That's insult to injury there. As the stun actually is going to land. Sheriff picked up. How is he winning at this range? And he even finishes it off with the enemy Sheriff. And Alvar, he had that hero rifle. And now, I mean, it really does have to be heroic, doesn't it, to find anything in this one. Maybe could find a headshot onto Yugi here. But I think that's all he can really hope for.
And they know exactly where he is. They see the spike. Everyone from Focus making their way over now. Ends up getting one. Doesn't really mean all too much. And now, for Focus, going forward 6-2. I love seeing them throw this op around and play out these angles, not even having to use these ults. Right, it was an anti-eco coming out for their side, but really delivering. Really just surprising gun choices, really changing it up in terms of the playbook that they have. Right, this time around, we saw them commit 2 members over towards Rubble. We saw, for the same token, 2 people peeking out through B. It's these differences that are catching Falcons off guard.
Look at Yugi's score as well. We said, look, is the Neon as good as the Jet? So far, absolutely here on Lotus. Yugi's kind of taken over. It's a great game so far from Focus and Falcons now. What have you got in the tank? No ultimates online against 3, but they do have rifles at least. I feel like it's all about these opening picks so far. But, I mean, just finding opening picks is easier said than done.
I feel like it's so hard when, like, there's just so many questions on the side of Focus, right? Like, we can see, again, them changing around who has the op in this round. 2 rounds ago it was Lime, last round it was KPZ, it's going back over to Lime, so, like, you have a lot of things to find out as Falcons, like finding out where the op is, finding out, I think trying to push Focus off the deep rubble control that they've been able to get. Like you need to make Focus guess more of where you are, because from the very start of this round, from this map, it feels like that Focus has just been able to get all the free information that they want. And I don't see that changing with we'll say, the ult advantage that Focus have going into round 9.
Yeah, like ult advantage, momentum, like maybe morale advantage at this point after winning the most recent map.
Maybe they had better meals coming into the day.
It's a banana diff. That's what it is. They had bananas coming in. I remember back a few years ago, we were casting a tournament in League of Legends called EU Masters. And a guy called Veteran, a few people in chat might know him, said whoever has the bananas, whoever takes them from the player lounge, they're going to win the tournament. Big stole those bananas, and boy, did they win. Boy, did they win. Banana diff is real.
I don't know if diet diff should really decide this map, though, when, like, Falcons would be having, like, hummus and grape leaves and euros and, you know, Focus, you know, from Northern Europe. We'll have some UK food and stuff like that. Beans on toast, not the best. Is Lime.
Me not the best. Your boy Lewis, by the way, only Welsh player in the tournament, repping the beans on toast. You got to believe.
I actually respect beans on toast, so I don't know why I'm insulting it. I see it. I see the brilliance.
It's glorious. I actually had beans on toast this morning. I had beans and egg on toast. But you know what I didn't have on toast? Yugi, or Modin, as he mows him down, living up to his name there. 4v4. Is the spike still not down? 20 seconds on the clock. Khaled will commit. The backside of the players, in goes Alvar. He's a madman. He's absolutely possessed in this one. But Khaled, he just makes it happen time and time again, doesn't he? Waddle challenging forwards. Does not want to give up on the round just yet.
Gonna spam on through, but I feel like it's impossible. He's not gonna be able to make his way in here and get a defuse. Just look so grouped up on the side of Falcons. There's really no way of peeking this and being able to take out all these members. Maybe you find one, but that's all you'd be able to get.
He's going to try. High-low setup. And, I mean, yeah, he's just walking into a shooting range, isn't he? Khaled, though, 3 kills and so many big rounds from him. I feel like, I don't know if this is actually true, but it feels like every single big round on this map for Falcons has been down to Khaled to start it off. Wow, with a great entry.
Yeah, and that's why it looked like it'd be in their favor, but Khaled able to connect with these two, and then even support Mo on that third, really allowing Falcons to bring it back. So now gonna have the Reckoning going into this next round. You still do have that overdrive for Yugi. No op gonna be invested into this time around, so we do have like the op musical chairs finally coming to an end. And now we see, right, earlier we're hitting on Falcons, needing to more question marks as Mo finds 3. Alvar even finding one elsewhere on the opposite side of the map. And Munch, this is exactly what they need to do, right? Explore the map, like have more defaults coming on through. Punish the aggression from Focus over towards A.
I mean, this is what they need to do. Just walk out and just kill him. Like, just click their heads, guys. It's just that simple. 4 kills for Mo. And I feel like he's just basically walked in there and gone, right, time to win a round, boys. Just steps out in rubble and just takes the heads off. Absolutely insane.
I feel like even beyond the beautiful shots being connected, like sending 2 members towards A, you have 3 kind of hovering over towards C, you have Turret gathering a bit of information towards mid. You need to deny just those deep pushes coming through on the extremities from Focus, and they did that so well in that last round, not only picking up all those kills, but now getting closer to getting more ults online. And with it being 6-4, I mean, Falcons maybe even in position to bring us to a 6-6 half, because Reckoning locked down there, 1 away from the overdrive, 1 away from the Skeekers. If you can string these into the next 2 rounds, then we're going to swap sides being completely even.
And now, head coach Johnny Lobster chatting away to Focus. Great name, Johnny Lobster, by the way. He's reassuring them that the Mo isn't real. It can't hurt them. But they're pretty sure that it definitely hurt them in that last round. The timeout coming on through. And it's been a great half from Focus so far. But the money, still pretty good for Falcons. With the 2 rounds back-to-back here, they're pretty much going to be able to buy for the rest of the half. In fact, there's no pretty much about it. They're going to be able to buy for the rest of the half. And it looks like Focus deciding not to try and overforce things here. Going to make sure that they can get a full gun round for the final round in the half and just go with the half buy, see what they can do.
I mean, they should be happy as long as they can at least get to 7-5, right? You would expect Falcons to be able to convert this. And, ooh, I like the aggression coming out from Focus. We can actually see over towards C with 3 people stacked up, but Falcons got the read. They're going to the weaker side of the map for Focus, and they're going fast.
They certainly are not messing about as the high tide goes in. But oh no, it's Lime, sorry. He's taken down either way. Alvar just charging forwards, but Waddle in very close range with that Sheriff, but he manages to make it work. Oh no, he's stuck! He's stuck!
Oh, no.
Nano Swarm! Oh god! It's horrible to watch. Mo actually steps into the Nano Swarm, but he's been found by KP. This is a lot messier than Falcons would have liked. 2v2 now. A rifle in hand for KP as well.
One.
Khalid.
An overdrive being used by Yugi.
Sneaking around though. KP doesn't know where he is. He might have to drop on one player. Oh, but he didn't get chance. Yugi tapping the spike. Khalid stepping forwards. This is his moment to make his mark on the series, but taken down by KP. And Focus with the weaker buy. They keep this map alive.
And I do not know how they were able to bring that back. I mean, Falcons with the right read. They go to the weaker site. They find the opening pick. They're able to get the spike down, but just so much confusion caused. Once the reinforcements make their way through, KPZ covering for the defuse to come out from Yugi. And Yugi not even really having to use that overdrive that he popped in the end, right? Running on through, already having the numbers there. And now we're going to see them get into this round with a nice buy. But Falcons, it's last round. You have 4 ults. We got to see them used.
I feel like this is one of those rounds where you need this one with 4 ults. You go, oh no. I mean, that's 2 of your ults gone. Lime has just removed them from the equation entirely.
And now Lime, lockdown. You have the null command there for Lewis. God. So you even have ways to cancel out the utilities. Bit of trading back and forth. Both Mo and Lewis going to get tagged out to about similar levels of HP, but we do have the Sky here to at least make things a little bit better for the side of Falcons.
Seekers come on through. What is that one doing? The Cabbage just climbing up the tree, wants to go back to nature. That is going to be the A site. They should be able to get this plant down. Nobody committing for the time being. Just dealing with those cabbages. Now the rotation can come through. They've heard the tap. Killjoy lockdown comes out as well to get them space in the post plants. They actually get a push out here. Mo as well. Suddenly 3v3. If they can pick up Lewis, it's going to be kind of tough to pick him up. No, they do manage to get him here, but Mo with another one.
And we see there, I mean, the numbers disadvantage still. 2v3 coming in for Focus, but gets brought down by Mo. 3 in the round, finds the 4th, and Falcons make it happen. I feel like it was so crucial for them to go for that aggressive push. You're at a man disadvantage, like you need to try to bring it in your favor. And even though we saw Mo pop off in the end, actually Outlaw pushing into their spawn from B, I feel like was one of the difference maker, because now you have all these angles to worry about, but Mo still being the man to seal the deal.
Mo has been insane, and it feels like it's all on the A site. If I'm not mistaken, he got another 4K on the A site earlier on in the game. Absolutely mental stuff coming out from him. And now 7-5.5. Pretty much as even as you could hope for. Just a single point away. And now Focus to the attack side. Let's see how they choose to play this one. Heavy stack towards A to start us off. But only a single player there for Falcons.
Oh, but look at the fast flank coming out from Falcons. They're just going right into spawn. So they should know what's coming on through. You would expect that as Falcons, if you're Mo, you would have anticipated to hear something now. So they know there's going to be an A hit coming on through for Focus.
And Focus should know that they're being flanked by at least one person. I don't think they understand that there are 4 people chasing them onto the site, but they have made it on at this point. Trade back and forth. Spike down, and we've just swapped sides of the map. This is a wonky round.
It really is. Now we're going to get a dual Khalid able to win out. Flash, good.
The flash is great, but the execution on the follow-up just ain't there for it. Mo with 2. Yugi, it's good for the start, but he can't quite connect the second one. And there we go, Falcons. Great defense here. The fast flank in the pistol. And that should just about even us up in the scoreline. Although, I feel like I've said that a few times over this tournament, and we keep on mentioning it, those sheriffs can never quite be caught out.
No, I mean, hell, we've even seen it in this map, right? We've seen thrifty rounds. One, it was Focus doing it in the last half. And I guess it would need to be Focus once again to be able to get us up to an 8-6 scoreline. Though, yeah, Falcons, you love to see that level of aggression come out, how dynamic they were willing to be on the pistol round. Stuff like that was what we weren't seeing on their attacker side, right? Like, a lot of the criticism we were dishing out was that they weren't being a bit more dynamic, trying to create more question marks, be a little bit out of the ordinary.
Bit of tagging coming out there. They try and push in towards his B site, and we'll just go for the plant. No, they will not. They are denied. Yugi will find one in close range, but that's all they'll find. And Lime, I don't know how, but he somehow got out with his life. 31 HP in a dream, but I don't think he's going anywhere here. Spike has been found, and they can just hold this one as long as they need to. This could be a long round, still a minute on the clock.
You know, I believe, Munch,
Since we've got...
that this won't be a long round.
You think Lime's going to peek?
No.
Feels
Yes,
like
please.
he's going to. The wall comes up, though. Oh, and spam down through the smoke. Well,
Yeah.
it hurts.
Well,
It hurts my
I was
British
gonna
heart to
say-
see a British player gunned down like that.
you see it happen, but one gun taken off the table from Falcons were able to convert quite well, and now we get to see how spicy the Focus offense is. You know, anytime you go to, like, I don't know, like a Thai restaurant, they ask you how spicy you want your curry, like a scale. All scales are different, but I feel like most of the time it's like a 1 through 10 type number. Where do you think Focus would land?
How spicy?
We give it like a 6. Yeah.
With the amount of Brits,
4 players towards A.
we do love Indian food. To the Brits. I don't know. I will say, limey potentially. You got a lot of curries that have a bit of lime in. Certainly no scurvy on the side of Focus, that's for sure.
We're going to see them be incredibly patient despite the gun advantage, not wanting to give anything over. I mean, still, right? With 3 Bulldogs story about the classic Falcon bonus, one headshot really can just make a difference. And we can see on the minimap, Lime, he's the one exploring elsewhere for the side of Focus, very willing to go for the rotate. And in this circumstance, it's the right call. 3 members here for Falcons. They're still making noise. They're trying to sell this play towards A.
Feels like Falcons are buying it for now, but as I say that, the rotation starts to come through from Outlaw and Spy to move over to the other side of the map. Focus, 40 seconds on the clock. They've got to start to make a decision here on where they're going to go, and it looks like the decision is C, but the read is good from Falcons as well. 3 players on the site and 1 on the other side of the double doors.
30 seconds left.
Ooh. This not going to be spotted. Yugi potentially going to be able to get so much done despite the fact that Falcons have the right read. Just going to spam out for now with 0 point. Going to do a lot for the silence.
Door prompt, but playing with time as KP goes in. 10 seconds left on the clock. They've got to get the plan down, and they've got to get it down now. But they're going to be denied an elbow. But Lime finding it. 5 seconds to get the spike down. And he's just about going to be able to do it. Khalid has been found out by Yugi, but it doesn't matter when there's a sheriff in hand. And now with Vandal in the 1v1. Lime is here. Oh, and he's got the drop. He's got the drop.
Oh, no!
4K for Lime. Scurvy be gone, because Lime's on the scene.
Knife out. So unfortunate there for Khalid. And my God, that was so dicey. I feel like Focus even lucky to get the spike down in the end. I love the play. I love the incredibly deep flank coming out from Yugi. But it looked like it was potentially going to be all for nothing if that spike wasn't able to get down. But they get it down in the end. And then even the push through to spawn was just something that Falcons weren't ready for.
8-7 now. Rifles across the board. 1-0 on either side. And this is where the game is going to really start to heat up now. Flashes come out as Yugi fighting for rubble once again. Heavy presence from both teams. And a fairly fast push from Mo as he takes control of Mound.
They're going to keep on going forward. But look at Falcons. Yeah, just so much pressure taken everywhere on the map. And Focus taking this really slow. They are baiting out a lot of the utility from the side of Falcons, though, as we saw a relay bolt just use, a couple of guiding lights already thrown out. So this Flash is not going to be able to work with for the next little bit.
Remember when we came into the tournament and everyone was like, oh, you know, ammo's been nerfed. We won't see the same amount of spraying through smoke anymore. You were wrong. There is still plenty of spamming through smoke to be done. Reckoning comes through, but no real follow-up. Boy, Lewis is down to 9 HP. KP's at 17. And a high tide to try and buy space and time.
They're wasting a lot of time here from Focus, right? Like they're gonna push them to the edge of the clock. Now gonna commit over towards B. Alvar is here, but still, just this utility slowly coming out, denying it, but also good for Focus, just baiting out more and more. Lewis somehow escapes, but Spy fights too.
Spy, fantastic little bit of play. 3 on the trot there. And now Falcons with the man advantage for the retake. Lewis will be able to get the spike down. He's there alongside Waddle, but only 9 HP on the robot. And Waddle's been taken out of the picture. Lewis has got to go huge. He's got to save the day. He's got to do what he did in finals of Polaris. Misses the first headshot, though, but he does turn it around. And there's 2 for your boy, Lewis. Can he do it again? The king of headshots.
9 HP.
Royalty on the scene here. 7 bullets to work with. Holding the angle, committing to the play as Mo has been so big for Falcons, and he's big once again. A massive player and a massive play.
I mean, Mo waits out the time, swings maybe off an unexpected timing, and does find it. My God, though, Lewis so close to being able to get it done off of such low HP. And I feel like the story of this round was just how much time that Falcons were able to buy, just constantly peppering with utility, the Reckoning thrown out. Focus never able to just go on to the site. A lot of damage was done by the time we saw them able to get the spike down. And that was the real difference maker. Focus are going to have quite a few ults to work with. They do end up finding an opening pick. At least we'll be able to bring them in the next round, even if this one does end up being quite in favor of Falcons.
Judge in hand for Khaled, by the way, sitting on B site, waiting for somebody to check on in and guess where the spike is. It's your boy Lewis pushing it in towards B, but Khaled, he's moved away from the angle at the worst possible moment. Oh no, he's going to get caught out with the players behind him, but he does get one at least. Someone went in, wanted to split. Plant down onto B. 2 for 1 so far.
Seeker's going to come in. So, I mean, I guess for Falcons, you already know where these members are. Surprisingly, not finding Waddle through the cross with the fact that the smoke orb was up. Now having some decent positions, but still man advantage for the side of Falcons.
Guns in favor as well, but not anymore. What just happened?
Oh.
Waddle with 2, using the Sheriff. Mo has to step up again. 1v3 here as he steps forward, looking for the 1v1 with Lime, but Lime's not playing. He's just backing away. He's playing for as much time as possible. The judge not going to make it happen, and oh, Mo, he's angry. Takes out the opposite Killjoy, but it's not going to be enough to take the round. Focus have done it again.
How did Waddle find those kills? I mean, it looks so dire for them, being down in members, being down in guns. One of them, I mean, I can't wait to the replay and see how this one happens too, because Khaled, I mean, ends up going down, but that was a nice play by Focus, right? To create 2 spaces to worry about. And actually, Kalatz. Yep, Kalatz for the second one. Unfortunate. So unfortunate coming out
a second.
From Falcons.
The thing is, though, like, you know, that play is insane from Waddle, but look at the ultimates from Focus. They have the economic advantage. They have almost 5 ultimates, a single point from Waddles. They're in a point where these next 3 rounds could get them to match point. And, I mean, they're in a fantastic position to get them.
Exactly, and you know, that's why we need to spell it once again. Focus, pretty much all but out. There's like a really weird set of circumstances where they can get that 3-way tie online. So winning this match still incredibly important. Now gonna go for the side hit. Khaled tries to be patient, but ends up going down.
Gets checked, and now the trade's going the way of Focus. It's looking like 10 here, but Mo does have that rifle. Maybe the Vandal can be the difference maker, but they can play post-plant. This is nigh on impossible to find a defuse unless you get some absolutely ridiculous play coming out from Falcons. Oh, just double checking, trying to get rid of any utility that could be there, any nano swarms. Still 3 ultimates online for Focus if they need them, but deciding they want to hold them as long as they can. When you got shots like that from KP, I can see why. KP does go down, but Blind answers it instantly.
Yeah, just too much at this point. Are going to be able to close out the round, and like you said, with the economic advantage they have, with the fact that they've still been able to bring a lot of these ults going into the next round, you'd expect that Focus should be able to start stringing them together. Luckily, we can see Falcons not doing too bad themselves coming into this one. And yeah, Focus finally starting to make their way over towards C. We've been seeing a lot of attention put towards A by Focus, so now maybe going to start exploring the C side a little bit more after conditioning Falcons so much for those A hits.
And Alvar has an operator. This is the man that has to make the magic happen. The flash, though, pushes him off the angle. Great bit of play so far from Focus. He needs to find his shot, he does. Yugi taken down as now the spray comes through from Mo as well. And suddenly the attack not looking so convincing. KP and your boy Lewis have to make it happen, but they can't. Not into Alvar, not into this operator. And a smooth operator he is as well.
That was a 2v5 for Falcons. No disrespect to their other teammates, but my God, Alvar and Mo getting everything done. And I mean, this round is over, right? It'd be way too much to expect Lewis to be able to bring this back somehow. You still have a plethora of utility to play with on the side of Falcons. Good for the first one. Going to be able to get a lot more done.
Going out against the
through.
That's 3. Suddenly he's in a 2v1. He's still got 50 seconds to play with as the flash comes in. Oh my days, it's a millimeter away.
That was so close.
But Khaled, 9-10 now on the scoreboard as he saves the day for Falcons.
You know, I think Lewis came into this matchup as the most exciting player for both of us. I cannot doubt him anymore. But Falcons starting this off with a 2-man hold, clearly not expecting Mo to be here when the operator's on this site, right? A lot of times you're up being that solo hold, just with how much space and time you can buy. And hell, even a lot of times, like the attacking side would just outright opt to avoid that after the first pick would come through. But Focus commit. And now we're still neck and neck bunch.
Lockdown available here on the defensive side, but as well on the offensive side. It's going to be a Viper's Pit coming through. And you can just use that lockdown to try and force everyone out of the Viper's Pit, and then it's a lockdown for a lockdown. Just ultimates being spacked at the seaside.
And somehow Yugi getting shipped out just through the spam. Waddle finds Alvar. Numbers advantage in favor of attackers is always so rough. On a big map like this, it means someone like Khaled has to go forward aggressively.
Outlaw trying to keep his ultimate alive here. He'll step back into the smoke. No, couldn't do it in time. And that's the Viper's Pit down. It's going to be answered with a Viper's Pit on B from the attacker's Focus. Trying to cause a bit of chaos, keep the players over on the B site. And it does mean that Outlaw's on his own here. Taken down now. C site completely controlled now by Focus as they go for the plant.
They're going to be able to get this one. They do have to worry about the flank because this is where Khaled is. But now they know his position line. Finds the first spy. Able to connect onto Waddle. Still a 2v4. Really nothing to work with. And it looks like Focus should be able to convert this round.
Spy sneaking his way in, going full James Bond here, but he's given away his position at this point. The alarm bot there as well. No bullets left, and Yugi finishes him off. Focus, another one here. And the play-ins team, this team, the only one in the tournament not to be seed 1, the only one that had to go through that grueling play-ins tournament. Now, so close to finishing this game out. Trying to contest against Apex as well, the other Polaris team.
And, you know, we've kind of hit on the niche circumstances where they can still make it. But even just getting a win on the board in group stage,
yeah,
honestly, is probably just a goal for Focus at this point, right? The pride of your region, just the pride of you as professional players overall, wanting to show that you can make it. And now, coming in with the gun advantage, they're just going to go for a bit of a faster one. Just look to roll over Falcons in this round. They're going to force them off site.
Love the confidence there, but Alvar taken out by Yugi. And there's only 2 defenders remaining. Yugi is taking over with the overdrive. There's 4. He could just hunt, surely. Outlaws there, and the ace comes for Yugi. We asked the man to step up, and he tears Falcons apart. Match point, series point. Focus so close to the victory that they've been searching for all day.
One of the most exciting players to come out from Polaris, stepping up in this final map, picks up the ace. Gorgeous to see, and like you said, bringing us to match point overall, 12-9, 1 away from the null command. Some ults to worry about on the opposing side, but now, after going for a few rounds in a row where you're heavily investing over towards C, they're leaning back over towards this A site. But we can see that Falcons, maybe reading it, are going to have the flash going out. Going to see Alvar push out board off of it. Seekers going to give the info over that a lot of members are
no,
here.
Alvar! Steps too far forward. Didn't realize how many players were there, but at least Spy can answer, so it's 4v4 once again. Reckoning comes into play to try and fight for control of Rubble, and it will dissuade the aggression from the side of Focus. They move back over here towards the B side. Look at where Khaled is.
Sneaky position.
Oh, this could be
We're going
huge.
to see if they actually check this box. Are they going to spam this box? Or is he going to be able to
Oh my
find
god,
something?
this could be massive. Khaled could save the day for his team. The Falcons on the cusp of defeat. The trigger discipline is huge. The 3K is there. And now suddenly KPZ, the only one, has to try and get the spike down as fast as he can.
36 HP bunch, 1v3. It should be impossible. He's going to try and be a little bit creative. Start checking out towards spawn. Maybe even make his way over towards A, which is where Spy is for now. Again, this should be impossible, but I feel like so many times in this series,
Watch for Waddle.
we've seen
Watch for Waddle.
made to happen.
It's not Waddle. It's Outlaw. Waddle's his teammate. He wasn't watching for him because he died a long time ago. It's another for Falcons. And my goodness, that was scary, especially after the initial pick, but
The discipline, like you said, though. Waiting behind this box, able to get the 3. Sure, KP is able to answer, but it's not enough in the end. And now Focus, well-timed timeout. I think don't even let Falcons start building any momentum. You want to shut down whatever good vibes they're feeling right now. They have a lot of money to work with. You especially look in Yugi's bank account. Like, he's going to be able to buy up. You're going to make sure that KPZ has a weapon, and they're still going to be able to keep going forward aggressively now, having that null command. So we're going to have a little bit more to work with. No ults even close on the side of Falcons. So for Falcons, it's going to have to be good reads. The IGLing coming through, able to find good trades to be able to bring us to overtime.
it will be the full buy round. And again, like you say, Focus just one away. Two more chances to close out. I can't count, okay. 2 more chances for them to close it out. And Falcons are desperate to contest this one, to push us to overtime. And remember, Falcons, they can still make it second seed if they can win this map. It's still very much all to play for Falcons.
I was curious to see if we'd see Focus explore it all towards B, because we really haven't seen them do that at all in their attack side. So going to go for the A contest, but Falcons are challenging.
Here we go, no command.
We're going to see Outlaw entry.
Oh, no, he's not. Lewis is on the scene. And look at this fast play over towards this A site. 2 defenders still remaining, but Spy taken down, and Alvar finds himself alone. Good headshot to start it off as Lewis is planting just a millimeter away from him. Can't connect the shot slow, and Lime takes him down. This could be it for Focus, but Mo wants to change that. 2v2 now as Waddle takes him out. And Khaled, once again, we ask for greatness.
We've seen him do it before much. We've seen him pop off in clutch on Lotus specifically. Now,
The Cove.
left in a 1v1.
Stick it.
It's the Cove down.
Here we go, Waddle has to move in. Khaled trying to save the day for Falcons once again, and he does!
Oh.
Waddle steps up, he waddles up, if you will. And Focus keep their dreams alive. They take the map and they take the series.
The timing could not have been worse for Khaled there. Tries to go for it, but great to see some from Focus, right? Regardless of whatever ends up happening with this group, because they are still in a very, 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 like, tough, almost impossible position, right? We would need a lot of funky results to come through for them to have a chance. Just getting a win in the group stage, getting on the board, and showing they can contend, I feel like is a big win from them. Getting to see kind of what we were selling of, like, you know, the Focus is a team where, sure, like, you have a lot of hype around players like Yugi, but really anyone on this roster able to deliver. And it held true. It held true through this map, being incredibly clutch. And I think you phrased it well earlier, is that throughout each map, like, Focus just came more and more online. Map 1, they started off incredibly slow. Didn't work out at all. Map 2 was a little bit more back and forth early on Pearl, and this time they came out swinging and able to keep composed to find the win. It's just beautiful.
Yugi grabbing himself that MVP. Mo, fair play to you, man. And Mo had so many insane moments across the course of this series, but unfortunately, not enough to take the win. They're not out of the running. Actually, this win for Focus means that both teams are still potentially in the running for a big old multi-team tie. We'll have to see as Yugi grabs himself the MVP, and I think rightly so on that Neon.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about who got MVP on this map. Yugi coming in, one of the players we want to say really have a star-level performance, definitely delivered in this game. And yeah, now, like we said, I mean, you still have like 2 mammoth powerhouses at the top of the group in Gentlemates and Apex. Like, they should be the teams to make it out. But I feel like this series itself taught us a lot that the impossible can happen. Can happen within, you know, a single round, can happen within a single game, or, you know, maybe it can happen in just a group stage kind of round robin overall. So I'm excited much. I'm excited to see how this group
it's impossible not to be. It's impossible not to be. And guess what? You just mentioned the top 2 teams in this group. They are up next. You do not want to leave this stream. It's Gentlemates up against Apex right after the break. We'll see you in chat.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the group stage of VCT Ascension EMEA. It is going to be myself, Zach, stepping in with the wonderful Ash for our second game of the day on the B stream. And man, do we have a banger coming up for you. It is none other than the top two teams of that B group. Apex facing off against Gentlemates. So Ash, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling stoked, to be honest. This is about to be a banger of a matchup. Very textbook teams in both the mates and Apex overall. And when it comes down to it, sure, there's pretty comfortable there for the side of the mates. We're going to send over towards the Gentlemates roster as well to give you guys a little introduction if you're not familiar with them. Overall, this team right now leading the charge here in Group B, record of 3-0 throughout their series. They've played every single day in a row thus far, getting a bye on the last day and have essentially secured their spot there into the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, if you want to talk about cracked players, you start off with none other than Taka, who has been phenomenal over the course of not just Split 1 and Split 2 for the French League, but also over the course of this entire event, a key factor in why Gentlemates are 3-0 so far in their group. But on the opposite side, you have another team looking to keep their record flawless. This is going to be their third game, so they have one more coming up tomorrow. But so far, Apex, they have been absolutely dominant, not just over the course of Ascension, but also during their time in Polaris, the undisputed victors. And if you look at their names, you're probably going to see a lot of familiar titles there, you know, Magnum, of course, Enzo, Mystic. I like to think of these guys as the ex-Fnatic squad, kind of, so, or Fnatic 2.0. And they have, I think that they are arguably the favorites to kind of come out on top in this Ascension tournament.
They definitely are one of the favorites. They did also get that bye day yesterday, so took a bit of a pseudo break. You know that they're cooking stuff up in the background. They surely were not actually having a day off overall, but we're actually going to check out these map vetoes that we have coming in. What's interesting, Zach, is that both these teams, they do share a very similar map pool and map bans, and the initial ban to come out actually is going to be that split there for Apex.
Yeah, and that makes sense. It's probably, I would say, one of their weaker maps, though you can't really call them weak in any sense, because I think that both of these two teams, they have like the deepest map pool over the course of the entire tournament. They've played on every single one, and wow, it's really interesting to me that Apex picked Haven as map number 1, because this is a map where Gentlemates, they have a 100% win rate. They've done a pretty good job. You saw them take the victory against Team Falcons, I think the day before, or the first day of groups, of course. And map number 2, Ascent, that is going to be picked by mates. And again, this is a map that both these teams have quite a bit of experience on.
Yeah, that was kind of my question going into this matchup was, are these teams going to look to counter pick each other with the similar map pool to just try to get, or go and get out those weak maps instead? And it looks like they're both going to be playing towards those strengths. That does work out for both of them. This is going to mean that we're likely going to go to that distance all the way to that last map there. And as far as Lotus goes, sure, Apex 100% win rate, but they've only played it 3 times at least throughout Split 2 and Ascension thus far. Gentlemates, though, they have 9 times that they've played this particular map on Lotus there, so a lot more experience that kind of sends in officials.
Yeah, and so far, you know, whenever Lotus has come up, Gentlemates, they've been able to put up a show. I don't think they've lost it a single time. It's come up twice for them so far over the course of this Ascension tournament, so they've definitely been able to keep their numbers up and keep the morale up for the team, and also just in general pop off. But I think that for both of these teams, they have a kind of similar playstyle, very methodical, very measured, and I believe that both teams have individuals who can pop off at any second. Like that clip from Logan being able to just get a 4K with the Sheriff, it's like permanently enmeshed in my head at this point.
Yeah, it's insane, right? And I do think that we do have that head-to-head that we get to take a look at as well after you just happened to mention that. So taking a look here at Logan versus Magnum, both the Sentinels on both sides. Logan in particular had a standout performance yesterday on day 3. He was team MVP, match MVP across all 3 maps that they played. They're up against Focus, and overall just incredible things coming out from him as far as the ability to lock down those sites go and being that hard anchor, right? Then we swap over to the side there, looking towards Magnum on the side of Apex. Of course, has that experience being previously a Fnatic player like you had mentioned. Both these Sentinels, I mean, genuinely just stand out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that for that point that you brought up, it was a really good one. They're both incredible at anchoring their sites. Like, nothing's gonna get past them. They do so much damage before they finally go down, and that kind of lets the other players on their team play a bit more flexibly around the rest of the map. They're able to just take that space, get some initial traction, and one of the things that I would personally like to look at when it comes to these head-to-heads is the star duelists for each side, because I think that both of them have been putting up the numbers, not just over the course of those splits, but over the course of Ascension as well. Like Taka S in particular, I think that he's one of my favorite players to watch. He's just so clean on that jet as well as that race. Just a phenomenal duelist in general. And if you look at the first deaths and first splits that they're able to kind of put down, I think that Taka S is kind of leading the scoreboard when it comes to Ascension so far.
It's undeniable, right? Overall, especially this player who has that fire lit underneath him, right? He had that opportunity with KC before actually getting swapped off that roster. So this player has something to prove, and they are itching to make it to VCT EMEA.
I think that either of these rosters definitely have the potential to do it, and between you and me, Ash, I feel like KC dropping Takas was kind of a fumble on their part. It's just my personal opinion, please don't sue me for it. I know if anyone's watching, but honestly, one of the most incredibly cracked players I've seen. And Kiko, of course, nothing else to really say about it. I think the statistics speak for himself. His games against Focus, for example, their opener match, I think he was one of the most incredible fraggers I've seen. He had for 12 first kills in that series. So it's just a testament to, if you set these players up, what they can really do. And I think that's what both Gentlemates as well as Apex have in spades. That's my favorite part of watching them. They are really phenomenal about how they use that utility to really set their duelists up to get those first kills. And this is the first time that we're gonna see them going head to head against each other. So I'm very excited to see what's the result coming out of this, because whoever does win this, they are gonna be the most likely going to be the undisputed kings, depending on who wins, because if Gentlemates wins, they will have that perfect shiny 4-0 record going in, and if Apex win it, I'm willing to make a bet that they will also have that 4-0 record, despite them having a game tomorrow. Just a little bit.
It wouldn't be too surprising, right? There's a reason why, you know, both Zetch and Tux ranked them in that S-tier echelon there on day 1 as far as all of the teams go. It's undeniable. Apex were insane throughout their run in Polaris for that Northern European region, right? Overall, undefeated in Split 2. They only dropped 2 maps, won every single best of 3 series that they did play. And when it comes down to it, that entire team is essentially heavy hitters. The only person that you don't see having that same kind of standout performance is going to be Shadow, but that's because he is that support player for the team. He plays those flashes and is just able to enable everyone else for their frags.
Yeah, and the thing is, you talked about Polaris and how Apex had that dominant record. You could say Gentlemates are the same. We're doing the same thing over the course of France Revolution. You know, their first split, they were playing under another name, SBG. They were able to win 3-1 in that grand finals to take the title, and then they finally got signed by Gentlemates. Congratulations to both the org. And while in that second split, the grand final was a little bit closer, it was 3-2 that they were able to win, they still had that domination coming out of their region. Not as much as Apex, but you know, nevertheless, being able to win both splits and be the undisputed champion of a particular league, I think that's pretty impressive. So we're basically seeing, you know, Polaris versus Revolution kind of clash going on here, and I don't know who's gonna come out on top. I'm genuinely curious.
And on top of that too, with the Gentlemates as well, I think we expected them to have a great performance here in VCT EMEA Ascension, but overall also just coming out even stronger than maybe even anticipated. 2-0s in day 1 and day 2 versus Falcons and Kase. Then you got that 2-1 versus Focus, but we actually have to focus back on into this matchup. Agent Select to come out here. Again, it's map number 1. We're on Haven between Apex and Gentlemates.
Yep, and it's going to be Apex starting off on defense. It does look like both teams, they've gone for the very meta, very common Haven comp that we've been seeing day after day after day. Nothing exciting really coming out apart from, personally, what I like to call the Jet versus Jet thing that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. TaKaS and Kiko, of course, both on that Asian. Of course, both teams, they have 100% win rate so far. That's going to be pretty interesting because that 100% for one of these teams, it's going to be going down in the statistics. So it's definitely going to be a head-to-head that I'm very interested in. If you look at the win percentage for attack and defense, it's also very similar for both of these teams. So Gentlemates versus Apex, map number 1. Let's see what happens.
Expect a pretty neck and neck situation here, right, between these two players. Someone to definitely look out for in the server, especially going into this first round here on the pistol, is absolutely going to be the duelist on the side of Apex. Keiko was insane on pistol rounds. Overall, a huge opener for the team, right? But as we kick things off here, Mates already set up for the standard A hit.
Yeah, they're going fast and heavy. TaKaS kind of leading that charge, spots out Magnum, not quite able to connect the shots there, and Magnum is willing to try and fight for the side, and he's called for backup as well. Already 2 more players from Apex joining him in the fray here. Utility will, however, push them off the sides, and neither side has found a pick quite yet. In fact, it's going to be Mates backing all the way off, trying to go for that C push instead, although Kiko's still waiting there, able to find first blood.
Gets a little bit harder for the Mates now, though. They have their controller down with Whalers out, so no cover to be provided here on this A split.
They still look like they want to go for the side, but unfortunately for them, they haven't moved offside. Magnum still angering that backside position. You also have Shadow in the corner. They're really low, still able to find a kill before getting traded out. TaKaS finding the first kill for the side, gets a second as well. Logan finding the refrags, and now it's going to be a 2v2 scenario. Spike finally going down on site. And Apex, what are they planning?
Gotta play the post plant here now. Recon is up though for Enzo, the IGL, to find that information. Shockdart as well. But look at this hold. It's a crossfire here for towards CT. Great swing to come out from TaKaS as well.
Oh, that's an unholy Shockdart, but it's gonna be the fall damage that takes out Enzo in the end. What a way to go. And Mates, they start things off with a really clean pistol. Sure, it looks a little bit dicey after their Omen went down towards C, but that re-hit towards A, they were great at getting those trades.
Ooh. Now, it's buy-up round here for Mates, right? Looked like TaKaS was initially thinking about investing into that Phantom as well. Instead, we'll just lean back into the pistol. So a bit of that FPX buy to come out here with the save that we're seeing coming out from Whalers and TaKaS. But again, fast scale and information up towards that C side. A double hold, though, from Apex into Garage. This leaves C, though, and be really open as far as things go for the defenders.
Very, very far up Alarm Bot. Gonna give away the information. Also make these players vulnerable. And Magnum with the Cloud, with the Ghost, is able to find that first one. Kiko towards mid, getting a second as well, and numbers advantage. Swinging in favor of Apex here, even if they're not quite able to retrieve all of those weapons. Logan still with the Phantom in hand, trying to hold on for dear life, taking quite a bit of damage. Beyaz finally finding a kill towards that A side, and that's going to kind of trigger this rotation out of Apex to maybe come towards this A side, but Magnum, he says, I got this. Hold up. Take your time.
Still slowing things down. But again, at the very least, those stronger weapons here are still in the hands of mates. However, a lot of damage done, and Magnum still sticking around in there, in towards short. Manages to take down Whalers. Now in this situation, it's a crunch here for the side of Apex at the very least. It's all about buying that time, because mates, it is tough for them to actually get this plant secured and feel safe about it.
Yeah, they finally managed to get it go down, but there's already that flame coming into play. The awareness, though, from Beyaz to be able to peek and get that kill. Now it's just down to Kiko and Shadow. Beyaz on fire over the course of this round, finds yet another kill. Kiko has the HP, has the Sheriff to work with on the flank, spots out that first player. The trigger discipline coming out, knows where the second is, but won't be able to connect the shot as Beyaz, with 4 other rounds, will convert this for mates. But what an expensive round for them.
Yeah, that's tough. For Apex, you really couldn't ask for anything better as far as that eco round goes, right? You're going to see the quick little replay come through here as well. At the very least, you know, they still secure it in the end, but man, you get to pick that Phantom back up. But at the very least, due to that FAX buy, it still will be a full loadout. Not actually looking for that bonus round. And for the side of Apex, they juggled their money around a little bit funnily as well, so they won't even have those full shields either.
Yeah, they're just, again, you just see mates going for it, looking to go for this early A push. The drone doesn't quite spot out the position out of Taka, although Kiko through the spam is able to find that first kill. Really huge opener for Apex, because taking down that star duelist, it's going to make it so much more difficult for mates to really find purchase of the site or create that space.
Yeah, now it's all about slowing things down, trying to re-clear. A lot of mid control here for Gentlemates as well, thanks to Logan, who did throw out all that KJ util to keep an eye on things. Great drone just to clear out towards C Long. Unfortunately, it still doesn't actually catch that cubby position, so mates are still a little bit worried about it. You see that ping coming through, right? But it's the rotation back over towards this A side, and Apex, due to all that KJ util you see holding that left side of the map, can stack very comfortably with T3 here towards A.
Yeah, I think that recon should be coming online as well soon. Beyaz kind of leading the charge towards short. In fact, all of the players from mates looking to make this a short hit. Enzo, that first points of contact. Soba versus Soba. Enzo, though, 2 already. Clean headshots coming in. On long, it's going to be Whalers trying to make something desperately happen. Paranoia as well to find some damage. And it's going to be an almost flawless round for Apex here. Enzo goes down, but not before finding those crucial 2 kills. And they find their first.
And with that force up into the bonus, for mates at the very least, it leaves them desiring a little bit more going into this 4th round, right? Not going to be able to have that full loadout that you would necessarily expect to have. Might have some hero rifles carrying through overall. At the very least, though, with the Guardian into the hands of Takas, I would imagine that is for the opportunity to find that first blood. Get the Blade Storm online, then you toss that Guardian over to somebody else.
Yeah, I think that does seem to be the plan. Like you pointed out, a lot of these ults getting very, very close to charging up here. Beyaz one off that Hunter's Fury. Logan only 2 away from that lockdown, but the same could be said for the opposite side as well. And so very close to it, and oh my god, the swing from Apex. It finds so much value here as that 3-stack pays off huge. Now it's just going to be Taka S and Whalers against the world here. They look to try and make something happen in B, but Shadow still lurking around this area. Killjoy utility as well in spades. He's gonna hear this cloudburst coming out and is able to perfectly find the timing. Taka is just not ready for it. Only a Sheriff left in the hands of Whalers. And how much more can he find?
While we're watching Whalers walk around a little bit right now, though, I do think it's pretty hilarious. You see like how the alarm bot just like fully pulls over to the right side there on B, as we saw Takas trying to move in that situation. Unfortunate that that cloudburst didn't fully cover, right? But speaking of cover, recovered a Guardian here for Whalers, but still, it's a 1v4 situation. It's a tall task to be called for here for this Omen.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's almost impossible, I gotta say. All he can really hope to do is find a couple of picks. Spots out Magnum, does quite a bit of wallbang damage, although Magnum's still crouching for dear life in that corner, hoping to not die such an ignominious death. And while the reload happens, Mystic is able to swing out, find the timing, and say Omen diff right there as Apex, they find their second. Mates, their economy looking a little bit more revitalized after that half buy coming in, and like we talked about, Ash, they have been really charging up those ultimates.
Yeah, some snowball opportunities are abounds there going into the future, right? But now, at the very least, for Mates to try and find that lead, have opportunity with that lockdown that you were just talking about, Hunter's Fury, for either the execution to try and zone one side of the site, cause a little bit of that chaos as the remainder of the team pushes on through, or even saving it out for the post plant. We'll see what Beaz does choose to do with it for the side of Gentlemates, but it's great dark cover to come out here and towards long, just earning more space for them, pressuring onto the side of Apex further. Owl Drone out in towards short as well, but doesn't actually clear upper.
Yeah, Mystic gotta be able to hold on to that position. Concussion as well. There's just so much utility being spammed, and in the meantime, Magnum has already walked up really close on that flank. The recon finally catching out Mystic, trying to do some damage. It's gonna be Beaz to find that first split, but that paranoia from Mystic is immaculate, letting him really find that trade. And on long, it's gonna be Kiko with that operator finding even more value. Now Spike gotta be dropped. The lockdown forced out of Logan to try and make some space onto the site, and it does seem like Apex, they're gonna be respecting it.
The problem here is that does not cover towards heaven. Smoked off at the very least with the dark cover. Keiko tries to find something through that smoke, and aggression from the tank in towards CT. This is dangerous.
Oh.
No!
That is such an unfortunate whiff there. Whalers though under heaven, still trying to find some damage, but Magnum will finally take him out, and now it's just down to Whalers. A 1v3, Magnum in positioning, ready for that swing, ready for the kill, and Apex, they're able to find 3 rounds in a row here with this defuse. Gonna be able to hold on to that lockdown as well. They're gonna be very happy about it, and of course a huge round coming out of Magnum. That initial picks of course are important, but just being able to position and reposition himself after that to find those kills on site, great work.
Clinical, right, coming out from Apex as well as Gentlemates. But for Mates, now it's going to be a question of, do they start to default a little bit more for those A hits, especially when that had that lockdown at the very least. They did full commit towards a lobby and didn't really leave anyone on the side, and Magnum took all that space for free, right? That's just so much information for Apex. And now it's a different kind of stack. Apex kind of switching up their hold now on the defense. As a great fault line to come through, but Tekka still comes out on top regardless.
That is such a nasty shot with that Blade Storm. Being able to take that operator out of play right off the bat is huge for Mates, and they're kind of changing up things a bit. They've been kind of conditioning for that A push so far, but finally you see some mid-aggression come out of them, and immediately they find a great reward here. Recon does spot out Magnum, doing a little bit of chip damage, although I think that Mystic has gone completely unspotted. It does seem like Whalers is aware of that push coming out, though not able to do too much damage. In fact, takes quite a bit himself, as after that mid pandemonium, it does seem like Apex, Mates are looking to go back towards that A site, but already Apex, they're starting to rotate.
Yeah, they're wise to it for sure, knowing that the right side of the map right now is much weaker with that lack of presence, lack of utility. Now just about to hit and meet Mates head to head. Sure, Owl Drone does come out here for Beaz. They'll find the information soon enough.
Oh, they're gonna be making their way onto site. Aftershock doing quite a bit of damage there. And oh my god, off the back of that utility, it's just gonna be a slaughter fest for Apex here. Kills coming in across the board. Finally, Naidam able to find one for himself, bringing things to a 2v3. Logan gets another one, and that equalizes the scenario. Lockdown invested already, though. Buying time. Enzo just has to hold on site. Magnum able to find it, and now it is gonna be that Killjoy versus Killjoy battle. Magnum knows that Spike is dropped, that there's no time. All he has to do is stay alive here, and that will be the round once again for Apex. Really good Killjoy ult out of Magnum. It just saved that round completely.
it's not even just saving the round, it just guarantees it, period, right? Logan can't do anything in that situation, forced into a save as well because of the fact that M80 are on the back foot currently with their economy. Sure, they are still building up those ultimates. That lockdown that had just been used now already halfway to coming back to fruition. And then a hero rifle into the hands of Takas, but that's all she wrote for the most part. Opportunity to try and make a play off of the Rolling Thunder if Gentlemates wants to do so. It'll be a question of if they can find that first blood, because if they get picked off first, it's unlikely to see that being utilized.
Oh, but in the meantime, Keiko able to take up all that space for free on short. Finds that first blood with the operator. You give this man an inch, he'll take a mile, and you can see them backing away, knowing about that Odin spam ready to go on that A site. It just seemed like Apex are saying the A site is not open for business quite yet. Please try again later, and the warning is going to be taken by mates here as they look to go towards that garage area. But this is what we talked about, right? Magnum just so good at being that anchor, buying an immense amount of time for the rest of his team to come in, and already you can see that the utility is just doing so much damage.
Great from the shadows as well, coming out from Mystic, right? Allows that reposition from the A side over towards C immediately just to spread the defense a little bit further, because right now A is just locked down by Kaiko. You've got that operator watching, but Enzo actually going to be the one to find another pick here. And mates, I think what's tough is they're really struggling to find an answer at this moment. All three players extremely split.
30 seconds left.
It seems like an impossible situation at this juncture. The shadow smoke does come out, the shadow step as well on top as Whalers tries to find something. And in C, it's going to be Logan despite taking that headshot who finds the kill. However, the trades still go in favor of Apex here. Fake tap by Beas to try and smoke these players out. We'll finally be able to get the spike down at the very least, a little bit of extra money to try and play out this 2v3 situation. Gun advantage still in favor, and that shock dart, oh my god, just so much to Beas here. The spam from Enzo and the shock dart as well, doing quite a bit, and it is going to be a 1v2. Beas, 38 HP left, Hunter's Fury in hand, trying to isolate these duels, but Kiko ready for it with that operator. Will find Apex their 5th.
Defense here for Apex. Seems like their retakes are undeniable. So clinical right now. And right now for the Gentlemates, it's been a bit of a struggle about finding those openings, okay? When they were playing together, just going for those standard A splits, you had Apex who were pushing out through grass or even just holding, playing for those retakes. And mates not really having as much information across that map, not as much of that map control. Sure, they have spread out more into a 4-1 split on the default, but at the same time, it's been a question of, okay, can we maybe speed things up a little bit, I think, here for Gentlemates? Right now, both these teams, with how disciplined they are, how clinical they are, and how slow they do like to play, it does very much so favor more towards that defensive side, because when you're on the attack, you're looking to control that tempo a little bit more, and Apex is not the type of team that's gonna over-rotate and fall for those same ploys.
Oh, but look at Kiko here, taking out so much space towards C-Long, pushing out with that operator, not able to connect the shot onto Logan, who does quite a bit of damage to Kiko in turn. That default setup that you were talking about for mates, it seems like that fast hit towards A for all of these rounds doesn't really enable them to find that crucial blood. But now that they've drawn it on the other side of the map, they're looking to go for this full A push right now, at least giving the impression of it with the smokes and the fake, and it's working because it's already drawn Kiko over to that site. Now 4 players kind of hanging around this B and A area.
Oh, Mystic hears this though.
Yeah, Mystic hears all of this noise coming in. He has the crossfire set up. Rolling Thunder committed, flash on point, enabling Takas to find that first blood. It's still gonna be Shadow playing anchor on the site, finding that crucial trade, but all of this was just a ploy to take control of that C site, and for once it seems like mates, they're gonna be able to get that spike down.
Spike initiated here. We've got a Rolling Thunder for the tank as well. So into this post plant, full opportunity to just completely deny. And knowing this, Apex, they have to go for some sort of flank situation, especially with that Hunter's Fury as well.
Yeah, still a 4v4. They don't really have any retake ults on Apex side, so all of this has to be done, like you mentioned, gun to gun here. Magnum on that flank, like to try and take these crucial ults out of play, and oh, the timing is so bad for Logan. Magnum on fire here, finding the second kill as well before finally being shut down, but the damage, it might have been done here. It's going to be a 2v3. Nightank able to not do too much here. The spam attempt coming out of Whalers, but it's just going to be the stick out of Kiko, who not only gets the defuse, but also that final kill in Apex. That is going to be 6 rounds in a row for them, really showing us why they are the uncontested champions of Polaris.
Dude, man, that was just gross. Magnum's timing, just the sense to hold for a little bit, knowing that the majority, if not the entirety of Gentlemates had fallen back towards C long, waiting for that distraction to be made on site by the remainder of the Apex team as well. That was just a chef's kiss kind of moment. Forces the first time out of the series here as well from Gentlemates' side.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see a timeout coming out earlier from the team.
Yeah.
But I think they realized that
6 rounds in a row.
Exactly. They realized that, you know, they finally have a full buy coming in. They're getting closer to recharging some of those ults. And if you think about that last round, right? They got that first pick. They were able to take care of that site, but just Magnum being able to find 2 kills there was too much damage for them. And after that, it just kind of fell apart. They invested so much. They used that Rolling Thunder as well to try and keep it from going through, but all of that, and it's still going to be Apex walking away with the round. So mates, they really have to consider what can they do to, number 1, get onto site, and number 2, if they do get the site, to keep it.
Default, like spread default, like do a 2-2-1 split kind of situation here if you're Gentlemates, and maybe speed things up a little bit. You can still play the push and pull. You don't have to commit to anything, but right now, for the majority of the part, Magnum's utility mostly remains uncontested most of the time. That leaves it really comfortable for Apex, of course, to then flex around the other sides of the map. And we're seeing more of that split coming out through here as Kaiko looks to push up towards A lobby and hold this angle.
Again, Kaiko has been so phenomenal over the course of this map so far. Ever since he got an operator, he's been able to consistently find that value. Once again, despite that Omen smoke, he's able to just find a sliver of a gap and take out Logan, which means that on a map like Haven, if your Killjoy goes down, you're just left so much more vulnerable to that flank play coming in. Now Mystic with the jump peek, able to spot out a couple of players towards long there. Shockdart trying to clear him out of that position, but it's not going to really do any damage at all. And that shadow, the smoke is going to do worse, but the spam through the smoke is going to enable Nightank to find a trade here. Shadow, though, on that A side still takes out Whalers as in trade, and numbers advantage. It remains in favor of Apex firmly.
Oh, timing here. Recon comes out. Magnum has to shoot it out. Still looks back just in time.
Oh, the spam just a little bit too much Enzo there for the backup, and now it's just Nightank. And with not much left in the tank, 45 HP and a dream. Might just try to hold on to this rifle, but already he hears Magnum coming. He's on the hunt here. Spots out the elbow, gets the shot, but this round with 15 seconds left, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. Not much you can do in this situation, and the struggle bus, at least for Gentlemates so far, is the fact that they're just stuck in this ping pong economy. Now that Apex finds that 7th round in a row overall, it's been falling apart eco-wise for Gentlemates. They need to be able to break out of that toxic cycle where you're stuck between those ecos, those buys, and it all kind of happened off the back of the fact that they did end up forcing off the back of that FPX buy there into the bonus round, and since then, that's kind of how Apex is kind of just like rolled through things. They shut that down, and Gentlemates weren't able to find that full proper loadout since then.
Yeah, they've been struggling economically, and for their counterparts, Apex here, they've been phenomenal at not just finding these opening picks, but also just getting this early information. Once again, mates, they try to go for an A push, but a nasty shot from Kiko. That's going to take out Whalers, who are almost free. Doesn't even take an iota of damage in the process, and just like that hero rifle, it's going to be retrieved. They tried to make something happen, but it's going to be Kiko still being an absolute menace. Finally, the drone not going to be able to catch him out, holding down the line here. Recon boats coming in as well. Cloudburst trying to block it off, and with both that Odin and that operator being on this A side, I don't know if Mate should really push the issue on this particular one. And the
I
flank.
mean, mates don't really have anywhere to go right now.
Oh, not another flank here. Magnum, 2 for the price of 1. Finally gets shut down here, doing a little bit of damage in the process to their opponents as well. But that's a rifle that mates could pick up as they try to go somewhere else. Taka is able to dash in, clear out B manually. But the problem with the B side is that it's so easy to retake.
So easy to retake. You don't have any cover either with your Omen player being down there and Whalers, and that means it's actually the tap and then rotate over towards that C side, where definitely feels a lot safer overall. Logan also extremely disconnected from the remainder of Gentlemates at the moment. Interesting plant spot to kind of try and flip that site. That becomes even more difficult depending on the pathing that Logan chooses to regroup with the team.
Yeah, Blade Storm activated as well for Kiko to try and make this round a little bit easier. Again, aware of that possibility of that late lurk coming in. Now it's just down to the utility here. Shots not quite connecting for Taka, so that Paranoia is perfect. Blade Storm for Kiko finds that first, not able to get the second though. Enzo with the classic is, and now it's just down to Logan. Only a Sheriff in hand, gets that first in the 1v3, but that will be all that he is able to get. It seems like they are able to respect that Sheriff out of Logan. They just tap the spike and they wait for him to peek out as he is forced to. And 8 rounds in a row for Apex, right, Ashen? At this point, you gotta ask, what can mates do? Like, of course, you talked about the economic cycle, but they've tried to go for a hard push. They've tried to go for these fakes, but it just seems like Apex can do no wrong.
Default. I want to see the 2-2-1 split. It's just like, I feel like the way that mates are playing right now, they're very much so just committing to one half of the map and then leave the other side pretty barren. Sure, they rely on some of Logan's util to keep an eye on it, but the timing from Magnum on his flanks have just been impeccable thus far. Just able to full on dodge those situations, right? And this is finally the speed up that we're looking for here towards the B side.
Now,
Spike's not there yet, though.
Yeah, they're taking their time about it. Taka is still holding a very aggressive position, and look at where that smoke is going down from the Omen to try and enable them to push even further. Finally, Spike going down. Enzo used to use his drone early on, gets the tag off the back of it. Not able to connect the Hunter's Fury, though, does get one tag in and finally gets a kill. That's gonna force out the lockdown and trade, but it just gets spammed and destroyed. That's gonna make things much, much more difficult for mates to hold on, though. Taka S gets one finally going down, and now Magnum putting his own lockdown into play, forcing these players off the angle. Whalers in a very rough position, has to Shadow step out of there, and Shadow with that smoke going down will be able to at least tap the defuse, gets half of it in fact, and now it just seems like it's gonna be another free defuse.
Yep. That's what I'm saying, right? It's the retakes for Apex are just so clean. Even the positioning of the lockdown that comes out there from Magnum, really strong in towards Barrage, forcing everyone on the side of Gentlemates to just shuffle over towards that right side of grass and not actually able to swing and cover that spike plant and try and frag onto that defuse. But now, last round into this half, right before we swap side, Gentlemates, we saw glimmers of genius coming out from them into those first 2 rounds. That same kind of confidence is what we need to see again, especially off the back of the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, talking about confidence though, it's gonna be Enzo with the spam, finding a kill on Taka right off the bat. The recon comes out, does manage to tag Kiko off the angle, but still Enzo with the spam, able to keep his teammates safe and do a little bit of chip damage as well in the process to Beaz. That's gonna force mates to get off that side, go for once again an attempt to go onto this B side. Shock dart invested early on to break that killjoy utility, although it doesn't do too much damage. And again, the spam, right? It's just so much to deal with for this side. Beaz brought down to 31 HP, going down for free, and now the Rolling Thunder invested towards the C side as you see mates trying to find a commit here. Logan finally finding a kill for their side, but in the smoke, it's gonna be Mystic being an absolute menace. They know where he is. They expect him, but Mystic finds 2 somehow, and now Whalers a 1v3. What can you do? Nothing at all, and 10 rounds in a row for Apex as they get the half 10-2.
Dude, the accident collat. That's so unfortunate. At the very least, though, what we can look towards here for Gentlemates is they did find success on that pistol round. That's how they opened up the game. And that is what they need to do to keep their skin in it. Otherwise, if Apex find the pistol first, that's almost a guaranteed match point within the first 2 rounds of the second half. So this pistol is a must-need win, and it's been definitely difficult, I think, for Gentlemates, because I feel like it's either been Takas or Whalers who have been going down first, and that means you're either your controller is down, you have no cover to actually get on site, or Takas, your duelist player who's supposed to be making that space, is no longer available. That's been a huge win conditions there for Apex on the defense. Now let's see what they do on the attack.
Yeah, so far it's been very, very slow out of Apex on this pistol round. Not really doing too much, going in for some early mid play, so as to speak. There's going to be a turret on that B side, but most of the killjoy utility is going to be placed towards C instead. One right on that plant spot to deny it from really going through for free. Now, Apex kind of prowling on this B approach here. They're not really aggressively peeking, waiting in fact for some kind of action to come out of Mates. They finally go for the stun peek, but at that juncture their timing is just a little bit off. Apex, they've already fallen back.
Yeah, falling back a little bit. Looking to re-clear here towards that A lobby where it's Beaz alone holding towards site, right? Off the first point of contact, Beaz looks to fully reposition, play more for his life with the team. Has util to boot as well. That recon will be huge for that hit. Actually just fires it early on. Doesn't find anything with it being shot out aside from just general information on that presence.
Now Kiko has the dash active, will be going into his own cloud burst, and almost takes out Logan right there. Gets Takas quite low as well. Shadow in the corner though, finally finds a kill, but the kills they're still going through in favor of Mates. Both Beaz and Logan standing strong here, anchoring down the side, and it's Magnum in a 1v4. Trying to reposition. Already you can see Mates kind of expecting it. Logan to be that one to take that first point of contact. Spots out Magnum's position. 10 seconds left. How much more can you do? And it's just going to be one kill for Magnum before Mates they find their second pistol off the first map. Third round for them overall.
Starting things off on the right foot here for Mates. See what they're able to bring out into their anti-eco round though. However, the big question is into round 3 of this next half. What I would really like to see coming out from Mates, I think, would be a more standard anti-eco buy. It is going to be what does come to fruition in this situation overall. And it does allow still for like some bolstering going into the bonus if absolutely necessary, but not as risky as what we had seen previously. And very, very interesting play coming out from Apex. They were expecting Mates to maybe have an initial swing there in towards short, just holding to see if anyone is going to make that presence. Meanwhile, Magnum, of course, he's sent on the lurky lurk.
Alarm bot on that B side to kind of let Takas make a play off the back of it. Turret though doing quite a bit of chip damage to him, and he's not able to connect the shot either, so now Takas caught by that breach stun as well. Magnum trying to take a fight with him. Finally it will wear off, and the awareness is there from Beaz, able to catch out multiple players in the recon, just shredding them down on this long area, getting 3 before finally being shut down. Takas with the rotation over as well, and with these pistols, Mates, they just run roughshod over them. Apex, they lose another round here, but this is gonna be the real question, Ash, because you didn't see that Mates were able to get the pistol and following around. It's just that after that it went completely downhill for them. You think we'll see a repeat of that?
I mean, it's a stronger bonus this time around without having to actually economically invest into it. The bonus that we saw last time was really weak because Logan was the only player to carry something over into the next round. Everyone else forced up. And speaking of a force, early glass cannon operator come out here from Takas. We'll be watching into that C long. No presence from Apex though as they speed up towards short and long. The recon went out, saw nothing in towards short, already enough to pull one rotation over from Mates, but Mates also have the security of knowing that Logan has this setup here towards garage, towards that B side for extra security. And look at Takas' positioning there and see.
Yeah, he's taking so much control for free here. The timing is perfect from Natan because he's able to take down Kiko. Only a Guardian in hand, but he hits the headshot, so not too much damage here. As Mates try to get even more earlier on this A side. Natak a second one as well with the swing. Logan catching Magnum on the lurk, and 3 kills. They go completely in favor of Mates. It's just gonna be down to Mystic. Caught by the recon, still able to find that kill and looking fairly healthy. They know exactly where this Omen is. The spike gonna be dropped on that A site area, and Kiko, Taka is having walked up, is able to find that last kill. Operator finding value and signaling to Apex that, look, this game isn't gonna be over quite yet. You might have had a 10-2 half, but we're catching up. We're working on it.
It's a really strong start for Gentlemates for sure on this second half. Very much so looking more comfortable thus far on the defense, at least up against Apex. And Apex, they're forced into that semi-eco situation. Now you got a couple stickers. You got that Marshall in hand with the Sheriffs online as well. So when you're looking at this though, Apex, they are gearing themselves up for a heavy hit towards the C side. Let's see if they take it fast.
Yeah, that fast hit on that A side didn't really go out, so they're kind of looking to change things around, go for that C push instead. Paranoia connects though. Kiko can't quite hear anything, although that aftershock, it's gonna force Whalers to kind of play around that smoke. The flash hits him as well, but Logan absolutely on fire. 3 rounds already as that Killjoy anchor, and this buy, it's just completely shredded apart. The crossfire is immaculate for Mates, and they find yet another round. And Apex, they're gonna have to think, how do we want to approach this? Because their default approach hasn't found much value. Their quick hits have fallen apart, and that's a timeout out of them. Perfect.
There we go. I was about to say, I was like, if I were them, I would call the timeout now. You know, Gentlemates, they waited a little too long in my opinion that first half. 6 rounds in a row. Apex not looking to repeat that kind of situation, trying to stop that momentum a little bit earlier, especially for the fact that they are still in the lead by 4 rounds. However, going into this buy here for Apex, they don't really have any ultimates to work off of going into this round unless they do some orb shopping, try to invest either into Magnum or Shadow. Meanwhile though, Gentlemates, they have great tools in that Hunter's Fury, in that lockdown to continue to guarantee that lead. So I'm going to be looking towards Logan to, of course, play his life a lot into these rounds. He's been doing it already, so it's not going to be too much of a surprise, and maybe lean more into those retake situations for Gentlemates.
I mean, so far there hasn't even been a spike going down for the side of Apex. They've just been demolished while trying to get into sight here. Like that previous round, of course, Whalers kind of jumping around, trying desperately to stay alive, and they hear him. They take the bait. Apex, after that, they just run into Logan's crosshairs. It does seem like once again they're looking to go towards a C site, where this time around it's just going to be the Omen and the Jet playing around there. Operator still online for Taka here. The drone gonna be invested early on to try and clear it out. Taka being able to dodge the flash is huge. Will, however, be hit by the concussion and forced to use that tailwind to get out of that stunned area. However, all of this noise is just kind of a fake play because the spike itself, it does seem to be rotating off, maybe going towards mid or A instead. Mid, I guess, right now. Look at where Apex is.
Yeah, no info for Mates either, but knowing that, you know, preemptively, Whaler's going to throw out that dark cover, just deny a bit of that information towards that B side, as Beaz plays very passively in toward that A link right now, and just really switching things up here. Mates, they had previously played a lot more aggressive positions, at least as far as the ebb and flow goes for one side of the map or the other, and very much so completely switching things up. Spike for Apex leaning towards the C side.
The timing, the Whalers able to find a huge kill, and Enzo right next to them doesn't hear the noise. Both sides kind of walking out, and Natam gonna be caught in the open with the stun out. Shadow with that impeccable timing, and now with 30 seconds left, the game is up. It is going to be this A side where the action is happening. Beaz though still holding strong from heaven. 2 kills for him already. The lockdown as well coming out. Despite that though, Magnum and Kiko, they're still trying to make this round work out, but this lockdown, Logan is defending it with his life here, and Kiko will be forced to fall back into this corner. The time has run out, he has no HP left, and that operator will close things out as Mates, they are making the comeback here. Remember, it was 10-2 Ash, and now it's 10-7. Once again, the economy kind of in a bad position for Apex, and they look so good on this defense.
Gentlemates just definitely looking a lot more comfortable on the defense, right? That it definitely favors that slower play style that I was talking about in that first half that both these teams tend to lean into a little bit more. And, you know, there is some variation in that tempo, of course, but for the most part, we do see that clock running down. And speaking of running down, it'll be running down short here for Kaiko. He is all alone. Going to have to regroup with the team, but Beaz already all the way walked up. Look at the situation and the positioning from the shadows as well.
Thankfully for Taka, misses the shot, but Logan has his back, and now on the opposite side, Nathan able to find yet another kill. Beas, like you mentioned, having pushed out already, finding immense value with those 2 kills, and Kiko, a 1v5 to try and somehow clutch out. Spike dropped all the way towards that A lobby. He has found some map control here, but mates, they're just waiting for him to peek out. That's gonna be the 6th round in a row for them, and through all of these rounds, Ash, Apex, they haven't even been allowed to get that spike down. It's just been a non-stop aggression on these sides that mates are fighting for every inch of the way, and it is paying off in spades for them.
It's just been really great positioning coming out from Gentlemates, right? You have that A lobby, that A long controlled coming out from Beas and Nitank, and then you also have the fact that, okay, that works out perfectly to counter that from the shadows, the positioning from Kaiko as well. But now finally, full loadout back online here for Apex. Rolling Thunder is already poised and ready here for long.
Yeah, Nitank, he hears the sprays coming in, waiting for a little bit more information perhaps before he invests it. He's going to be tucked away in the corner as well. As soon as that alarm bot gets broken, it's going to be the Rolling Thunder and the swing off the back of it. You can see 2 players preparing towards long, and here we go. Nathan leading down the charge. The counter paranoia and Rolling Thunder invested to try and take them out of the equation. Despite the stun, though, Nathan still finds the kill, though finally Mystic gets the trade. The aftershock clears out Beas from that corner, and suddenly, for the first time over the course of this half, it's going to be mates who have the numbers advantage. Magnum still kind of lurking around towards this mid, expecting the flank here. Almost knows for certain that Whalers is around this area of the map. They had this game of cat and mouse. It's terrifying. Magnum just gonna be able to walk up and find that kill. Go for the knife. No. Okay, not the knife, but still the kill.
Didn't want to risk it. I feel like in those moments, there's always that hesitancy of, I feel like if I pull out my melee right now, you're going to turn around and just
30 seconds
dink me. But 30 seconds on the clock now. A race towards the C side where Tapas is the only one left. Operator in hand.
Oh my
takes
God.
down Magnum. Takes down Kaiko as well through the smoke. Cloudburst online. Blade Storm out.
Oh. 2 kills, but still pulls out the knife at the worst time, and that's gonna leave Logan in a 1v2 scenario, just walking over towards the C site. There's no Killjoy utility still alive, so he can go for this kind of flank play. It does seem like Apex, they're not really expecting it quite yet, and Logan might be able to find the advantage here. The sound cue, though, it's gonna be given away very, very soon. He's gonna be just running it down, kind of. The spike itself planted for this long angle, but still 2 players, both of them towards his backside, looking in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Mystic finally gets around for Apex on their attacking side as they get to 11 here. But, you know, Ash, talking about that way the round played out, it seemed like Gentlemates so far, they've been extremely patient, but that Rolling Thunder play, it just kind of messed them up more than it did good.
It was just util dumping, right? Overall, everyone was sending every single piece of utility out. You have the Rolling Thunder, you've got the paranoias coming out as well. Then you also have those aftershocks going tit for tat. Now, time out here for Gentlemates. Apex on the brink of that match point. Huge snowball potential for them as well, considering the fact that Magnum does have that lockdown in hand. You've got that Hunter's Fury for Enzo. And for Gentlemates, at the very least, they can counter that lockdown with the Hunter Fury of their own. But then it's a question of, okay, how are we going to see the positioning? Because Magnum has very much so been that lurking agent, that lurking player here for Apex, as opposed to playing more with the team.
Yeah, he's been able to find crucial value as well with him being able to take down Whalers in that last round. But Gentlemates, they have been really good at not just playing as a team, but also kind of reading what Apex is going to do. Like on one of the previous rounds, you saw Apex going in for that C fake, but they end up going towards A instead. And despite all the utility they used towards that C and B area of the map, A still had 3 players from mates here. So Apex, unless they find those crucial opening kills, they just can't really hope to get anywhere close to this site. Now, once again, 4 of them positioned towards this A area of the map. It is going to be the drone to tag out the Jet here. Hunter's Fury invested to try and take him out of the equation, but it's not going to really find any value. And that is going to be the counter for the lockdown. Taken out here. the post plant of utility kind of taken out of the equation here. Bea still has its own for the next round, and now Taka S, after that particular piece of utility has gone out, looking to get a little bit aggressive towards short. However, Apex, it seems like they no longer want to push the issue on this particular site.
Could also be a question of cutting noise, looking to re-hit, but with the spike moving away, maybe a bit of a different story. Of course, that lockdown still is available, right? 2 here. Make that 3 actually out towards grass. And mates, they're just walking down.
Oh, Magnum gonna be stuck in that corner here. I don't know if they're gonna be expecting it. Natank as well on the opposite side, just looking to find some aggression. Does hear the Omen, and it's gonna be Logan to find that first blood, second kill as well. Natank just looking for a little bit more here as Takas and Natank, they both go huge. And suddenly, it's gonna be 2 players left alive for this Apex side. Shadow trying to kind of jump into C. Enzo on this side, already having taken control, has to play aggressive to try and level down this numbers advantage here. Enzo, if he can get Beyaz here, that's gonna be pretty huge. Here's the sound cue coming in, but Beyaz, it seems like he expects it, gets the kill to boot, and now it's just Shadow in a 1v5, not even gonna be able to get the first. Whaler denies anything, as mates, they look like they're back after that timeout.
Yeah, that's a great read coming out from Beyaz, right? Expected in a 2v5 situation as well. You have to think about the fact that there's going to be probably at least one, if not both players looking for some sort of early point of contact into the post plant, catch people off guard, and whittle those numbers down to being a little bit more even. Quick little replay that we're seeing here. Yeah, there's just that read. It's like the confidence and the swing in just knowing there's going to be one of you at the very least around this corner.
I feel an overtime coming on, Ash. Maybe I'm being presumptive here to jinx it already, but the way these 2 teams are playing, mates, they seem back in control. Economy kind of dicey for Apex here. They do have those hero rifles for Mystic and Shadow, but aside from that, not much in the way of economy to work with. Kiko with the Blade Storm might be able to find some impact here, but aside from that, not really much that they have to work with. You can see them looking to get aggressive very quickly on this A site here, but there's that preemptive smoke coming in to deny this long information. Now Taka on the opposite side has managed to push up short. Alarm bot to prevent him from coming out all the way, and all that stands between Apex rushing their way onto site is this dark cover here. Joan, invested by Enzo, will be able to catch Taka S, and now they know that there's at least a couple of players on the site.
What? Okay, wait, no way. Taka's actually goes back in. Gets the knife kill as well on top of that.
And
after pulling out the shorty, now just has to fully run away. Pulls the operator back out, but it is going to be tough to find anything else. Kaiko finally shuts him down, but Taka's got away with murder.
Yeah, I don't know how he survived for so long here, but already 3 with the Blade Storm. It was, I believe, Kiko being that playmaker here, but having been able to pick up a rifle, it's still going to be a 2v2 scenario. Now Apex, they kind of look to walk into this B site. However, it's just going to be both of these players from mates looking so split up here. Still Logan being that anchor towards the C side of the map. Spike itself going down. Logan's going to hear the sound cue. And with how Apex have positioned themselves, Logan, he has to be very careful because they might... Oh, the timing though! Logan finds that crucial kill. And now it's going to be a 2v1. Kiko has a position towards the C garage area. Does know where Logan is, might be able to find the timing on him, but it does look like they want to take that 1v1. Kiko able to find the kill, still looking very healthy, and it's just going to be the Omen versus the Jet. Kiko still having that dash back, and then Paranoia not quite connecting. Shorty available, and it is going to be the ace for Kiko. 3 on the Blade Storm to get Apex to match point. What a play out of him.
Match point.
After such a scrappy fight in towards short as well, it all leads down to this. Now, it's on the side of Gentlemates, the ones that need to take it over towards that OT. That is such a dirty replay to show us once again. I can't believe it. Op shot goes out, okay. Double pump the shorty, all right, not enough. Let me just pull out the melee and...
That's gonna hurt.
That's gonna hurt.
Well, The good thing for Apex is that despite that, one of their players being kind of knifed to death, they still were able to take the round, so definitely a W there. You see them once again pushing the issue on this A side, though the spike it's still in a very, very non-committal position. Gonna be triggering over the rotate from Taka S as well, looking to kind of help the players out. The flash not gonna quite connect, although it just, with that noise being cut, Apex, they still have quite a heavy presence. Gonna be swinging off the back of the flash, and it is gonna be a 2-for-1 trade. A rare whip coming out of Taka S, but nevertheless, it's gonna be Natank with 3 kills already on this round. Enzo and Magnum, the only 2 left for Apex, and Magnum trying to push the issue on the C long, expects this positioning out of Natank. He's not gonna be looking in this direction, and Magnum will find that kill. Now Enzo will be able to get the plant down, but it's going to be that Omen ult to position him towards short area, able to get the kill to boot, and now Magnum in a 1v2. Whalers going huge though. The Omen ult to get both kills, and Mates, they hold on to find double digits.
I'm actually so confused in that situation though. Enzo knew that Whalers was coming from shore. You heard the From the Shadows come in. He even throws in the shock dart for good measure and then just doesn't look.
I think he thought that the shock dart canceled the Omen ult. Maybe there's a little bit of a miscomm issue there. Thought that Magnum would have the wraparound in time, but unfortunately, he was too busy on trying to get those post-plant shock darts up in the air. Really bad timing.
So unlucky, but double digits here for Gentlemates. And looking at the ult economy as well, Apex, sure, they're still holding on to that lockdown in the hands of Magnum. Has been available for the past few rounds now. But then when you look at Mates ult economy, that is firepower to work with. Recipes absolutely for those retake situations, as long as you can play your life.
Yeah, it seems like Apex, they're forced to once again go in for another weird buy here. Unfortunately, not much money in the bank. The Stinger not going to work out, and the spike going to be dropped down. Logan still being that pesky anchor towards the back of the side here. Whalers jumping in for good measure. The spike goes down, but at what cost? Enzo sacrificing his life for it, and now Kiko, that last player left alive, on the lurk. Natank more than aware of that possibility, and it is going to be another flawless to get Mates to 11. One away from pushing this to that overtime scenario, and they are looking flawless so far, Ash, on defense.
With the thing that we have to consider as well for Apex, the fact that that was that semi-eco situation, so Gentlemates very comfortably held onto all 3 ultimates we were talking about at the beginning of the last round. These are huge tools going into the opportunity to tie things up into OT, but Apex, that round also allowed them to foster that rolling thunder as well. Of course, From the Shadows, not something we have to talk about too much overall with it being a weaker ultimate.
I think Whalers would disagree with you after.
Listen. Okay, that's fair. That was a very weird situation though. Like, that's an anomaly for sure.
But like you pointed out there, Ash, both sides having kind of farmed up those ultimates, Rolling Thunder, Lockdown, and the Sova ult available for Mates to counter their opponents here. Magnum's ult will be countered, but there's nothing available for Logan's here. And now that's going to be the execute coming in. The ult as well. Whaler still holding down this corner here. Not quite able to connect the kill. And it's going to be Magnum crouching in the corner, barely getting away with his life to be able to put his own lockdown down. That's going to let Shadow get that ult in, a spike into place. However, the solo ult equalizes things here after it takes out Shadow. And the Killjoy ult still online for Logan, so there's going to be a pretty easy retake available for Mates if they choose to pursue it off the back of that. Most of these players kind of playing on side presumptive shock darts to try and take the lockdown out, but it's going to be a little bit too early for Apex, and they're going to be forced off this site. You still see Kiko playing in this close angle, hoping to find a couple of kills. Does find that first one. Yes. Oh, it doesn't get the second though, as Natank is able to swing back. Now that lockdown gets the detention onto one player. Mystic and Enzo holding down the crossfire. Natank trying to defuse the spike here. Gets half of it, but Mystic will spray through and get that final couple of kills to get Apex to that winning position. 13-11 here, Ash, and my god, it is a win for Apex, but what an almost comeback coming out of the French.
Hey, vive la révolution, am I right? But overall, for Gentlemates, I think the struggle there was that Natank pulling out that Rolling Thunder in the last round, it was just a little bit too early. You already know that Apex is going to be zoned out towards a lobby. You just got to hold it a little bit longer, throw that out to guarantee the defuse. That spike was tapped just too late, unfortunately. It just wasn't enough, and you didn't have anything else to really provide that cover needed anymore.
Yeah, but talking about the defense coming out of Mates, I think that if they'd been able to find even just one more round on attack, this map could have easily gone the other way or into overtime. They looked really, really strong on their defensive side. Sure, you saw a couple of minor mistakes. They got a little bit too aggressive, and mostly those rounds they lost. And of course, this round from Taka is the fact that he was able to stay alive for so long. Absolutely bonkers work. But the fact that they were able to almost make that comeback, it's a sign of what we can really expect from this series out of both of these teams. They've done their homework. They're like kind of ready to fight here. So it's definitely going to be a struggle to see who comes out on top. But that map number 1, remember, that was Apex's map, and they were barely able to take it home. So up next, we have Ascent coming up, which is picked by none other than Mates. And I'm very interested to see how both of these teams are going to be performing on that particular one. But you know, before you hear us talk about the game, we're going to take a little bit of a break, because I don't know about you, Ash, but I need to cool down after that one.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension EMEA, where we are having the most banger series that everyone has been waiting for weeks or months, if I gotta say so myself. I'm Zach, and with me here is the wonderful Ash, and we're gonna be bringing you map 2 of the action between these two teams, Apex and Gentlemates. Now, map 1, Ash, it was 13-11, but what a game it was.
What a game it was. First half ended 10-2 in favor of Apex, but once we saw Gentlemates over on the defender's side, they looked a lot more comfortable. So this is something that I'm going to be looking towards as we head over towards Ascent for our second map of the day. This is the Gentlemates pick, and at least on the attacking side on Haven, they lacked a little bit of proactivity, I think, especially in trying to take down Magnum's utility early on in those rounds, which allowed the side of Apex to be really comfortable just flexing around the map in general on the defense.
Yeah, I think that on attack, Takas wasn't able to have as much impact as he would have usually liked to, or that we're used to seeing out of him. But on a map like Ascent, it's like really that map that lets these Jet players kind of thrive. And I hope that we do see more of a show coming out of him. Of course, once he got that operator online after that side swap, he was just such a constant menace, getting kills with, let me think, an operator, a rifle, a shorty, his melee weapon. I don't even know if I'm missing anything at this point, but yeah, he was pretty phenomenal over the course of that particular map. But on this one, again, the fact that you brought out that both of these teams, they've been kind of struggling on the attack and to really set up their star duelist here. And the key reason for that is just how peskily talented both of these Killjoys have been. We saw Logan being able to just sit on site, get a consistent 2 or 3 kills every time they try to push into it and force the issue. But Magnum, you know, if you compare the style here, it's gonna be the Rock versus the Wind. Magnum has just been floating around the map, constantly finding these gaps, exploring, and I think he was one of the key reasons why at the end of it, Apex, they walked away with that win.
No, it's a really big factor there. That Sentinel player, both on the defense and on the attacking side, it was the lurk plays and then also those flanks. Something that Gentlemates, I think, are really going to have to look out for on Ascent. You don't necessarily see that coming to fruition nearly as much just because that map is a lot smaller. It's a lot more easily to punish those kinds of flanks coming through there from the defenders when they're playing that aggressive defense kind of style. So looking forward to seeing how it translates over into map 2. We are going to see Apex again starting on that defensive side first and the attacking side for Gentlemates. And overall, when it comes down to how these two teams do perform here across Split 2 and Ascension, to give you guys some map statistics there for Apex, they are 80% as far as that win rate goes. They've played the map 5 times, so that's a 4-1 situation. Gentlemates 67%, but that's only because they've played 1 additional time compared to Apex, and that 1 time was unfortunately a loss for them overall. And we did see them play up against Team Falcons as well. That was a 13-9 there just a couple days ago over towards day 1. So outside of Gentlemates, I mean, at the very least, Zach, even if, say, Apex manages to close it out in a 2-0 series, they're still comfortable with the fact that they have essentially guaranteed their transition over into playoffs, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is Gentlemates' 4th match of this group stage so far, and they won the previous 3, so they're pretty much guaranteed to lock in a slot. If Apex win today, of course, they will be able to confirm theirs 100% as well. But in case Gentlemates, they're able to come back, take this map as well as the following one, it's gonna put Apex in a little bit more of a dicey position. I'm still gonna be willing to bet a good amount of money that Apex will qualify for that playoff stage, nevertheless. But overall, I think when you talk about it, right, both of these teams, top of their group, been able to kind of dominate the others performance-wise. And I think on Ascent in particular, you talked about it, both of these teams, they're very, very good on defense. It's going to come down to who can really find more attacking rounds. And we saw it in that last map. Gentlemates, they really seem to struggle with it. Hopefully they're able to kind of go back to their drawing board while we were waiting to get into the map, make those minute adjustments, really figure out how they can set up Taka S, because that's what I feel like they really lacked in those previous rounds. Despite the utility being put out of both of their initiators, I just feel like Taka S wasn't able to really be in a position to take full advantage of it. Whenever he did end up dashing into his site, into his own cloudburst, it was just him being caught by Killjoy utility, it was him being caught out by that drone, and he couldn't find too much of impact on that attacking half. So I hope that Gentlemates are able to kind of figure out how to overcome that obstacle, because otherwise it might be a repeat of that same situation, especially considering how much more so that Ascent is defender-sided.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw a lack of follow-up there for Takas as well. So not so much just being like on his shoulders, it's about the rest of the team actually being able to match that speed and be able to trade him out when necessary. Another struggle on that attacking side there for Gentlemates was Whalers was going down early there in that first half on Haven, which makes it just that much more difficult to actually find those executions when your smokes are gone early on into a round. But overall, just I'm kind of worried about Gentlemates right now, at least in this series. I know this is an extremely strong team. They have a lot of weight on their shoulders as well, with a massive fan base cheering them on there in France. But when it comes down to the fact that they are starting out on that attacking side first, as we head in towards this agent select to see what compositions we're actually going to be seeing here, it's that stress of, okay, you need to have a stronger first half to be able to make that fight. Once you're able to switch back over on the defense, draw this out for as long as possible. Nearly a mirror composition coming in here. The only difference really being those two Sentinels.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see, of course, that Cypher pick coming out of Apex here, because, you know, historically, this is a map where they do like to go in for a Killjoy, but again, as we head closer towards playoffs, you are going to be seeing a little bit of more of the strats that these teams have cooked up, and Apex, them switching that Cypher Magnum over to that Cypher here, it might make things a little bit more interesting, because by far, if you look at Valorant in general, on the map of Ascent, Killjoy is the most picked Sentinel, even when Chamber was the meta and everybody was picking Chamber non-stop. This was the one map where Killjoy still found some success when it came to that pick rate. So I would say personally, as well as a Killjoy player, I'm a Killjoy player, so I'm gonna be willing to bet that Logan might be able to have a little bit more impact, especially with that lockdown coming into play. But I think that this game, it's gonna be coming down to Shadow versus Natank, because that KO, it can be really, really good if you want to shut down the utility on that opposite side. And Shadow in particular, if he can use that to sniff out where exactly Logan is playing and take him out of that equation, take that turret, alarm bot, and nanoswarms out early on of that equation, it's gonna enable the rest of his team to really play around it much better.
It's really going to be a question of who's going to be able to support and enable their team more, right? But I do almost wonder if the Cypher pick from Magnum, of course, it shakes things up because Gentlemates are expecting that KJ pick, but it also could be a great counter over towards Takas, who will be forced to then, you know, updraft and dash over instead of a standard dash over, use a little bit more of that utility, or just get caught up in it and slow that execution down. But after that initial presence there towards A main, this is a great flash setup coming out from Catwalk on the side of Apex.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of expecting this push towards short. Of course, Kiko with the Sheriff ready for the shot, finds that first blood, and the flash will enable him to kind of take a little bit more control, but that paranoia is brilliant from Whalers, kind of re-enabling them to go for that mid hit. However, now the information is going to be there, and while Takas is still able to lead that charge, break that recon, and enable them to go a little bit further, there's still going to be the Cypher utility on site. Magnum finding 2 headshots concurrently, Shadow chiming in as well for good measure, and it is going to be an almost flawless pistol for Apex to start things off. And this is where they really struggled in that last map. Both the pistols, they were taken by Gentlemates, but this time around Apex, they're kind of looking to rewrite that story.
It's often all about that first blood, to be honest, on those pistol rounds. Whoever gets that opening pick, it's just such a huge advantage, particularly on a pistol where people are often not playing as disciplined as they normally would, tend to speed up those tempos and allow things to get a little bit more chaotic. Now, anti-eco, of course, into the hands of Apex, electing to go actually with a double Marshall situation. Kiko looking in towards mid side, doesn't see anything at the moment. It's just gonna be that turret to be taken down, put a bit of pressure onto the flank there of Gentlemates with the 3-2 split.
Yeah, not much economically for Gentlemates, unfortunately, although Logan does have that Sheriff, and we've seen the kind of damage he can do with it. However, despite that, Enzo, armed with the Sheriff of his own, is able to do so much wallbang damage. Shockdart doing some chip damage as well to Beyaz, and these players outside B main, they get the orb, but they pay for it dearly in terms of HP. No map control really has been garnered for these players off Gentlemates, and Kiko once again able to find that first blood, this time with the Marshall, still holding down that power position towards mid and short, and completely denying that presence from the side of mates, who are rotating over towards that A site.
Yeah, a lot of noise being made as well with those footsteps. Of course, additional presence. It's just shopping right now for the side of Gentlemates. Great way to try and use your eco round all around. And now with 30 seconds on the clock, it will have to be a commitment here towards this A side. However, looking to split that through tree, but a very comfortable stack coming out from Apex.
Yeah, 2 players on site. Kiko with that Marshall still kind of watching down short. They get that smoke down to prevent them, to enable them to cross in, but with 10 seconds left, they really have to go fast here. Mystic and Kiko, between them, able to just churn these players through and shred them to bits here. A flawless round, anti-eco coming out of Apex, and that's going to put them in very, very good position for this next round. Sure, it's going to be a bonus, but they still have those Bulldogs online, and it can still do quite a bit of damage. And Kiko, of course, we don't talk enough about his Marshall playing, but even if he doesn't always get the kills, he does so much damage.
That's the thing, especially when you're going up against that pistol for Gentlemates, right? No shield for the most part. It's a 101 body and you're done. It's over. But for the side of Gentlemates now, it's the full loadout to come through here. Light shields across the board though. And overall, different setup this time. Instead of watching over towards Catwalk, it will be Arches that we're going to see the dynamic duo playing with Kiko actually already just shifting away here. Enzo looking for some bit of information. Spots out the turret towards Top Cat, so knows that there should be that mid presence, but now green light to creep through Arches here for Gentlemates.
Kiko looking to get a little bit aggressive with that Marshall, does quite a bit of damage and finds the kill as well. That's just absolutely nasty work coming out of him. Still alive to boot, has the backup from the rest of his team here, and that's going to be a rifle dropped as well towards B main if they choose to go try to retrieve it. Now, Gentlemates in a bit of an awkward position here. They know that there's at least a couple of players towards this B main area of the map. You can see Kiko kind of creeping over to try and take that rifle. However, Logan expects that play, kind of going in all the way around to prevent that being the case here. Cypher camera as well, spotting out an additional player, and oh my god, Kiko finds yet another one with the Sheriff. Suddenly, Gentlemates, they're looking very, very awkward, despite that full buy, despite that economic advantage. Shock Dart tagging down Taka to just one bullet away, and the Shock Dart from Enzo, in fact, will confirm the kill here. The spam to boot, and it's just going to be 2 remaining players for the side of Gentlemates. Beas finally finding some kills here, but with the clock ticking as far as it has, Kiko towards his backside, all he has to really do is deny the spike from going down, and Whalers in a 1v3, spike dropped in an awkward angle, will just try to hold on to this rifle as this bonus gets converted in the most absolutely ballistic way thanks to Kiko's heroics.
Great decision to save in that situation though for Whalers at the very least. A hero rifle to come into the 4th round of Ascent, but man, those Marshals just did so much damage, and it's so strong because the fact that you are 100% accurate when you're unscoped as well, and just the precision coming out from the mechanics of these players are going to guarantee you those body shots, and the rest of the team just to kind of clean up after that, right? But now, full loadout out. Okay, we know Enzo's gonna pick up that Odin. Of course, we saw him do it over on Haven. It's even more powerful on Ascent with those paper thin walls.
Yeah, I'm just having war flashbacks at this point. Seen too much spam really going through that particular wall. But anyways, they have taken short control quite fast and aggressively. Kiko with that operator armed does fall back from mid, despite there being some presence out of it. Whalers kind of the only player with the real rifle here, looking to lead the charge. The tripwire from Magnum, though, still there for some information. And Mates, they finally break it to try and make a play here. And so, kind of that only player on the site, falling back for dear life, taking quite a bit of chip damage. And look at that tripwire from Magnum. It's all the way ready for that updraft. It's just going to be him dashing underneath, though. Not able to get the kill. Magnum anchoring down the site with Enzo, doing so much damage. The collide from Kiko as well. Beas, one of the 2 players left, finally finding a kill, dropping that operator. But it's just going to be Shadow on that KO with the flash and that perfect peek, finding the kill, flanked around from behind. It's gonna be Logan surrounded on every single approach by Apex, who find their 4th round and retrieve that operator. So they're gonna be feeling very pleased with themselves.
Absolutely they will, but full loadout now to come out here for the side of Gentlemates. I also want to point out there is a cage that was thrown there actually for that stairs position by Magnum that just allows you to kind of weave in and out. You get to push in through CT or just try to provide a little bit more cover for yourself, knowing that if it is that B crunch, Gentlemates will be trying to take both lane and stairs. Now, another 3-2 split kind of situation. This time, a lot more noise looking to be made over towards this A site. Trying to draw some sort of rotation as the remainder 2 of Gentlemates look to try and creep up into Garage. But look at the space that Kiko is already taking. There's an owl drone for Beaz with opportunity to try and push him off the angle. Will likely spot him out in this situation. Kiko's just going to commit to it in case someone's looking for that swing, then backs right off.
Still trying to hold down this position as Taka goes fishing towards this A side. Shadow, though, with the spray down, finds both of them here. Just gonna be leaving Whalers alone here. Tries to make a play, goes forward on the side, catches Mystic off guard, but Mystic still being able to jump around that generator and keep himself alive here. Oh, that's just gonna leave Beaz and Logan in a very, very awkward position. Still have control of the spike, have time to work with, but on the opposite side of the map, those three players going down with no trades in sight. It might just be better for them to save.
That was also just like a really disgusting double up there coming out from Mystic and Shadow. They're doing that, you know, one on top, one on the bottom, and then it's an off angle on top of that. And like you said, it's just going to be a safe situation. It's a 2v5 here, and the money is not looking great on the side of Gentlemates. With what Logan and Beaz have in the bank, though, could potentially afford to buy at least one player on their side at minimum, coming out from Beaz at the very least. And then we're gonna have to actually take a look at that ult economy afterwards. I'm not sure if Taka's actually has that Bladestorm up. If not, it's likely close to coming to fruition, so we could see some orb farming to try and get that eco ulti online.
Yeah, they still have those 2 rifles, of course, exactly, to try and make some heroics work out for this team, but so far they're being denied even the opportunity to get that spike down. 5-0 right now. I'm surprised we haven't seen a timeout come out of them quite yet. I think we will be seeing one very shortly, if I'm not wrong, and the call...
One round.
Yeah, the call does seem to be coming into going for that half buy. You do see that Guardian for an 8 tank, and unfortunately in fact, a force out of Taka S here, who will be able to afford for that next buy, kind of leading the charge. It's been kind of a bit of a slow default out of Gentlemates so far, so perhaps they're looking to get aggressive early on here. The recon bolt still catching out Kiko, forcing him off that mid approach, letting the rest of the players get a little bit closer, but it's going to be the wall bang for Magnum to take out Taka S, caught by the recon. Perfection utility coming out of Apex, and that will be a free kill that goes completely untraded. Taka is going down. There goes the Space Maker for Mates, and once again, they're just kind of left at this awkward standstill position where even if they have control of that short side of the map, they're still no closer to getting onto site.
And I'm scared about this free push coming out from Gentlemates as well. Beaz, alone with Spike, okay, dark cover to allow him to cross over safely now. Neural Theft comes out though from Apex to give all the information that they need.
Yeah, they know that 2 players are still going to be towards that main area. Puts down, gets that spike down, and off the back of the damage here, Magnum and Mystic both able to find crucial kills. Bladestorm activated for Kiko, but he didn't even need it because it's just going to be kills going the way of Apex. Another flawless round out of them, 6-0 so far on their defensive half, and Mates, they've really got to consider how they can actually make some headway into sight, because I think that was the first time the spike actually went down.
I think what's difficult here for Gentlemates right now is we do see a lot of individual prowess coming out from these players mechanically. However, on Apex, it's the fact that they just move like a unit. They have such a strong presence together as far as being able to ensure they're getting those trades. The utility usage overall, the coordination is unparalleled thus far in this matchup.
Now Mystic taking a little bit more of a aggressive position towards Wines here. Almost expects to say presence, and it's gonna be there for Mates, ready with the paranoia. There's gonna be nobody from main to swing off of it with them though, so it's just gonna be him trying to do that solo damage here from this particular position. Mates just waiting for that swing to come in. They dodge the paranoia, and Whaler's able to convert that kill onto Mystic. Finally, Mates able to find that crucial first split, and with that being Mystic, the controller as well, it does make their job of getting into sight a little bit easier. A beautiful null command though comes out of Shadow, prevents that lockdown from going in, and these players on site once again just shredding them down to bits here. Not even able to get a single kill, and despite that counter null command popped by Natang, it's not gonna do anything at all. Beaz left in a 1v4. Enzo will finish that off. The Odin spam, absolutely unholy work, just shredding Mates to bits.
And that's the thing. With the patch that came out, there's all that discussion about, okay, the spam meta is ending. You know, our rifles, they don't have as much in those mags anymore, but if you're pulling out an Odin unaffected, it's also paper thin walls here. It's like playing on a cardboard map when you're on Ascent. It's just so strong for those wall banks. You can't even do anything. You're just spraying down an angle. It becomes impossible to even try to get that swing through because you get tagged up and then your movement gets slowed down. Now, Gentlemates, I actually come out with timeout 1 round later than we saw on Haven in comparison. I'm very surprised, to be honest, that Gentlemates have kind of allowed Apex to build this amount of momentum in this first half where we know that they have the ability to make that comeback on the defender's side, but they really need to find their footing on the attack first.
Yeah, and before we headed into this match, we were talking about the impact that these KOs can have, right? And Shadow, well, it was a bit of a quiet game from him on Haven. He's been able to absolutely do so much work here for Apex, finding that early information with a 0 point on that A site. And of course, that null command from last round, it was just so impeccably timed, denying the lockdown, denying further flashes or drones to really gain information for mates as they try to go into site. And the way mates are playing there, it's so slow for them that by the time they try to go in for an execute, there's only like 30 seconds left on the clock, so it's an impossible situation for them. And Magnum, of course, having kind of switched things over to this A site, will be having his utility to try and work with. It's gonna be a quick execute coming out of mates here as they make their way onto site. Taka is taking control of the site, but it does seem like Apex are playing for a retake situation.
I mean, they're going to do so comfortably, right? Plus, you have so much util as far as ultimates goes. A great stagger with that lockdown just to stave off this retake situation. Then you have Hunter's Fury. I feel like that comes out really early on, just trying to find that zoning in towards CT, and Apex are unaffected.
Yeah, Whaler's still gonna be under Heaven here, caught by the flash. I don't know if Magnum saw his position here. It was just a random spam that still manages to take him out. Whaler's holding on for dear life. 3 kills already from him from under, and the flank around from Logan able to find that value as well. Now Kiko in a 1v3 knows the position of all of these players, but with that operator in hand and the clock having run down, he just has no opportunity to make things work out. And that round is gonna be exactly what mates needed to finally find their first and get back into this. And of course, huge credit to Whalers there, despite those early kills coming out from Apex. Him just being able to hold the fort down from under Heaven. Absolutely amazing from him.
That was also Shadow's first death, actually. He was 9-0 until that round. And then, at least for Gentlemates, before that round, there was also 3 players with 0 picks thus far. So it just tells you about how Apex has just been able to full-on shut down. But what a hero play here from Whalers. I was genuinely surprised that Mystic even lasted that long because he was detained, like, right on that drop down from Heaven wide open.
Oh, God. Oh, we haven't seen that spam kill really coming through the wall yet, but yeah, Enzo pulls it off, manages to find a very convincing one onto Logan. No more killjoy utility available for the post plants. And now, once again, you see that quick rotation coming in from Apex. Magnum jumping towards that backside to help his Sova out and be an absolute menace. The smoke comes in a little bit too late as Kiko finds the timing, is able to take down Natank there. Tries to get another one, gets a little bit greedy though, and Taka S is there for the punish. Still, numbers advantage in favor of mates, and they close the door, try to play around this dark cover to find a couple of kills, but there's still gonna be 2 players from Apex anchoring down this site. Shadow next to Beyaz quite here. Has to find the timing. If that dark cover goes, it's going to be Beyaz completely exposed here, and that does seem to be the case. Managing to barely dodge that fragment to boot, and Takas, despite fully flash, is able to walk up. Might have the timing. It's just going to come.
2 health though.
Yeah, it's so dangerous here. Tripwire as well hasn't been broken. Magnum knows, goes for the peek, and Takas with that patience, he manages to find the payoff. It's just gonna be Enzo towards his backside with the spam, only able to find that first one, and Mystic in a 1v2. However, Taka is so low. Spike not having been defused, but that was just the bait here for Mystic, as Taka is, despite being 2 HP, will confirm that final kill, and mates, they are slowly but surely getting back into this.
You know,
such an interesting trip on lane there, coming out from Magnum. Sure, it allows you to just catch the players trying to drop down, but then it means that you have to be cognizant of those angles when you're playing into back of Boathouse. This was a terrifying round and massive for Gentlemates to be able to pick up. The fact that Taka just has that survivability to be able to shut it down with those 2 picks is massive on that 2 HP. Now, we slowly see them starting to build that economy back up, right?
Logan
for
has
Apex. That's okay.
I I mean, we've seen Killjoy's ult before. I would never say no to it, but
Not on the attack, though.
not on the attack. Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting choice. If I'm excited to see how this plays out. But yeah, mates, they've been kind of going for these hard and heavy hits so far on these sites, and it's been a strategy that they've been able to kind of pull together. Now it's going to be Taka's pulling out the Blaze Storm, trying to find some damage here as they walk up towards mid, but they're still going to be Mystic with that Paranoia ready, and Magnum with that camera as well. The moment it spots somebody, it is going to be the push through. Taka still with the Blade Storm, finds that first blood. Magnum with that counter trade, and Kiko goes for an aggressive play, but still it's going to be a 1-for-1 offer so far here. Still, oh, the reload is very awkward. Enzo finding full advantage of the timing to get those kills, and it is just going to be Logan. A 1v3, has the operator in hand, expecting that flank to come in, but with all the utility still available on site from the Cypher, as well as the spike being dropped, this might just be the save call.
Yeah, I don't think, has the op even been revealed at this point? I don't even think that we even heard Logan fire a shot. Looking at that mag, doesn't look like it would be the case anyways, so like you said, you just got to carry it over, because right now Logan has 700 credits to his name. If he loses this weapon, it's a must-need save into the next round. But again, really interesting choice overall. I do wonder if maybe they do toss it over to Takas for the early round and maybe swap things around a little bit in that kind of sense, just for that added mobility. But, whoa, okay. Wait, can we actually go back? Calling all observers.
Yeah, just a close-up of Cypher's very demonic face with the mask. And so far, I mean, Magnum living up to the demonic reputation. He might not have the most number of kills, but he has been a very pesky little menace with his utility, just finding an immense amount of information, and he's been rotating around the map. Like, this B setup that we've seen coming out of him, ready for those updrafts, ready for the dash coming into sight, is just so proactive, and he's been doing this all around the map. A lot of times on mid, he even went over to the A side for a couple of rounds there. So it seems like the expectation is for this A present here, because 3 players gonna be around there. I think they heard us, Ash.
I love you guys.
Love you.
I love the Observer team. Big shout out over towards Jack Igo and Raven over there for the B stream observers. But overall, man, I think what's difficult as well is Natank on the side of Gentlemates, currently still 0 kills, 10 deaths, the only person hit double digits. That does speak a lot as to how this support player has been shut down and not really available to assist the team either.
Takas, having been leading the charge off the side, decides to get a little bit more aggressive here. However, not quite able to find that first blood. So we're going to be looking at a full 5-on-5 retake. Hunter's Fury now invested to try and at least deny the plant or find some damage here, and does succeed. Catches out in the tank, bringing him down to really low HP. However, that's going to be the null command now invested by Gentlemates to shut down and deny some utility here on this retake attempt. It's going to be doing quite a bit. Logan as well, aware as always of the possibility of the flame. And a lot of time has already been bought by Gentlemates here. Takas and Whalers trying to keep together that kind of crossfire setup. 3 players, in fact, still onto site. Flash coming through. Takas gets the information, spots out 2 towards heaven, and this hop shot goes wide. However, Magnum and Enzo between them still able to find these crucial kills. Takas kind of the last hope on the site here to deny it from coming through. Operator in the hands of this player through the wall, finds the shot, denies the defuse, and it is going to be Beyaz. The hero for mates will be able to not only get the round, but also keep that operator. Oh my god. Through the smoke!
There's actually no way. There's no way. Okay, we're heading with the replay here on this retake situation. It got so scrappy on site as Apex were trying to funnel on in. Just the precision, great pings coming out from the team as well. Then you shut down with that right click. You saw Mystic had pulled out the shorty, I'm pretty sure. So it was, they were looking to go head to head in that situation.
It's like those old jousts that you expect to see, you know? They just run at each other with weaponry, and oh no, Enzo just being an absolute menace with this Odin, trying to get that first one. Does do quite a bit of damage to Natank, but Natank will tank it for the rest of his team, as already Takas has made some headway onto site. The only problem here is that it seems like he's just a little bit of a distraction to try and get the rotation over, but that still hasn't really come through. In fact, towards mid, this operator from Kiko is still going to be online. The Smoke, of course, will be denying him that information, at least temporarily, but if they don't get out fast, they're gonna be punished for it. It's gonna be Bayas, that first person to go down. Wailers tries to find the trade, but that's gonna be denied completely, and more than that, that's gonna be the spike dropped to boot as well. Attempted the flash comes in, but Kiko, you do not let this man hold that operator down like this. You cannot peek him, because he will be definitely punishing you round after round after round. And this last round here for mates, it just seems to be falling apart. Just Taka and Logan left alive to try and make something work. They do try to open the door, but Mystic ready for the punish here, and now Logan in a 1v5 surrounded by enemies. Spike not in his possession, just trying to find as many kills as he possibly can. Caught out by the recon to boot, 2 so far, but Enzo will finally stop him from trying to make this round work. And all things considered, the most funny part here is that this is a better half-ash that we saw coming out of them on Haven.
Yeah, just a 1-round differential. So stave off those double digits at least. That was so unfortunate in mid, though. I mean, insane shots coming out from Kiko, of course, but just a miscomm with that smoke timing overall, that dark cover just dropping a little too early on, and Bayaz just felt the utmost security being in that drone there on Catwalk as well, right? Now, we're going to see them swapping over to the defender side. This is where Gentlemates had a lot more success, made that comeback situation happen, nearly taking it to OT on map number 1 over on Haven. That was a 13-11 for Apex, if you guys had missed that out earlier. I know it says in the top low corner there, but now, already, very fast movements here from Apex into A main.
Yeah, you can see Wheeler's just kind of holding ready with the paranoia to deny this push through from coming in, but Apex, after making a lot of noise, they are looking to just wait things out here, catch that first player, know where the second is, and in the meantime, Magnum just walks up short. Taka is not ready for that push. However, Whaler's on this site, along with his compatriot being a menace. Enzo finally shutting him down with a shock dart, but they still haven't taken care of Whalers. Mystic finally taking him out here, but the damage has been done to make the situation. Logan and Bayaz between them swing out, confirm the kills, and it will be mates finding back their pistol winning ways. But talking about that round dash, Whalers just played that to perfection, anchoring down, finding kills, buying time for that rotation to come in.
No, I mean, Apex, they're pulling out all the stops, right? This is their opportunity to qualify, guarantee that into day number 4 before we go to the 5th day and the last day of the group stage here for the EMEA Ascension League. So when it comes down to that, you know, these are the 2 like top teams within Group B. Gentlemates essentially already guaranteed, of course, and Apex fighting dearly and looking really, really strong in this matchup to find that success to send them off over into playoffs going into next week. And now, nice scaling up towards mid here, looking to draw some attention, but the dash in from Kiko actually doesn't work out too well.
Oh, Bayaz just being able to churn and get those 2 kills before being shut down. However, Taka is still there in contention, not able to get shut down before finding 2 kills, and Magnum, 24 HP left, Ghost in hand, 1v3. At least Apex, they made it a little bit expensive here so far, but apart from that, not much else that they've been really able to do. Whalers finally swings out and gets that final kill, but mates, they're able to find their 5th round on board, and they carry most of the heavy weaponry that they did buy into this next round, in particular that Phantom. So you might even see that Force coming out once again from Takais. Yep, he's going to be getting that glass cannon operator online early on, and if he can go back to his damaging ways with it, it might be the difference maker.
All important things to consider, right? But operator, okay, finally pulled out. We saw the difference that this made on the defensive side there. 4 mates on defense on Haven. We're going to see if it's going to find that same sort of success here on Ascent, and another fast speed up here towards that A site. Already you have Kiko on site.
Yeah, just dashing forward, kind of leading the charge here, and that's going to force Logan to fall back and play for his life. Whaler's still under Heaven. He's been so good as a site anchor in this particular position, in fact, and he gets another one for his troubles before still being shut down. Kiko still alive, finds those trades, but it's going to be a 2v3 situation advantage in favor of Gentlemates here, who despite this lower buy are still able to do quite a bit of damage, and the spike, it's going to be dropped near door, finally retrieved by Enzo here, but that shock dart attacking up Kiko quite a bit, one bullet away from his demise from that Vandal play. Trying to get the spike down, Enzo will finally be able to do so, and now it's going to be Mate in this retake scenario. I think they're kind of waiting for Beas to get that recon online. Kiko with 37 HP, how much more can you really do here? How much more can you expect out of this player who has been so phenomenal over today? I'm not really sure about that answer. Turret being put down will give away his position, so he's forced to move back a little bit. Knows that there's a player towards heaven, gets that first kill, but now a 1v2 situation. Logan so low, gets the headshot! Almost the ace clutch for him, but Taka with that operator denies it, and Mate, they win that bonus to get themselves to 6, but Kiko made it look so close.
Is that important?
Incredible initial isolation coming out from Kiko right now, though, as we swing into this replay of the round, how things did end up panning out. Gentlemates looking to slowly close this gap. Overall, these forces into the bonus round have panned out since the initial downfall in that first force up that we saw in the first half of Haven. Swinging that momentum now into their corner, and Apex forced onto an eco round. I do wonder if Apex will maybe slow things down here towards the A site. I feel like the tempo has just been a little bit too quick.
Yeah, I don't think they feel like they want to slow down here. You see the usual jet updraft play attempt coming in, and Kiko in fact succeeds being able to shut down Logan. That's a huge first pick. Sure, the weapon might not be retrievable, but despite that, it's still going to take that Killjoy utility offline for the rest of the round here. The camera as well from Magnum to catch out where exactly this operator is playing. So they know that Taka is going to be stuck towards mid, that the A side is a little bit more free here. Two players still going to be on site there, and I don't know if Kiko managed to spot out Whalers' position on top of that corner there, so that might be the position to really watch out for. Enzo creating a little bit of a distraction towards mid in the meantime with that drone, but the call does seem to be for this A push. Whalers puts out that smoke, caught with his pants down, and Kiko will shut him down. Natang getting a kill before being closed out, and suddenly it's going to be Apex with the numbers advantage, being able to pick up those guns, put down the spike as well as that neural theft, and they know exactly where these remaining players are here. Taka is going for the same updraft play to try and find the kill, but unfortunately in this situation, with it being a 2v4, he might be just trying to hold on to that operator.
Yeah, just gotta carry that one over. Just try to save that if possible. And for the side of Apex, they're not really gonna go hunting right now. Sure, yeah, I mean, it's close enough that you wouldn't want to risk the funds for it. Plus, you've got, two players are only on those pistols, and then you're gonna try and pick up some of those rifles before you get out scot-free. But overall now, looking into the next rounds here, Apex, they do find double digits, which does make it a bit of a taller task still. Only about 4 rounds though, separating Gentlemates and Apex going into the remainder of this half. And you can actually see some pings coming out. So that might be Gentlemates looking for some aggression on the defense this time.
Yeah, just a replay of this shot, just catching out the tip of the Killjoy hat, getting that headshot on that final kill, and I think this was the kill that really changed the pace of the round here. Whalers being caught with that smoke out at the worst timing, and while Natang trying to play that anchor on site is able to find 1 kill. Can't quite do too much, and Gentlemates, they're going to be pulling out their second timeout here to try and keep this map from slipping out of their hands. So far over the course of today, they've been able to put up a pretty good show on that defensive half, but it's going to be the little things that can really make or break the game for them. And Apex, they're only 3 rounds away from not just winning this map, but also taking that series 2-0. And you gotta ask, right, what can they do better? So far, Taka, he's been incredible in finding those kills with the operator, but it's been more reactive than proactive here coming out of Gentlemates, and I think that's what really sets these two teams apart. Apex, they're very proactive in their play.
Exactly. They definitely are, and it's It's tough because that's something that we've been asking for out of Gentlemates since the first map, right? Overall, it's just been a little bit of a struggle as far as that map control goes, and it will be mid that Gentlemates do look for here on the defense. You've got 3 players all stacked up, so that's Bayaz and Tank looking to actually follow up and trade out Takas if necessary, but with the speed up here over onto B side, already you've got Kiko in towards CT.
Yeah, he's taking quite a bit of control, though. It does seem like everybody else is kind of playing toward that side anchor position. Takas expects this aggression. I don't know if he will see that there's going to be a player tucked in the corner, spots out the shoulder, might be able to get the kill, but misses the shot, and will be dearly forced to play for it. Like Pico, more than ready to go push on forward and find that kill, and that will be the Apex squad just shutting down the defense here. Whalers, the last player left towards that backside. They know where he is, and it just seemed like
you just run.
Yeah, they're just like going for that A side rotation here, and you know, I think this round is pretty much over. But talking about how Apex have played their attacking side, they've done a really good job of conditioning for that initial A push, A aggression coming out of them. And now that that high speed B hit comes through, it just seems like mates, they were not ready for it.
No, especially with the fact that mates had that initial plan with that mid presence, but Apex, they just move so fast on the extremities that mates don't even really feel like they have the opportunity to capitalize. Definitely feel a lot more of that pressure to try and actually regroup and rotate over towards the actual site itself. But I do wonder what the flank would look like coming out from Gentlemates. We haven't really seen them put in that effort in trying to crunch on those retakes. It's pretty predictable as far as just coming in through, you know, the mid choke point as well as the defender spawn choke point. And otherwise, for Apex, they don't often feel that threat.
Talking about feeling that threat though, mates, they're in a really dire position here. 11-6 is what we're looking at score-wise, and their economy, it's almost completely gone down here to almost nothing. Bayaz, the only one who can really afford a full buy, and they have such a tough call to make at this juncture. Are they going to try to force up and try to convert this round off of lesser weaponry, or will they go for that save half buy and play for overtime? Because both of their choices, it doesn't put them in a very good spot. Apex, on the other hand, looking quite comfortable, slowly but surely charging up those ultimates, have that Hunter's Fury ready to go on Enzo, only 2 away from that null command, 1 off of that from the shadows if they want Mystic to go in for a bit of a quick rotation. And the call for the side of Gentlemates does seem to be a bit of a half buy. They're going to have enough for that next round, but aside from that, they have nothing to work with in this round. Not much of a buy, no ultimates. It's pretty bad.
It's definitely going to be a rough one, right? Kind of just see what you can get. If you get the opportunity to get those eco frags, even better. But it's tall task. Everest climb here for Gentlemates, because if Apex secure this match point, then you've got the fact that it's 6 rounds in a row that you need. But just around the corner, the trade's not even ready there. Shadow failing Enzo in that situation.
Yeah, I like how Whalers just walks up with the judge like, hey there, how you doing?
Okay.
How you doing, Enzo? Of course, finally the trade does come through, but it's gonna be a very pivotal kill because that's your info initiator being taken out of the equation. Now Bayaz the one to go on a little bit of an exploratory venture here. The flash coming at the perfect timing though, shutting him down, and that's gonna be the only major weapon that they really had in this situation here. Mystic with the Phantom spam is able to take out the 2 remaining players, and it's gonna be a flawless for Apex as they get to match and series point after that round. Gentlemates, they are looking to be in a very dire position, 1 round away from kind of losing that flawless record that they had so far in their groups.
You can tell that Gentlemates are struggling again overall. I think it's been a bit tough. It feels like they're kind of just throwing like everything in the kitchen sink into these rounds at this point. It becoming kind of scrappy and not playing in the same kind of like clean, disciplined way. That's, you know, very just textbook. I mean, overall. And what's up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, apart from the superiority that Apex seems to have strat-wise, it's also just that Gentlemates, they firepower-wise, they just seem to be on the back foot today. Logan, of course, doing a great job as we talk about it, finding those 2 kills. Huge work coming out of him. And of course, Taka is there for the backup. Logan, as I say it, determined to prove me wrong, shredding this attack apart for the side of Apex here. And now it's just going to be Enzo in a 1v5. Finds that first, but that's going to be all that he gets. But back to what I was talking about before Logan decided to put on quite a show for us. It just seems like if you look at the scoreboard for both of these sides, it's going to be pretty balanced for Apex because almost everybody is popping off when they need to. Unfortunately, over the course of this map, you really can't say the same for Gentlemates because you have Whalers on top. Logan did quite well in that round, but scoreboard-wise, you only have one player who's really showing up huge.
And the thing is, Natank is also a player that you expect to be a pretty decent hitter. Definitely not the heaviest hitter on the side of Gentlemates, that being more so for Takas and Logan. But Natank is usually in the middle of that pack, maybe even second frag, and it's just not the performance that we're used to seeing out from this support. Now, okay, Owl Drone comes out, finds a bit of information just underneath. Now forces out that Hunter's Fury as well. That's over, at least for Mystic. You could tell exactly how that one was gonna play out. Unfortunate, but great map control this round coming out from Gentlemates that have the entirety of Valorant.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Natank. Goes down again without doing too much damage, but at least he gets the information that there's quite a bit of players outside B, so the Hunter's Fury is going to be able to find some value, getting a kill and also tagging up Magnum quite a bit. Now Dark Cover coming out. It does seem like Apex, they still want to push the issue on this B site here. Whalers having come over as well for some backup, but despite the flash, Bayas able to get a kill onto Kiko, just being such a spoil sport for this Apex side here. And it's just gonna be Whalers getting the holy spray down, 3 kills for him. Beautiful hold coming out of Mate, and this is exactly what we want to see. We need 4 more rounds of this if they really want to keep this going.
I mean, off the back of this next round, at the very least, it's an opportunity to break the economy of Apex again, sticking them into that awkward situation. But also Apex, with how dominant they were in that first half at that 9-3, and then switching over towards this attacking side, haven't been able to, or haven't been needed to actually use their timeouts. Meanwhile, Gentlemates, they've used up both, but even though Apex is calling it, it also gives Mates the opportunity to chat as well, who have 2 extremely potent ultimates coming in here for this defender-sided team. Recipe for the retake and that lockdown in that null command. Meanwhile, Apex, as far as impactful ultimates, don't really have anything to work with.
Yeah, but the economy still kind of slowly but surely building up for Gentlemates. They definitely have a chance at being able to make this comeback work out. I think that's what Apex is trying to prevent so far. And Apex on this attacking side, I think most of their very hard and heavy hits has worked out for them if Gentlemates try to fight for that site. However, if Mates go for kind of that more patient retake setup, we haven't really seen much of that coming out of them. They've been kind of taking those 50-50s on site, trying to fight it out, and while Whalers and Bayas were able to find some success in that last round, it's still a very dangerous situation to put yourself in if you have 5 players just trying to deal with 2 on site, especially if you have a KO ready to go. Now, it's still going to be a buy available for these players on the side of Apex, who this time around, after very quick A and B hits, are looking to push the issue on mid instead, spotting out Bayas early on into the round, but there's still going to be 2 more left towards that mid presence here. And so kind of willing to fall back here. Shadow kind of watching for that push. Here's the flash coming through, and Taka S with the operator trying to find a little bit more space. Will be denied by that cage.
That's such an annoying cage. Magnum just like the hop, skip, and a jump around the corner too to toss that out, fully denying that angle right now. With the presence shown towards that B side, it's a rotation over towards A, but great calling coming out from Gentlemates. They're already investing Takas over into that rotation, but an awkward angle for Whalers gets taken down by Enzo.
Oh, Natank though able to go for not just that trade, but also getting the null command off of it, willing to pop it and deny the utility coming out of the side of Apex. Huge out there, because that's going to make it so much more difficult to get in through short. Now, Taka S off the back of that, able to go out. Logan in the meantime on short, fighting 2 of his own, and now it's just going to be Mystic in a 1v4, has the From the Shadows to work with to try and rotate and maybe clutch out the round, but in a 1v4, he needs to find a little bit more damage before he can even consider trying to do that. Position gonna be noted as well off the back of that recon. And it seems like the call, instead of trying to clutch out this 1v4, will be to just save this gun, because Apex's economy, like we talked about early on, is kind of getting stuck in that cycle, that awkward cycle of eco buy, and they just want to try to hold on to whatever they can.
Yeah, it's tough days here, right? Because when it comes down to Apex economy going into this next round, we probably could see a slightly weaker full buyout coming out through, but then that means that on the back of that one, if they can't end out the match, that's full opportunity for Gentlemates to try and take it to that 11th round and force them onto a proper eco situation. Saving grace, though, all things considered, for Apex is going to be the fact that Kiko is electing to actually just go with Blade Storms into this round. No real sidearm aside from the shorty, but overall, the tank, because he's been taken out pretty early on, isn't going to really be there to deny. And yeah, Kiko just gets to continue pushing up.
Oh, the Blade Storm not quite going as expected, though. Enzo still able to find that kill. Once again, the tank, that first player to kind of tank the hit, tank the damage for Gentlemates. A little bit unfortunate losing your KO right just like that off the bat, but at least he knows, he got that information that there are like 3 players towards this mid side of the map. Kiko now looking for a little bit more damage towards the short side. Gentlemates, on the other hand, they're kind of backing off, trying to just play for the side control, holding down these crossfires as well as they can. And so with the recon, doesn't spot out anything, and it's just gonna be a little bit of mid-round slowing down coming out of these attackers. However, that lockdown from Logan, perfectly timed, and it's just gonna pincer onto Kiko. Enzo.
Great positioning here from Beaz, though. The lurk outside of B, then shut down. Catches out that rotation, though, gives some information over now. Neural Theft's out. Logan is alone with this fight. The paranoia huge, but Logan's just able to dodge.
And that the fragments as well doesn't really push him off this angle, so he still knows that there's gonna be this is where the 2 remaining players are. Mystic on the flank, though, huge play coming out of him, and he's able to win out the map and the series. No one saw him creeping out, least of all Gentlemates, and that will be the push that they need to take this one all the way. Huge work coming out of Apex here to be able to close the series down to 0. They're going to be feeling very happy with it. But overall, not a bad showing coming out of Gentlemates. Like we talked about, I think it mainly came down to the fact that Apex, the players were firing on every single cylinder. Every single player was able to find their impactful moments. And it's really funny to me that it's Mystic who manages to find the win on both of these maps with a double kill.
That's the thing, right? When it comes down to Apex, we talked about it when we were going into this initial series. The fact that on this team, they are all heavy hitters, every single one of them. And then you've got Shadow on the wayside, kind of just setting everybody up, being there as that backup person, enabling the team with his utility. And unfortunately, Natank did fall flat today here for Gentlemates. However, the mates don't really have to worry right now, at the very least, all things considered. Sure, they did lose out in an 0-2 situation, but they are still at that top echelon here for Group B, essentially secured into the playoffs no matter what. But this does give you a little bit of a preview of what we can expect actually into the playoff season.
I'm calling it right now. It's I'd be very surprised if we don't see an Apex versus Ascend or Apex versus Gentlemates final. If I'm wrong, well, I'm wrong, but that's what I think is going to happen. Of course, looking at that scoreboard, that differential that we talked about, right? Of course, Kiko, 22 kills, gonna be that top frag, really up there on that scoreboard. But every single player has managed to kind of stay together and be up there. And like you were talking about, Ash Natank, not the greatest game for him. 3-19, not exactly what you want to see out of your KO, who's kind of there as that secondary duelist, that secondary player who can find some impact. But despite that, you know, you gotta think about it. Despite one of your players being 3-19, the fact that the map was so close, 13-9, is just a testament to how exactly Gentlemates are good at adapting and really figuring out some of these synergies that they have. Overall, I think that was a pretty good series that, like you mentioned, is a good preview of what we can expect in playoffs. Because while Apex are the favorite, I still think that there are some teams that, on a good day, can definitely hold their own against them.
And I think what's difficult there for Gentlemates as well is that they're one of the few teams who had a full run, 4 days in a row.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Stage, no bye in between. They get the bye tomorrow, which means that they're all wrapped up here for groups, right? Going 3-1 within Group B. But that also plays into the fact that you got to consider, okay, maybe it was an endurance kind of situation because the first 3 days of the competition here in the group stages, Gentlemates had impeccable performances, to be honest, and were running really, really well. Sure, they were a team that we thought would be, you know, one of the top 4 contenders here within Ascension EMEA, but they ended up showing up even ahead of that. And Apex today, of course, they proved why they are the team to look out for, the team that we're expecting to ascend to VCT EMEA overall, Zach. But it's been a pleasure casting with you today. It's been a pleasure having everyone here onto the B stream, but we are going to say goodbye, and we'll be back tomorrow with some more Valorant action. We're going to toss over to the A stream for now, though, where you guys can check out CGN versus DA.
Yeah, that one's still going on, so see ya.
Welcome back, and with that, Digital Athletics have pushed this all the way to the 3rd mapper. On the B stream, though, it was a different affair. A 2-0 dominant win from Apex, and with that, they have locked and secured themselves into playoffs. Congratulations. I mean, Mitch has been jumping up and down, so...
I've not been having a good day. I think I need about 3 more liters of water just to make up
and a shower.
What I've perspired. I need many showers, many. This has been an incredible, and of course, I don't shower often. Honestly, watching the game that we had was fun. I think we'll talk about it a little bit. Digital Athletics, they really hit their stride.
Absolutely.
But I can't really care about that right now. Apex have qualified. We got another team that's coming here that we know, and also Gentlemates. The 2 of those, a storied history between them. They're going to be playing potentially across the stage from each other with a crowd. Incredible to even think that that's a possibility. And somebody will be claiming that spot in VCT. And I mean, look, Logan played well, but at the end of the day, not well enough.
played better.
Hey, look.
I mean, in this series
Ruxic did play better than Logan. That is very true. And that's why they won the map, unlike Logan, who did not.
Wow. Okay, well, we highlighted Ruxic and Azuri at the start of this series, and I feel like both of them are really doing well for the team. The clutch players, basically, Azuri definitely the clutch player for his own lineup, which is going to come up in one of the replays that we have prepared after this map. But how did this match start? CGN are winning the pistol round. But DA right after that, they managed to win with their pistols against the rifles, obviously, and it was not easy. It was just so scrappy, and they jump out towards A, creating kind of pseudo crossfire and getting these kills with classics. That's just rough. That spelled disaster for CGN at the start.
Yeah, one thing as well that we highlighted at the beginning of this matchup was the fact that sometimes Digital Athletics can use their ultimates very well to create an opportunity where it isn't.